Thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm up at Brooklyn.
I'm from New York.
Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your gap. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your gap.
Listen, I'm taking all the goddamn copyright strikes. Yeah? Because here's the thing. If the New York Knicks win this NBA title, the history books are going to say, what New York City? What are y'all talking about? Because we're going to burn that motherfucker down. Yeah? There will be no city left. So I'm trying to enjoy it while it's still here. Yeah? And we're 3 wins away, goddammit. We're 3 wins away from the New York Knicks doing a madness. But that World Cup about to kick off, transfer saga, a whole bunch of shit about to happen. So it's not just me. It's the broski. Yeah? And what am I talking about when I say the broski? Okay, listen, people. Before ChatGPT, you wanted to know something about football, you would ask Kenny Ken. Yeah? That was before ChatGPT. Like, before you weren't able to cheat, you could just, whatever the hell you're doing, you want to know something about football, you would just ask Kenny Ken. But you're talking about football. Now, when it comes to sports in general, if you want to know something about sports in general, and you don't have Kenny Ken on speed dial, just ask Gianni. Just ask Gianni, people, and he will tell you what the hell you need to know, or he will tell you what the right answer is. We go to the broski, man, like Gianni Calcio. What you telling me, bro?
Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that intro. Let me just say something. As a Chicagoan, there's only 2 New York songs. I love Jay-Z. Yeah. I love Alicia. Still got a mad crush on Alicia Keys.
Yeah,
but that song ain't it. It's New York by Ja Rule, Jada, and Fat Joe. That is the best New York anthem, or it's my boy Frank Sinatra. That's my opinion.
I had to start it with Frank. I just had to, because it's just New York, isn't it? That's the soundtrack of the city. You know what I'm saying? So we had to.
And our beloved, even though I'm a Chicago kid, our beloved New York Yankees. Ain't nothing better than seeing a good win at Yankee Stadium and you hear that song kick on at the end. Nothing better.
Yeah, that's it, man. Big up to you. But listen, people, we got a jam-packed show today, man, because there's not a shortage. There might be some podcasts or some channels that might have a shortage of content when the season's over. This around the league shit, it's never ending because OTA's already started. I'm watching MLB on SportsCenter. I see one of your Chicago Cubs. He about to be a meme. What's his name? Pete? What's his name?
Crow Armstrong.
Jesus Christ, man.
Hey, that ain't my team. I'm a Yankee fan. I don't rep Chicago baseball.
Yeah, but we know that it's in order of precedence. It's Cubs, then White Sox. Yeah, Cubs are I'm saying, but what the hell was that? Is he like one of the best central outfield players? Like, I don't think I can name 5.
I can't.
Outfielders that's better than him. So I believe when he said the sun was in his eyes.
Hey, ever since he told that chick in the crosstown when the Cubs lost the series to the White Sox, he told that chick to suck his dick. He's been shit. So he's a meme right now in Chicago.
Yeah, it seems like karma has just came all over that brother because something is going on there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, big up to you. Big up to you every single time. I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't even have my slap button queued up, so you would have got slapped there. Yeah, man. But big up to Toronto Guna. Big you up, man. Midnight streams. Yeah, it's Friday, man. Now I'm still sticking to 6. Yeah, I'm not going down to 4.
I think so too. I think it's Knicks and 6.
Yeah. Oh Jesus. Oh Lord. Okay. Hey, good for you. Hey, that's what it's all about. You know,
cheers to you. Cheers to Mateo on that one.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's hot in the hell in Florida, and I think the England team. I don't know how many of the international teams are training in England or in Miami right now, but I know the Tuchel, they're one of them. A lot of Argentina, man. You listen. A lot of these footballers from South America frequent South Florida. You know,
Miami. You might as well say Miami's a part of South America, not even the United States.
Yeah. So the ones that are too bougie for a city like Florida might struggle a little bit with the heat, but most of these, man, they should be okay. But yeah, Florida is mad, man. Big up to you, man. You're far too kind. My birthday is on Wednesday on game 4. If we win tonight, the Knicks will win a championship for my birthday. Holy shit! Like, listen, yeah. Before the game kicks on, we can dive into it a bit. More pressure. Knicks, Spurs. Think so?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because when I look at the Spurs, I look at they will have more opportunities because Wemby is 22 years old. This is his third season to have opportunities. This could be a missed opportunity for us, depending on where Giannis goes, depending on free agency. I think we have a golden opportunity here that we shouldn't let pass. So I think there's a hell of a lot more pressure. Well, on game 2, because I think if they don't win game 2, they're in a whole heap of shit. But before the series started, I would look at the Knicks and say, you know what? Even though you're the underdog, it would be bigger for New York to win this NBA title because the Spurs are going to have more chances. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
See, but we had this conversation when we were talking about can the Spurs do it, and I said no because they're young. The Knicks have been around and have been contending for the last few years, whether that was with that bum Thibodeau as a coach. The Knicks have been in the playoffs and have had the heartbreaks, so they know what it takes and what the bad side of things is of losing. That's why, to me, I think it's the bigger pressure is on the Spurs to make it a series. I think the New York Knicks, for me, because they've had these 3 years now, these 3-4 years of being in the playoffs, being talked about being a possible contender, but now actually getting there to where they are contending, even though they're the underdog in this. I think the Knicks win this. I think this is the Spurs learning curve as far as learning what it takes. I would honestly be shocked if the Spurs pulled out this final, if this young of a team was to do it, because I'll be honest, if a young team like this would be able to win this, what we talked about on a previous one about dynasties, you could potentially see a Spurs dynasty developing in the NBA if a young team like this won so early.
Yeah, but when I look at the Thunder, they're not exactly, their core is very young and they were able to get over the line.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Go on.
I think we can all agree now after seeing the series between the Thunder and the Spurs, the Thunder got there because of the referees. The same flop calls that they were getting last year on the title run, they didn't get this year, which is why they got knocked out by the Spurs. They weren't calling the same calls that they got. And plus, Oklahoma City, as sad as it is, has contributed more in the recent era of basketball than the Indiana Pacers have. So they were going to get the benefit of the calls in that matchup. So for me, I think it is what it is with them. Plus, we just seen here, this kid Chet Holmgren's a freaking idiot because now he's under investigation for game fixing and shaving points. Have you seen this? Yeah, because of all the missed shots and shit in the last couple games. They said there was talk that Holmgren's going to get investigated by the feds if he was point shaving.
Oh, damn. Boy, it's point shaving and playing with a title. Is he all right? Is he all right?
These kids are nuts with this game. These kids are nuts nowadays with this gambling shit. How you make that much money and you still want to risk for petty money is absolutely insanity. Unless somebody was paying you triple the amount of what you're getting in the NBA, that's the only time that I would say, okay, I get it. If you're like look at that idiot Chauncey Billups. You risked a $9 million a year coaching job to make 30 G's helping the mob screw somebody over in a rigged blackjack game. I mean, come on, you can't be that dumb.
Yeah. It's kind of like when people look back at Mike Vick. What was that? 04, 05? On a multi-million-dollar contract.
Yeah, with the dogs.
Dog fighting and shit. But then his explanation was, when them kids from the inner city make it, they show up with an entourage. They themselves are fine financially. It's the entourage. Like if you look at the story of what's the fat kid from Miami, for the Miami Heat that went broke after a while.
Oh, Antoine Walker.
Antoine Walker.
Yep.
He went broke not because Antoine Walker had high taste, but because Antoine Walker had an entourage.
What about Iverson? What about here? The classic that everybody should have realized that doesn't work was MC Hammer.
Yeah.
MC Hammer was worth damn near $100 million at the time in the 90s when Can't Touch This came out. He was the biggest rap star in the world, and MC Hammer used to walk around with 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
You could honestly say that MC Hammer was providing for maybe a third of the city of Oakland.
Yeah, the entourage.
The entourage ruins everything.
But when I see these guys, I know Shet can't be doing it for Shet because he's going to get a max deal, and he's on a pretty good contract right now. So they're doing it for their entourage, for the homie that they grew up with that they have to put on, the pressure of being the first one with money, and it gets to him. It gets to him because that's the only way I can think that Chauncey would be that dumb, Mr. Big Shot. Chauncey, who was so respected through our NBA spaces and that, through that dumb shit. Now, man, I'm actually drinking. It's an old folk tale called. It's a Dragon Stout. It's like Guinness, but it's sweeter. Yeah, it's really good. Like Mateo, I would recommend this to you, Mateo. But yeah, you might get fired, young man. This ain't what you want.
This ain't what you want. I'm drinking a homemade wine. We're doing a little wine night.
Yeah, like Mateo, you need a wife to drink this. Yeah, you need like home court advantage. Like you don't need a maybe. Yeah, because then you end up sending out a text that you don't want to send out. You know what I'm saying? 30 in Montreal, you know. Oh my God. Yeah, you know that
it was hot over here today too. We cracked 85 degrees today in Chicago.
Damn. Yeah. I got my hoodie on all day. It's so cool here. You know what I'm saying? Big up to the broski. So let's get come on, people. Are we still doing hey, listen, people, we're not gonna do this. We struggled with this for Normski. We're not gonna do this. So when's the next call-in show?
Next week, I think either Monday or Tuesday.
Now between now and then, people, we need to get there. We got big business to do. You know, so I just don't want us to get so Lord, Sue, your chest done went back in between the last time we spoke. You said now you hoping we don't get swept. You went from what? Hey, listen, one game made your chest go back in. I don't know what adjustments the Spurs needs to make tonight, but I do know that they need to win this game of basketball because when I look at the scoreboard and I see Josh Hart with 3 points and I see my Mikal Bridges with 9 points. So two of my starting five on single digits and we win the game by double digits away. San Antonio, you need to fix up. I don't think you get swept, but I do think if you do not go back to New York, if we go to New York 2-1 down, 2-0 down,
it's over with.
You won't get swept. Over. Yeah.
You may not get swept. It might be a gentleman's sweep, but that's about as best as it gets if you go to New York down 2-0. Shout out to my guy, Chicago high school legend Jalen Brunson, man. I'm so happy that kid's getting this freaking run the way that he is, dude. So many people hated on that kid for a long time. That kid's a killer, man.
Yeah, man. I'm so proud of him, right? I don't know what to, like. OG's still my favorite player, but he's our best player. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's Red House wine. He said, you know, it's not. That's hot, man. That's proper hot. I think the Knicks are actually going to do it, man. And now, at first, when you had just asked me this like 2-3 shows ago, it was hopium. I said we could and we would. Now I fully believe that we're gonna go ahead and win this damn NBA title, man.
You guys need it. The city of New York needs it.
Yeah, San Antonio, and yeah, I know the S word is very taboo in the Arsenal space, but it's the San Antonio. Yeah. I'm gonna pin this one. Yeah. Big up, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it.
Black said, what's that, Steven A. being a fake Knicks fan? I don't know if he's fake. I think he's
a real Knicks fan. What everybody's got to remember is you don't realize how many close calls the Knicks have had over the years. What for all those who watch Cameron and Mace's show, Cameron was not lying about him not having faith in the Knicks. You talk to a lot of old heads that are New York Knicks fans. They've seen a lot of bad screw-ups by the New York Knicks. So trust me, they're all holding it. Taryn is 100% right. New York City might end in 2026 once the Knicks win this championship. It's
gonna burn, bro. It's gonna burn. I fully tell my dad because my dad lives in He lives in Brooklyn, but his house is in Queens. I told him, like, bro, just stay in Queens. Don't go to nowhere near. Like, because
you might have to travel as far as Albany to get away from all that stuff.
Yeah, because Queens it's more residential. Brooklyn has a downtown which is going to be flooded, and I don't know. He doesn't live too far from downtown Brooklyn, so when you have 1 million, 2 million people, I don't know how far that wave is going to push. And if it comes by the house, yeah, you go outside the next morning, your car will be a Coke can. You know how they crush them?
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion? When you guys start burning down New York, please burn down Williamsburg first, so we can try to get New York back to old school New York. Because I don't like this newer New York. I like old. Yeah. Because my cousins lived in Fordham. I grew up going to New York all the time. New York from 2007 to 2013, that was New York City when I was always going out there. This New York now, it ain't the same. New York ain't the same city that I remember going to, because I love hanging out in New York in the summertime.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Definitely. If San Antonio lose tonight, MSG will be the deadliest hostile environment. Even if we split, the job was to get one. The fact that we got game one, the Garden is gonna be different, to say that. Like the San Antonio, they might have to keep where the hotel that they're staying
exclusive.
Yeah, and there might have to be some heavy police presence, because Knicks fans will mob that fucker. They will mob it. The people who are staying in the hotel might tip off the mob, so that there might be some heavy police presence needed. Like, we haven't seen anything like this, bro. Just picture 1 million loonies, like literal loonies with nothing to lose, and half these cops are undercover Knicks fans, the ones that don't want to admit it, and they want to participate in the anarchy as well. You know what I mean? I'm seeing New York Knicks bagels. I'm seeing New York Knicks pancakes. New York.
Hey, them 11s I sent you were fire. The shoes I sent you were fire. I would actually cop those.
And they're gonna sell. I'll sell. Hey, take all my money. You know what I'm saying? I'll take one of them. Halliburton, Reggie Miller, and Michael have all ended our season too many times when this was out. Yeah, man. And this is the thing. I don't even. Okay, Gianni, if it's safe to tell the audience, or if the statute of limitation has expired, please tell the audience what you were doing in June of 1999.
Just celebrating when the Bulls won. Listen, let me tell you guys, Chicago, when the Bulls won, was dangerous. You could have robbed $50 million out of any major bank when the Bulls were winning titles the way they were rioting over here. Listen. Well, not 99, because 99 was when the fucking Knicks lost to the Spurs, which was bullshit, because the Knicks should have won that damn series. For those who remember, the Knicks. But comparing it, New York's going to burn down. Here's the thing. New York Knicks fans, if we have to translate it for our English fan base, those are Millwall fans of NBA to the highest degree. But the reason for that is the sport of basketball's true home is New York City. Basketball's true home is New York City. Yes, LA, Chicago, Seattle, all these other major cities have contributed great players. But when you talk about the mecca of the sport of basketball, there's no other city but New York. There's no other city for it.
Yeah.
And if you know what's now the 70s, brother, it's about to be insanity.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though? That 99 loss, because we were an 8 seed and we got to the final, like, I'm not gonna lie, my hopes wasn't high. The series what I'm actually mad about was the 94 NBA finals, when we went up against the Rockets, when we had Pat Riley as coach, when we took it to a game 7 and didn't get that one over the line. But it was vibes in 99, and but this one,
but you guys got hot though. You guys weren't even supposed to make the playoffs in 99. It wasn't until like February. It wasn't until like February when you guys got hot. Then you guys went on the run. I mean, fucking Patrick Ewing was the best basketball player in the NBA from February to playoff series in 99 to drag the Knicks back into the 8th seed. Yeah. And then they were so hot in the playoffs, the way they scorched through the Eastern Conference, everybody in the world thought the Knicks were winning. Nobody thought the Spurs, especially because here's the other thing everybody's got to remember. Tim Duncan was only 2 years into the NBA. Nope. He wasn't Tim Duncan like everybody knows Tim Duncan. Everybody thought the Admiral could never do it on his own. Yes, Duncan was good. He was this hot talent that came out of Wake Forest. But back in the day, that was when Patrick Ewing was Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
Patrick Ewing, there was you couldn't really make argument for too many centers to be consistently better than Ewing at that time. And Ewing was hot. And everybody thought with that hot. Same thing, actually, for those who are, it's the same thing with the New York Giants. Both Super Bowls that the Giants won recently under Eli, they got hot at the right time and rode the hot streak out all the way to win. That's what the Knicks should have did in that series against the Spurs.
Yeah. The thing is, right, once we beat Miami in that first round, because remember back then the first round series was 5 games.
Yep.
The way we won that with that late minute Allen Houston roller, I was like, wait a minute, we have something here. And then going into that final on that 4-point playoff, Larry Johnson, I was like, oh, shit, dare we believe. Yep. But I look at that San Antonio team, we had Sprewell, Allen Houston, Patrick Ewing, and a lot of role players. But that San Antonio team had a sophomore Tim Duncan, the Admiral, but they also had the general at the point, Avery Johnson. They had Sean Elliott. Yeah, they had.
And they also have they had Barry too.
Yep.
Wasn't Brett Barry on that team?
Yep, he was, and they had just signed Steve Kerr from the Bulls.
Yeah,
so they had a lot of 3-point shooting, and when I looked at all of that, I was like, "Shit, man," But it was 4-1, and we didn't really give ourselves a big chance to win. Yeah, I remember Kerry and Pollard. This is that Trini guy. So listen, I used to follow the Jamaican guys for the West Indies. I never followed too many of the Trini men. And anyone who's from the West Indies, that Carrion, that's a Trinidad name, yeah. And Mr. Pollard, his reign in the West Indies team was like from 2010 to 2016, where I had got disconnected from cricket because of my deployments, and so I didn't even know that Chet was gonna fuck himself up like this. But he was bad in it. You remember the 2016 NBA Finals when Harrison Barnes was really, really bad, to the point where Golden State had to get rid of him. That's the vibe that I got from Chet during the series. I'm like, they might trade him for Giannis. They might trade him for Giannis.
I think Giannis is going to Boston
for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
I could see that. I don't want that.
I disagree with it. If Boston was smart, you get rid of Tatum and you have Jaylen Brown and Chike together.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I trust
Giannis and Jaylen Brown. See, for me, I like Tatum, but here's the thing. I think Tatum gets overhyped because of his over amount of talking about how much he loves Kobe, working out with Kobe. He mimics his game after Kobe. I think all the love that he gets is more so along the lines of how much everybody misses Kobe and how loved Kobe was, because he's modeled his game after Kobe and everything else. I think he gets a lot of passes. For me, I think Jaylen Brown has been the better player on Boston for a long time, in my personal opinion. Tatum's shown up. I'm not going to take it away from him, but I just think I don't know if Tatum is better than Brown for me, in my personal opinion. I like Brown's style of basketball more.
Yeah, I think something's going to happen there. I think one of them goes, but I think Boston as an organization, if they have to choose one, they will choose Tatum.
Yeah,
I think they will choose Tatum. I don't know. Maybe he's more marketable. He's bigger. He's 6'8", 6'9", can handle the ball. So he's essentially like an extra guard if you want to play big, or he can play the small or the
forward. He's the total package. First of all, let's all be honest. He's a light-skinned brother that's a pretty boy.
Yeah,
let's just be honest about it. Tatum's a pretty boy, number one. Number two, Tatum is nowhere near as Tatum doesn't come off as confrontational as Brown is. Brown is your old school. You know who Jaylen Brown reminds me of a better play, a better higher potential of what Jimmy Butler was. He's a very blue collar, old school style of basketball player. Very in your face. Doesn't take shit from nobody. Brown is your old school type of basketball player, whereas Tatum is your marketability type of guy, where he's a good player, but he has his kid come on the court. Everybody loves showing the pictures of him with his kid and everything else. He's the total package for marketability, which is why they'll probably stick with him.
Yeah. I fully agree, man. Rondo, Allen, Garnett was my all-time favorite Celtics. What a team. And this is the thing, Toronto Guna, right? I've seen the Larry Bird version of Boston. Yeah. And then fast forward to 2008 when that team was assembled. I've seen that team And I've seen these men blow it up, suck, get good again, win another title, while the Knicks have been poor. So this is why this means so much, because we have seen so many other teams, especially in the East. And the NBA for sure will, at least we know the NBA will have, for the sixth consecutive year, I think 5 or 6, a new winner. Right? It's no dynasty. Now I don't know if that's good for the league or the league prefers. I don't know what the numbers say when the league has a dynasty, because
it depends what the team is. I honestly think the league would love to have a back-to-back. I think the league would love to have the New York Knicks go back-to-back.
Oh shit,
bro! It's the mecca of basketball. You can't name me a park in Los Angeles, Chicago, or any other city that's as revered as Rucker Park.
Yeah,
there's none.
Right. That's big facts.
There's none.
Yeah.
You have Rucker Park back in the day. It's not as big as what it used to be, but Rucker Park back in the days when they would put on the and one shows and everything else, you get more guys at Rucker Park than 90% of the basketball stadiums.
Yeah,
the whole part of New York would shut down to go see what's going on in Rucker Park.
Yeah,
it's New York, man. When it comes to basketball, there's no other bigger market than the New York Knicks.
Yeah, that's big facts. Because I remember that before the internet and before social media and summer stuff, a lot of the stars in the NBA, as soon as the summer hit or as soon as they got bounced out of the playoffs, that's where they were. Rucker Park, out there showing off your handles against the street guys who really had some mad handles.
You'd have the Jamaicans on one corner with a wide open Weber charcoal grill, open fire, cooking up jerk chicken on one corner. You'd have Dominicans and Puerto Ricans making homemade pernil and fucking mofongo and shit on another corner. It's a melting pot. You had everybody there for Rucker Park in New York. That's exactly what you said. The NBA stars would come in. How many times, I'm assuming you were a sneakerhead at one point. How many times did you see sneakers get released specifically for them to go play in the and ones? And one would release some stuff, but then Kobe would come out with the new Kobe's. KD would come out with the new KDs. Someone from Jordan brand would go to Rucker Park and release the new J's or something. There's no other place that has that type of pull with basketball than New York.
Yeah. I'm thinking ahead, and I'm thinking like this one, I don't know what the numbers are ratings-wise, but I know they're going to be good. But I'm thinking beyond this year, next year, like if the Knicks were going to be there for sure, like what would be the NBA's dream matchup? New York versus, and I'm looking at the other big market.
There's only one team.
Yeah.
There's only one team
and
they would hope for. It would be New York Knicks versus Los Angeles Lakers. That's the dream matchup for
this.
And if they could have it their way, it would be New York. If the NBA could plan a playoff run, especially in the Eastern Conference, it would be either Knicks in Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, or to reignite another rivalry that's been dead for a long time, it would be Chicago Bulls and New York Knicks in Eastern Conference Finals. And on the side, it would most likely be a Golden State versus Los Angeles Lakers Western Conference Finals, or LA versus Spurs. They want the big teams to do well. That's what all the big sports brands want. They always want the big name teams to do well, and especially the rivalries. Like for the NFL, in the NFC, every year they would hope for a Chicago Bears Green Bay Packers showdown because it's the biggest rivalry in football. It's the same with basketball. If you had New York and Chicago 7-game series in a shootout, it would be the best thing for the NBA for Eastern Conference Finals if it's not New York Knicks and Boston.
I fully hear that, shot, man. So for that reason, like the NBA would love to have the Knicks and the Lakers in the NBA Finals. You think LeBron stays in LA for that opportunity, or you think he's out of there?
In my hope, as somebody who actually likes LeBron, I hope he retires.
He ain't retiring, is he?
I know he's not retiring, but I honestly hope he retires. My thing with LeBron is this: if you're going to leave, you can only go back to Cleveland. You can only go back to Cleveland if you're going to leave LA. My personal opinion is you either ride out one more year with the Lakers or retire. But I would rather see him retire. Nobody's going to break your point scoring record. All the records that you've set are not going to be – nobody's coming around for the foreseeable future is going to play at the high level that he's had for the amount of years that he's done. That's not going to happen. You've cemented yourself. So for me personally, I think he should retire.
I'll take him in New York on a 1-year deal on the free. I definitely would. I would definitely would. If my starting backcourt like Jalen and someone, then I have my front court of Cat, OG, and LeBron. You know, especially if we're inviting LeBron to us as NBA champions, like we're champions of the NBA, you're just coming to be an addition. Now, if we don't get over the line this year, then he can come and be something like, yeah, I'm the only guy here with an NBA title. I'm LeBron. But if we win it without him and then add him as a piece, I think that's good.
All right, I got a fair or foul question for you.
Oh shit, go on.
If the Knicks were to lose this series, and let's say LeBron leaves the Lakers, bias aside, you being a New York Knicks fan, if he's the guy to come to be the final piece to get the Knicks over the line, does his rank of where you, and I don't know where you rank him as far as best NBA players of all time, but does it add another notch to the belt for him to be put in a different conversation to where he's at if he was the final piece to get the Knicks over the line? Because for me, I think he gets put even closer to the table with Kareem and Mike than what he already is, if that happened.
Yeah, I got him top 5 all the time.
So do I. He's top 3 for me.
Yeah, I got him top 5 all the time. And I think it depends on how he would. It's fair. That's a fair take. And it would depend on how he helped us get. Now, if he, say, for example, he averages 19 points throughout the season and has a decent run in the playoffs. And then when we get to the finals, he makes some big shots, right? Like the 2016 NBA title, LeBron's name is written all over it, but it was Kyrie who hit that big shot against Golden State. You know, he would have to have a moment. Couldn't just be, hey, you coast through the regular season and then in the playoffs, there was a clear separation between your performance, OG's performance, and Cat performance. Yeah. You would have to be involved. Like key moments where I could point to, be like, we needed this, and LeBron pulled it out. But if he takes a turn driving the bus, if he's just a passenger, then I'll probably just keep top 5. But if he does and bring the because he would have bought a title to Cleveland after how long? 50-something what?
Well, the city of Cleveland in general was 50-something years because it was the Cleveland Browns. I think it was 51 years.
Yeah. It
was 51 years for Cleveland. New York is 73.
Yeah.
For that. So you're talking 53 years. If they didn't pull it this year, it'd be 54. Yeah. I mean, especially getting 5.
Yeah.
4 is different. 5 is a different level then once you hit that 5 mark for titles.
Yeah, I think that would be massive, man. Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson are the first college teammates to start in the NBA Finals since George McCann and Jorgensen, and that was DePaul in the 1948 Lakers. That's mad. Yeah. And the thing is, Mikel, and this is the thing, DiVincenzo was on this team as well before we made all those trades. He's a Villanova boy. Yep. You know, that Jalen Brunson, his route to the NBA Finals kind of reminds me of like Jamie Vardy-esque.
Yep.
You know, remember Jamie Vardy started late bloomer, and did the bits there. Like normally, modern day players don't win 2 national titles because as soon as they win one, they're gone. Their stocks are high.
Yeah,
had to stay because his NBA stock wasn't really that high, to the point where he was a 2nd-round pick. Even Stephen A, that's creaming his pants all over him right now, was shocked. It was like, we're doing all this just to get Jalen Brunson. And as a small guard, he's in small guard conversation with the big small guards, if you know what I mean, the big names, the Isaiahs, the Steph, and the Stocktons of the world. So, you know what? We talk about Steph and Isaiah now that the small guards thing is a topic. So, shit, fair or foul? Fair or foul, Gianni? Hey, Isaiah or Steph?
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's tough.
Because some of the young ones, I know Steph is great and Steph sits at certain tables, but Isaiah was the original small guard.
Man. And see, here's the problem. Even though he played for Detroit, man, I got to show Isaiah love because he's a Chicago kid.
He is.
Even though he's a Pistons boy, he is a Chicago kid through and through. Oh, because here's the problem. Magic Johnson would only have 4 rings if it wasn't for Isaiah Thomas's injury, because that Pistons team would have won 3 in a row if it wasn't for that
injury when he was limping up the pitch and still getting buckets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is with this, if it wasn't for Isaiah Thomas, there is no Steph Curry. That's the other thing, is you also have to look at the influence, because bro, nobody saw. Okay, if you're a real basketball head, first of all, when we talk about handles, even to this day, Isaiah Thomas is in the conversation for best handles of all time. Now, you still have Skip to My Lou, Ray for Alston. You have Sham God, who has to be in that conversation. Obviously, Kyrie. Obviously, Allen Iverson. And my personal opinion, who also has to get thrown in there for me, is White Chocolate, because I think Jason Williams gives everybody a run for their money when it comes to handles.
Fair shout.
Now, the thing for me, which is why I'm just going to give the nod to Isaiah, I'm going to give the nod by an inch to Isaiah Thomas over Stephen Curry, is Isaiah Thomas was number 1 all the time for the Pistons as far as leading them to win for scoring and everything else. And even being undersized, that man was one of the best defensive point guards there was, even being undersized at that point.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Isaiah just a hair nod over Steph Curry for that for me, because the thing that ruins it for me with Curry is everybody's seen it. They can say whatever they want to cover it up. Everybody saw Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Harrison Barnes, and Draymond Green crying their eyes out that they blew that 3-1 lead, and they called Kevin Durant in the parking lot because they knew that once they pissed off Bron and Bron smacked the shit out of them to come back from down 3-1, they needed to get Kevin Durant because they weren't going to beat that Cleveland team. For me, that still sticks in my claw that I can't forgive on that. My personal opinion. That's why I give it to Isaiah.
Yeah, and you know what? The reason why I brought up Isaiah is, like, I think people that are basketball heads like you and myself have a responsibility, especially because we do content, to educate the people who never saw Isaiah. Because the same way these young bunch are going to have to educate people on Steph when the next generation of point guard comes earlier. And the reason why I say Isaiah, not by miles, like Michael says by miles, but here's the thing with Isaiah. I'm going to include his college resume as well, because the Basketball Hall of Fame includes your college resume for Carmelo and these men. And at Indiana University, bro, he was doing bits. Like, Steph went to a mid-major at Davidson.
Yeah.
So, and no one knew. And the thing with Steph is, as great as he is, he has the 3-point shot to bail him out if he finds himself in a jam. Zaya didn't. Zaya
was going to the hole in a different league at barely 6 feet tall, shaking the shit out of everybody who tried to guard him.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest crimes was the beef between him and Michael Jordan not allowing Isaiah Thomas on the Dream Team, because he belonged on that Dream Team.
Yeah. I hear it, man.
Social joins. This is exactly why I'm saying LeBron needs to retire. Because I do not want to see Steph and LeBron James jump on a team together, because it'll hurt both of their legacies for me.
Yeah, because I don't think it wins. I don't think that's good enough to win. I don't think that comes out the West. I think the Spurs will still be better, because I think they're going to make moves. I think the Thunder now, because, with Jalen Williams coming back. Yeah, Jimmy Buckets is 36 going on 37. Steph was going on 38. LeBron is 40 plus. Is Al Horford still on the books? Or is he going to run it back? Because he is 40 something.
Them Dominicans don't age for 10 years. Them Dominicans and Cubans like to lie about their age, and they don't crack. Their skin don't crack to where they show their age either. So he may still be on the books.
Yeah, Draymond ain't no spring chicken either. Yeah, I'm being polite. The roster is too old.
Yeah,
it's too old.
Yeah,
and I think that would hurt both their legacy for real. Third guy, Gianni Arteta. Who was the third teammates of DePaul when they won the national championship in 94? Shit, man. The third guy for 1948.
Yeah, it was shit.
Yeah,
I know the guy's name, because DePaul's down the street from me where I grew up. So we
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me on that one, TK. See, Stockton wasn't he was an efficient dribbler. Like the other men were efficient, but they had flair. Like Isaiah wasn't doing behind the backs. He would go. The only time he went through his legs is when he needed to. He needed to. He was just like shorts, efficient, pass first, score second. I think John Stockton should just be the definition of when we talk about a pure point guard.
Correct.
If you were going to make one in the lab, pure point guard, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just.
The thing is about Stockton with handles, that wasn't his game. If you go back and watch Utah, they don't really, a lot of teams don't play this no more. You don't see a pick and roll as good as Utah had it. Because Jerry Sloan, you could argue, is the best pick and roll coach of all time. Yes, he didn't win, but look at the two different combinations that he had for pick and roll. You had John Stockton and Karl Malone, who, if it wasn't for Michael Jordan, they'd have won 2 championships. If it wasn't for Jordan, that Jazz team would have won. And then he followed it up a decade later. He had Carlos Boozer and Deron Williams getting Utah winning close to 60 games a year with that pick and roll. So his pick and roll was fantastic. Stockton on handles, no. Let's just be honest here. There ain't no really white point guards that have the flash like that. That's why everybody has an appreciation for Jason Williams, because Jason Williams is your token white boy point guard that actually had the flavor. Steve Nash was not that great at handles. Nash just was very smart on an IQ level at the court. Plus, Mike D'Antoni's style fit him because it was that whole 8 seconds or less shoot the ball, and you would catch teams off guard with that. But Stockton, no. And that just, let's just be honest here. That goes for majority of white point guards. You're not going to see that type of flair. Jason Williams was one of his kind for that.
Yeah. Was Jerry Sloan the best coach never to win?
I think it's between him and who was the guy for Golden State? Because he started this whole, he's really the one that's responsible for starting this style of basketball with the 3-pointers.
Don Nelson?
Yeah, it's between them two. Because I don't think Nelson won a title as a coach either, if I'm not mistaken.
Don Nelson. Did Lenny Wilkins win?
I don't think Lenny Wilkins won.
He got a lot of wins, I think Lenny has like 1,100 wins. He has a
name is who's the old white dude that kicked Carmelo off the Nuggets? He's got a shit ton of wins. George Karl.
Yeah. George Karl. But there's been a lot of coaches that didn't win. I think Rick Adelman just died.
Yeah.
I just saw that he never won. You got because
Doug Collins. Doug Collins was a good coach that never won.
Doug Collins. Because there were a lot of good coaches who were around when Phil was cleaning up, right? We're talking about Mike Dunleavy. We're talking because that Blazers team was good enough to win.
Mighty Mouse was my boy. Damon Stoudemire, that was one of my favorite players growing up as a kid.
Yeah, that team had him, Sheed, Bonzi Wells, Greg Anthony.
And who was the power forward that went to the Knicks? When the Knicks were really bad, but he was a good player. David Lee was drafted to that team.
David Lee. They had Arvida Sabonis. They had Jermaine O'Neal backing up Sheed.
Scotty.
He had to go
Scotty
to
Pippen.
Yeah, Scotty. Yeah, Scotty.
Old man Scotty and them boys gave the Lakers all they were looking for in that 7-game series with them.
Yeah, so Mike Dunleavy.
Wasn't Zebo on that team as a kid too? Yeah. I think Zach Randolph was drafted to that team.
He meant Jermaine O'Neal were there as kids.
Yep.
They couldn't get into Mendes because they couldn't get in the team because the guys didn't load manage back then. They played.
Oh yeah, there wasn't on.
He was always gonna play. Rick Adelman was, I think he was at Sacramento for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
When C Webb and them were there, they were good enough to win as well.
He was the coach for the whole before Bibby came. He was the one with Jason Williams that was saying, "Do what you got to do."
Yeah,
because it was him,
Doug Christie,
Peja.
Yeah, Bobby Jackson, Peja. Vladdy. Vladdy Divac. Whoever. Decent squad. Decent squad that couldn't get over the line. and then some other coaches. So yeah, but all those coaches that were named, I think Jerry Sloan is better than them. I think Jerry Sloan was a really good coach because he had
that old frail man to fight you too. That was old school NBA and Jerry Sloan. That crazy old man would do that. You remember that crazy old man was trying to fight Kenyon Martin when he took out Karl Malone, and that was when Kenyon Martin had 2% body fat and looked like the Terminator.
You know what? Kenyon Martin reminded me of when I listen to Kmart sometimes, he reminds me of Perk. Because Perk be on ESPN. I'll be like, I'm saying some shit. I'll be like, Perk, we watched you play.
But Kmart was way better than Perkins.
Yeah, he was better, but I'm like, Kmart, I also like I saw you. You went to what? Cincinnati? Where he went to, he broke his leg. So I remember the Nets drafted him when they were playing in New Jersey, and when he came in the league, man, he was high flying dunk. Like he was Blake Griffin.
That was the original Lob City. Was that New Jersey Nets team with Jason Kidd tossing dimes to him? Richard Jefferson was slamming on people back in the day with that team.
Yeah, he was serious athletic. But I tell my son and I tell other young NBA connoisseurs, like Blake Griffin, Kenyon Martin, all these guys, I knew they were going to be out of the league once their athleticism went because their fundamentals never really developed.
Yeah.
No, and I think that was Kmart's problem. So now when I see him on podcasts talking about how good he was, I'm like, yeah, you were good athletically. But other than that, that's why you were out the league after Denver because you didn't fully develop enough for you to play a 20-year NBA career. Like Vince Carter was good fundamentally. Like Vince Carter had this athleticism just like you did, where he played 20 years because, he knew how to play ball. But yeah, man, that people forget that Blake Griffin. If you go, let's go look at a compilation of Kmart. This guy would take off from places you didn't know a dunk was possible, and still get to the.
What was the two-handed lob? J Kidd gave him a two-handed lob from the corner. It was like 30 feet out. Just went a two-hand like this. He jumped over somebody big. I think it might have been Jermaine O'Neal. He jumped over. And he took off from like the free throw line, damn near the free throw line, and jumped over. And Jermaine O'Neal was no slouch. Don't get it. Don't believe, for all the young NBA fans, don't think Jermaine O'Neal, when he won the title with the Golden State Warriors in 2015, that was Jermaine O'Neal's career. Jermaine O'Neal was one of the best centers in the league when he was with the Pacers. He was a freaking dog back in the day.
I didn't remember he was on that 2015 team. I swear.
Yeah, he was him and who was the Oh, fuck. He was a trained fighter. He was the big power forward for the Hornets for a while.
Oh, David West.
That was the big man for them. And then that bald bum from the Grizzlies ended up getting lucky going there. Maurice Spates. That was their big man combination with Andrew Bogut when they won the title.
Maurice Spates and Festus Ezeli. Oh my days! How did that team? Well, I know how that team won the NBA title. The first game of the Eastern Conference playoffs, I think it was Kelly Olynyk from the Boston Celtics pulled Kevin Love's shoulder out of the socket.
Yep.
So that's one All-Star down in the first round, and then they get to the finals, and Kyrie hurts himself in the game one.
Yep.
So it was LeBron, Matthew Dellavedova,
and J.R. Smith.
J.R. Smith, 2 mop buckets, and the cleaning lady.
Yep.
And they went.
And Iman Shumpert's crazy ass.
Yeah. And they went 6 games to that. Did they go 6 games that series? Yeah, they went 6 games.
Yeah, because he went up 2-1.
Yeah.
He was up 2-1 on them, and then the truth came to light that J.R. Smith was taking too much Hennessy during the games back then.
JR,
you remember the meme when he you remember all the memes that came out in the game one against
out of bounds?
Yeah.
Oh God. JR, my man. Yeah, he cost them big time. Now he's at every Knicks game. Every Knicks game I go to, he's there. They treat him like he's one of, is one of, you would think
he's
his
from
jersey.
New York, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a New Yorker. Yeah.
Yeah, He's from around the way, so he gets a lot of love. Portland, Houston, he was Rick Adelman, man. Rick Adelman. At one point, you had Rick Adelman, Rick Carlisle, a guy named Scott Skiles, and another one that just always used to rotate jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Rick Carlisle went to Indiana, to Dallas, back to Indy, didn't he?
Rick Carlisle he was with Detroit.
Detroit.
Rick Carlisle took over for Larry Brown at Detroit. So he was the coach. So Larry Brown, I think, left Detroit after they beat the Spurs. They beat the Lakers.
Then he came to us. Yeah.
The following year, Rick Carlisle took over the Pistons, and then he was the coach for the Pistons for that whole run afterwards, where they were in like the Eastern Conference Finals for like 5 or 6 straight years after they made it to the NBA Finals and won. Rick Carlisle was the coach, I think, that lost to the Spurs the following year and then remained on with the Pistons. And then once he lost the Pistons job after they couldn't win, then he went down to Dallas and eventually won with them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I thought Rick Carlisle was always a good coach. I like Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, he did well in Dallas, man. He did extremely well in Dallas.
To be honest, Rick Carlisle is the coach that gave the blueprint on how to beat LeBron James. Because if you look at that Dallas Mavericks series, once he went to the Heat, every other team has copied the way the Mavericks had played against LeBron to knock LeBron out. It's 3 points and D. You have to be able to make your 3 points and make LeBron win on his own and take out the rest of his team.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, man. It's one of them ones. Big up to Benji. Big you up, my G. Big you up every single time. Yeah. Now, listen, when the game comes on, we'll jump back into some basketball. But we do a quick transition to some World Cup news, man. World Cup kicks off in about, less than a week?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. The buzz in Seattle here ain't what I thought it would be.
Buzz in the country ain't what everybody thought it was. It's terrible.
Fucking hell. But let's kick off the World Cup talk with a fair foul for you. I got a fair foul for you. Because I just found out today that Camavinga wasn't in the sprint squad. I thought he was there. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So Camavinga being snubbed out of France, bigger snub. Camavinga out of France, or Foden, Palmer, Morgan, Gibbs White snubbed out of England. Which one surprised you more?
Camavinga.
Yeah. What's going on there?
I thought he got injured towards the end of the season, which is why he got left off. I don't think they thought he was going to be back in time for first of all, I think the other thing is Didier Deschamps also adopted Adrien Rabiot, because I don't know how this guy keeps making the French national team, if I'm being quite honest with you.
Is his mom still his agent?
I think maybe Didier Deschamps is sleeping with Adrien Rabiot's mom at that point for him to keep getting the damn job, if you're asking my opinion. But I don't know how Rabiot gets onto the team when he wasn't that good for Milan. When you look at Camavinga, but it's also because I think Camavinga had a lot of injuries this year. I mean, I think this year is like it's the lowest amount of players ever called up to a World Cup by a Real Madrid squad. I think this World Cup has the least amount of Real Madrid players in the history of the World Cup.
Wow. Because I'm looking at their midfield roster right now, right? And they got Kone.
Mm-hmm.
They got N'Golo Kante, who is about dead and a half. He's old.
Yeah.
Chouameni, Rabiot, who's 31. That's it. They got Zaire Emery, but he's not really a DM. Everyone else is either attacker or defenders. I think Camavinga would have been a better shot than Rabiot. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I was shocked, bro. When someone told me, I thought he was sure shot going. I was like, nah. Join says better balance, better options.
I don't think Adrien Rabiot is a better option than Camavinga, in my personal opinion. I understand Rabiot getting the call up because he's experienced with France, if that's the route you're going to take, if Camavinga was still hurt because of the amount of injuries he had this year. But besides that, you can't tell me in 2026 that Adrien Rabiot's a better midfielder than Camavinga. N'Golo Kante, I mean, it is what it is. He's a legendary player of the recent era, so I kind of understand it, but I don't know. I think the thing for me is that I was a little shocked with Camavinga because even though the guy's been hurt the last couple of years at Real Madrid, I still think he's a top midfielder. Now, when you were asking about the fair or foul with the English guys, Foden has done nothing to deserve a pathway onto the England squad.
What you mean? You didn't see that back heel? That back heel he did against Crystal Palace?
Oh, no.
That wicked back heel. They said he must be on the plane after that back heel.
Yeah.
But, I think he was Semenyo that scored that back heel.
Yeah.
Like, the man did shit for 2 years. Oh,
Exactly.
he doesn't want back heel. He has to be on the plane.
And to be honest with you, that's the reason why, whether all the English fans liked it or not, because the guy's German, that's the reason why the English FA went and hired Thomas Tuchel. They didn't want the same nonsense, because if Gareth Southgate was still the coach, Gareth Southgate would have brought all the guys that have been out of form and took a chance on it, and they're not trying to do that.
Yeah.
And the same way the New York Knicks, the mecca of basketball, needs to win the title, it's about time England wins. Now, I'm sorry for all the English fans, you ain't fucking winning, but
They ain't got no chance? None? None whatsoever? They have the best striker at the World Cup.
they do, but it's the rest of the team that worries me.
They have one of the best 10s in Morgan Rogers, and they got Eze. The thing is that what Join says on the screen, better options, balance. I think that fits the bill for England. I really think it does over these big names. And the problem I have with the English media is, while Southgate was there, they would criticize him and say he's only taking these players based on name, and then they go and hire someone who's not doing what Southgate's doing, and then they're criticizing him for it. Like, is that like they're trying to tell him who to pick? Oh, you should have picked Foden. You should have picked Palmer. No, Palmer and Foden have been poor. Now, Morgan Gibbs White, I agree. He's been good.
That was a big miss, yeah.
And I would have liked to see him over Jordan Henderson.
Yeah.
I don't think Henderson. Listen, leadership and all that. Like Harry Kane can wear the armband. Declan Rice is there. You don't need. And those guys are going to be on the pitch leading from the front.
Yeah.
If Henderson is playing at the World Cup, England, you have a problem. If he's on the pitch, you're in deep shit. I mean, someone is injured, or Southgate or Tuchel is out of ideas. Yep. So I do think that's a spot wasted, but I can appreciate him not succumbing or cowering to the pressure of the English media trying to tell him who the fuck to bring to the World Cup. Camavinga and Chouameni has been a hard choice. I think they can play together.
They can play together.
Yeah.
They won two fucking Spanish. They won 2 doubles in 3 years under Ancelotti at Real Madrid. What we doing here?
And I remember Rabiot in that Euros against Spain, bro. That Spanish midfield was running circles around him. There. He's just.
What about when they played that stupid 3-4-3 shit in the Euros and Switzerland ran them over? Granted, Xhaka taught fucking Adrien Rabiot that the ball was round.
Yeah.
Like, what we do? That's why I said I think Didier Deschamps might be pounding Mrs. Mama Rabiot in order for him to keep getting these jobs, because it don't make any sense.
Did you see him play yesterday? Because Ivory Coast beat him 2-1.
And where was the attack from the midfield coming? Rabiot side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the amount of talent that he had to pick from, I think Rabiot was not the best choice. Now, Arsenal Football Club got 16 players at the World Cup. Which one of our players is coming back with a World Cup medal? So I'm asking you who's going to win the World Cup without asking you who's going to win the World Cup. Out of the 16, you remember when McAllister came back to Brighton and they all had the guard of honor for him and all these other men, these Tottenham men who didn't even fucking play, were getting World Cup honors. Who's coming back? Is it Big Willie? Is it Big Gabby? Is it Deckers?
Willie's not there. He got dropped.
Oh, Saliba
got pulled. Saliba got pulled.
I think that happened today because I checked.
I thought Saliba got pulled because he got hurt again.
Oh shit! I don't know about it again. I know there was a talk about his back, but then Deschamps was like, and he was on the bench yesterday.
Well, if Saliba didn't get pulled, then I think it's Saliba.
Oh yeah.
I think it's either the French or Spanish that are winning. I'm not buying into this whole rumor that's going around that because Cristiano Ronaldo went to the White House that Trump and everybody are going to rig the the World Cup for Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't believe that's going to happen. Okay, so he didn't get dropped because there was rumors that they were dropping him and then they were going to make an emergency call because of his back injury and stuff that he may not be able to play. But okay, I personally think I think France is going to right the wrong from 4 years ago. I think they win.
Yeah,
but if it's not them, it's Spain. If it's not them, it's Spain.
I like France because if you go back 10 years with this French bunch, right? 2016 final. All right, Euros final, 2018 they win it, 2022 final. Like they've been there, like every single one in the past 10 years they've been right there, thereabouts. Very experienced bunch. Like it's hard to make a case against France, even if you're making a case for England, for Germany, for Spain. It's very difficult to argue against this French bunch because they have all the experience. They got world-class talent littered through all that squad. And then listen. N'Golo Kante can walk back the years for 3 weeks.
Yep.
Especially if France win their first 2 games big, then he rests for the second game or the third game.
Yep.
And then he'll get a favorable draw in the round of 16, deal with them, and then he locks in for the quarter, semis, and the final. Because I do believe in the final, he can be menacing, as Pep found that out in Porto.
I think the thing is too, because you've been watching football longer than me, Taryn. The thing is now with France. The biggest thing I think outside of that with the experience is France finally got over the hump where all the players were fucking prima donnas. These kids, because of the French school for younger age, they learn to get along with one another at a younger age. It isn't all the issues of what it used to be where France would every single position in the world at the time in the 80s and 90s, you could argue that every single position was damn near a French player who was the best player. The problem was that they were all superstars and they all hated one another and couldn't get along because they were always prima donnas. That was always the downfall of the French that 5 or 6 players that were superstars couldn't get along with one another, and it bled out into the locker room to where France would always lose the odd stupid game for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Now, how concerned are you that the fact that we have 16 guys out there, guys who play for big clubs who can actually get to quarters and semis? How much of it do you think about that these guys going to the World Cup playing heavy minutes can hinder our chances of a repeat?
I think that's the biggest part of it, if I'm being honest with you. When you consider the fact that was a nice military way of opening up the beer. I saw that.
The only way, man. That's the only way.
I hear it. I learned quick story.
Yeah.
My uncle Jay was a reconnaissance ranger for Desert Storm, and he taught me how to do that at 13. And I've done that the whole time. My mom hates it. She goes, "Your teeth." That's
I said, it's technique. Just technique. Trust me.
Only Army boys and jarheads do that.
Yeah.
Navy and Air Force, they ain't doing that. Them boys are still doing this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they get their beard open for them.
Yeah. Army and Marine boys, they either use the lighters or they use teeth. It's one or the other when they open a beer. That's about it.
It's a lovely service. The Air Force, we call them the chair force because them, man, don't participate in any of the war, bro. They take us there and leave. Yeah. Some of the way we eat food, when we eat chow in the Army and in the Marines, then we go to an Air Force base and see how them men eat. Like we eat, like when we have a VIP, when the president or the secretary of defense is coming to visit us, we'll get a steak, a dry ass steak, or a piece of lobster. Them men eat that shit on a regular.
Yeah, they get comp lunch.
Yeah, airmen. Like listen, young people, stay away from the Army and the Marines. Go to the damn Air Force. You will be a person. You will be a human being. We're just a number. You know what I'm saying? The Air Force live good, man.
Yeah.
Big up to RSV. So I would have more faith in Portugal if it weren't for Martinez and a better head coach. They should have appointed Jose instead of Roberto Martinez. And then what do you think?
Facts.
I think if they appointed Jose, I'm not sure CR7 goes to the World Cup.
I think he still goes to the World Cup, but I think CR7 is held more in check by Jose than Roberto Martinez. I think Roberto Martinez is one of the most overrated freaking coaches in football. Yeah. This guy is holding on to a reputation from over a decade ago with Everton. Like, the jig is up, bro. Like, everybody swore. You know what's amazing? This guy was the manager for the majority of the time with the so-called golden generation of Belgium, but couldn't win.
Couldn't win.
You're lucky that the freaking United States didn't know how to freaking get their shit straightened out because Tim Howard was stopping everything that damn game when the USA went against Belgium in the first round. You're lucky that bum, Chris Waldenowski, couldn't just tap the ball in and not sky it and send it back to Brussels when he missed that freaking World Cup goal in a knockout round. Because the United States would have knocked you out. And then, funny enough, 2 years later, the worst Italian team in the Euros knocked you out 2-1 when you guys were supposed to be the favorites to win. He's a bum. He's an absolute bum.
That Tim Howard game, he
Him
turned
and
into
the Shaka Hislop game against Sweden in 06 with Trinidad and Tobago, those are the two best goalkeeping performances I've ever seen in my life. Tim Howard was unconscious that game, the way he was stopping everything.
I don't think I've ever seen I may have seen a better performance at club level, but at country, I've never seen. I don't think I've ever seen a performance like that, to the point where people who didn't even watch football started to make memes about Tim Howard, about things Tim Howard can save, like a Kardashian marriage, that type of shit. Like there was nothing that this man can't save, because he had no business saving some of those shots, man. He played out of his skin. Yeah, Portugal, I don't know, man. That I was so pissed at him for the disappointment of that Belgium squad, for real, in 2018, especially 2018, where KDB was still KDB and Hazard was still, you know what I'm saying? These are two of the best midfield and attacking players in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
your front line going forward. Dries Mertens was hooping at Napoli when he was on that team. Aiden's younger brother was on the other side. Torgan was playing crazy ball for Gladbach at the time when Gladbach had a good team. You know what the problem was? The Spurs back line. Vertonghen and Toby Alderweireld's bum ass, who everybody tried hyping up was a good freaking center back line, when them bums were always good for mistakes throughout the year, to why Tottenham couldn't win. They weren't going to do a tournament. You had old man Lorenzo Insigne hooping your ass in the Euros when Italy won. You knew you were shot when that happened. That team was overhyped, man. They had great midfielders and attackers. Their defense was so suspect.
That was definitely a golden generation of folks that he wasted. And I'm not sure what he did at Everton was so great to even get him that job in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Not back then, no.
Yeah, because I'm like, shit, if that's the case, if that's the criteria, just give the job to Marco Silva. He just left Fulham, didn't he?
Bro, if you're giving somebody leeway from 14 freaking years ago, my fat ass should be given an opportunity to try out for a team then. Give me 9 months to quit smoking dope and freaking get myself back into shape, and I can make a team then, if we're going to go off of 14 years ago.
Yeah. England will never win the way media overhypes their players and due to political issues. If I'm going to divvy up a point scale or a percentage scale, I'm not giving them no chance just because of the damn Harry. I think Harry Kane has shaken the Spurs thing off him now. I think he has completely distanced himself from that club, because even when he was there with the shittiest defense in this, they never flirted with relegation. These men are on back-to-back 17th. He is winning things now. Declan Rice knows what he would do for his profile to be a Premier League and World Cup winner. Eze can do bits at international level when he doesn't have to trap back all the time. So I think England, I would put their chances in like the single digits. They're nowhere near favorites. But if Germany and England play in the quarterfinals or the semis and England wins 2-1, I don't think that's a shocker around the world.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So I think England can do bits. But I think if they come up against France or Spain or even Portugal, I think they might get bounced out.
I'll be honest with you, bro. The way the brackets are set up, they could catch Senegal. And if Senegal's at full strength, I wouldn't be shocked if Senegal knocked out England.
Okay, let me see what group are those fuckers in. England are in Group L. So if they win their group, they'll get the runner-up of Group K. Shit. Yeah. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got these third place teams and how they line up. It could be mad.
That's the other problem with that.
Yeah. The defenders that England took. Reece James, Konza, Stones, Mark Gahey, Big Dan Burn, Kwanzaa, Jed Spence. Oh shit.
I didn't get the Jed Spence call up.
Yeah, Jed Spence and Stone. Like there was one defender on here two that I rate. Kwanzaa and Gahey. I think Stones is past it. And I think Reece James is more midfield. I think he enjoys playing in midfield now more than anything. He's more like he'd probably play wing back in this system more than
I would put John Stones in the middle next to Declan Rice.
Not Elliot Anderson.
No. Huh? I would put Elliot Anderson in as your second half for whoever isn't playing well out of those two midfielders in the game, so that you got energy now to go forward and maybe bum rush the other team for the second half and give them a different look. I think John Stones for me, I think really to talk about that whole City run, I think all them center backs are overrated if you want my honest opinion. I think all them center backs were bailed out by the fact that Kyle Walker's speed made up to stop whoever the opponent's best attacker was. Because them guys, how many times did we see City screw up against stupid teams in the Champions League because that midfield was susceptible if you got at them? I mean, there's a legitimate argument to make that Aymeric Laporte was the best center back that City had in that whole time period, because Laporte could actually defend out in open play decently. Ruben Diaz, if he gets exposed, he ain't that great. John Stones had one good year, which happened to be the year they won the treble, and he played more in the midfield with that hybrid 3-2-4-1 that Pep played that year. He's not that great of a defender. I think them guys are really overrated in my personal opinion. If you're going to solidify the defense, I would put Rice and Stones in the midfield and bum rush Elliot Anderson in the second half and attack them. Like, how does Wharton, with how successful Crystal Palace has been in the last 12 months, how does Adam Wharton get left off the team for Jordan Henderson? That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, Jordan Henderson, I would say that he's there for vibes, but he's not a vibesy bloke, is he? Motherfucker is a scouser that talk funny. You know what I'm saying? He's not a vibesy guy. I don't know. He's not there for leadership. Declan is a leader. Harry Kane was been kept. Yeah, brother. Like, he must have fucking nudes on goddamn Tuchel, man. I don't know. Portugal has a shot. There's an outsider. I just don't know. The knockout pass will definitely reveal a lot, because Portugal has, right, they have Christie, big game player, right? They got the reigning assist playmaker of the year in the Prem. They have what's his name? Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
They got him. What are the big name players, Portugal?
I like that kid. They're talking about him going. I wouldn't mind seeing him at Arsenal. I like that kid.
Which one?
Gonzalez from Sporting.
Gonzalez. Okay. Yeah. Portugal definitely has a shout. They're going to be a.
I think Senegal and Turkey are the two teams to watch out for as the dark horses, in my personal opinion.
Let me look at their roster again. Portugal. I don't even know. They probably had go with Rui Silva in goal.
No, they'll go with that Diogo Costa, I think his name is, the goalkeeper for Porto. Yeah, they'll go with him they'll go with him. They got a good team. Portugal's got a damn good team. It's just, how limited are you going to be by forcing Ronaldo in at the number 9 position?
Yeah, they're definitely going to force him in. That's the problem I have with Bruno. When I watch Portugal play, a lot of times the right play to make is to fucking Guedes or someone, and they try to hoof it and force the goddamn ball to Ronaldo, because Bruno knows he'll cuss if he don't get the ball. But Rafi, I got Leao, Gonzalo, Ramos. I don't think Ramos is it. I think PSG will be looking for a new striker soon. Pedro Neto, he don't know if he's coming or going sometimes. Yao Felix, the biggest lone hoe in football. Seriously, man. I don't think we've ever seen someone who's been like we see guys who go on loan and turn into journeymen, but they don't cost 120 million. For the price tag, he shouldn't be on that many goddamn loans. They loaned this son of a bitch to Barca. Like, come on. Like, you're competing with Barca, Real Madrid, and then you're gonna help them? Like, come on, Atleti. Like, I don't know. Was Bertha a part of that shit deal?
He was, but Simeone wanted him because Simeone saw him as the new Griezmann when they got him.
They loaned Griezmann to Barcelona as well. Fuck me.
Yeah.
What's that? Some you talk about brown envelopes.
Hey,
that's some
us
serious brown
Italians know
envelopes.
what we're doing, brother. Us Italians know what we're doing.
Wow, you know. Did you hear the rumors? Raya's gonna be number one for Spain.
Good. He should be. Unai Simon, Athletic Bilbao didn't even qualify for Europe. I think they finished 12th. I'm sorry. David Raya, for me, has cemented his name in the top 5 best goalkeepers in the world. Cemented his name to where it's going to take a lot for him to fall out of that.
Yeah. Listen, the first few months of the PL will be rough. Makeshift team. Ethan there's no rest.
Yep.
There's absolutely no rest. And this is why on Sammy's channel earlier, I was like, bro, Ethan, rotation is the word that I'm running going forward. Got the minutes. You need to learn how to rotate, Mikel. Like, bro, don't wait till Timber falls off before you give him a break. Don't wait till this guy break down. How much rest is Declan Rice really going to get? We know that Tuchel is going to ride him like a horse. And he's the one.
That's why I'm kind of hoping England gets knocked out early so that the Arsenal boys get rest. It's not even for me to be a dig at England and everything else. It's me being a fan of Arsenal, and I'm not a fan of England. That's why I'm hoping that happens. I personally think that it's like that's going to be the biggest reason to why Arsenal cannot repeat is because of Arteta's lack of understanding he needs to rotate players. And that's what's going to – because, bro, if he don't rotate players, you can't tell me that Declan Rice ain't going to have a major injury 2 to 3 months into the season. And if that happens, we're fucked.
Yeah, we need to keep his games to like 50 or lower. Yeah. He was over 60 games this year. We have to find a way to get some rotation.
Honestly, you need to get a bit. Honestly, for the first 2 to 3 months of the season, Declan Rice should only be playing 60 minutes max, depending on where England gets in the tournament. He should be getting 50, 60 minutes max for the first 3 months just to protect him.
Yeah. Yeah. If England gets knocked out early, then we're getting 4 guys back. Right?
Four key guys. Yeah. 4 key guys back.
Yeah, we got what? 2 for Brazil, 4 for England, 1 for Belgium, 2 for Spain, and 1 for Ecuador.
1 for France.
Yeah, 1 for France. Well, 3 for Spain if you count Raya. Yeah, well, you have to count. You got Raya, Mikel, and Zouk. But yeah, if England gets knocked out early, Declan gets the rest because he needs man needs a vacation, blood. Man is in the Premier League season, team of the season, the Champions League team of the season, some heavy minutes, and trying to be included in the team of the tournament.
Yep,
over guys like this, over Vitinha and João Neves. Bellingham is a bum. How is he even in the England squad? He couldn't leave out all the big names.
Politics is why he got there.
Yeah, he had to take some of the big name. But I think if you're Foden, if you feel aggrieved, it's your ego. If you're Palmer, if you feel aggrieved, it's your ego. If you're Morgan Gibbs White, you feel aggrieved.
Yeah.
Because you should have been there. Yeah.
Same with Wharton. With Wharton on that. Yeah. Foden's been dog shit for 2 years.
Do that 2 damn years. Yeah, he's got that dodgy A there. Oh, did he? Okay.
Big facts.
Okay. Big facts. What was the one that the other big agent that had passed away 2 years ago, man? That had
Mino Raiola, the
Raiola.
Italian kid.
Yeah.
But his son was smart. They took his name and created a sports agency out of it. It's Raiola. It's like Raiola Sports Agency. Is what they did. They have a lot of decent name players under their whole thing because Raiola was the first super agent. He was before George Mendes. Like Raiola was the one who got the big money for Ibrahimovic when he went to PSG from Milan.
Yeah, he was Pogba agent too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he got the big money move from Pogba for Juventus to Man United.
Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of big money moves, we may or may not make one this summer. And there's talk about Morgan Rogers. There's smoke there. I hope there's a fire. I'm seeing Rafael Leal pull his pants halfway down, twerking.
Nope.
Twerking for the Premier League move. I'm hearing the Koopy shouts. I'm hearing the Yildiz shouts. Big money moves this summer.
Give me Rodgers. Give me Rodgers.
Do we need a whole bunch of big money moves, or do we just need to tweak it a little bit so we don't end up with a half a new team and fuck it like Liverpool fucked it?
No. Your three big money moves is going to be your $60 million to permanently sign Nkapie, because we can't let him go to Barcelona, in my personal opinion. We need a big money move for whoever is going to pair up with Declan Rice next season in the midfield, because I personally don't think Mikel still doesn't trust MLS to be a full-time starter. However, I think MLS has earned the right to get big minutes next year, because I think the change over from switching from Zubamendi to MLS in those last 5 games is a big reason why we got over the line to win the title. Zubamendi, for me, we could get rid of his ass for all I care. That $70 million for that bum is a fucking steal. Real Sociedad's laughing all the way to the bank for that one. But
man, he's gonna come good this year.
Listen, for me, I think he should be the backup for Rice. I think Zubamendi and MLS should be the backup midfield for the two that you're going to have, and then you go get somebody else to pair up with Rice. Who that is up for a debate. But as far as the left wing's the big money signing. My personal opinion, watching City A, I'm not spending 100 million euros on Yildiz, because when it came down to crunch time, he didn't show up for Juventus. That's why Juventus went from 3rd to 6th in the last 6 games. He was not there. So people can say whatever they want about the kid. And here's the other thing. I don't want Arsenal falling into a James Rodriguez or Enzo Fernandez trap, because for all we know, Yildiz in Turkey, for me, I think is one of the dark horses, because I think Turkey is loaded with ballers and could catch a couple teams off guard. I don't want Yildiz to ball out at the World Cup, and now Juventus says, you know what? We didn't make Champions League. We got to sell a player. We're going to sell Yildiz, but now the price tag went up from 100 million to 120 million because he had a good tournament. I'm not buying the bullshit. Go give me Rodgers. He's proven in the Premier League. When Aston Villa was decimated with injuries, he was the only one standing tall, standing on business the whole time, and was a major part of them doing what they did, not only for finishing 4th, but winning their fucking Europa League. The kids proved it for me. I'm sick of seeing. I like Krupi. He looks good. But I'm sick of seeing these one-season wonders going for 100 million. It's absolute nonsense what's come out of this with this situation.
Yeah. You know what you said there about balling out of the World Cup? I'm kind of hoping Odegaard does that.
Yeah, so we could sell his punk ass.
Yeah, that's what I said. I hope he has a tournament of his lifetime. I hope the extra space or the extra time that he's going to have on the ball that he doesn't get in the Premier League, I hope he takes that into account and play Erling Haaland through time and time again. I hope he's like the leading assist merchant in the group phase, and then we can package that with his Premier League medal and get him the fuck up out here. Yeah,
yep.
That way.
Same goes for Gabriel Martinelli. Hope he tears it up for Brazil so we can sell his ass. Same thing goes for Leandro Trossard with Belgium. I hope he tears it up so we can get rid of his ass. I hope all the guys that we're talking about selling have a great tournament so we can flip them. Yeah, because I'm tired of seeing this dead wood at the freaking at the club. In my personal opinion, that's
speaking of at the tournament, fair or foul? Another fair or foul for you. Mascara should have stayed his ass as a Colombia national.
Yes.
Fair, yeah?
I don't know how controversial we're going to get on this.
Bro, this is a space for controversy.
I personally do not like certain countries with that shit. I do not like Italy getting Argentinian players because I know we have a good enough players. It's just the politics behind it to where that leads to. France is a different story with how they run as far as that. So France, I'm not going to get too crazy about as far as that. Mosquera, to me, you should have stayed Colombian, A, because you would have been a shoo-in for continual starts. B, I personally do not like I'm trying to dance around this and not try to create too much chaos. I do not like a lot of players going back. When you think about colonial shit, I don't really like players going back to certain situations. And
so in a football sense, you're not a fan of multinationalism.
Correct. No.
So
except for France, to me, France, England, and the USA are the only exceptions. France, the exception is this. If you are born in the countries that France colonized, those countries still pay the colonial tax. Now, there's certain things that are good and terrible for those countries in that scenario. If you're good at high school level and in school, there's incentives for you to go to France for education and everything else because you may not be able to get the same education in the country that you're in. If you're speaking French from grade 1 and the French is already in your culture, I understand that a little bit more. However, just because you speak Spanish, I don't understand people leaving Colombia, Argentina, or whatever to go back to Spain. I don't get that whatsoever.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Messi had picked Spain over Argentina?
Not Spain. He'd have picked Italy. He's Italian.
No, because I know that he spent so much time in La Masia from when he was very, very young.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think I agree except for England. And here's why I don't agree with fucking England. When you call yourself the home of football, yeah, and I know they say this in the pubs. They won't say it publicly, but they would prefer England to bring it home with an Englishman. Yeah. Because I will put, if England and Germany meet in the final of the World Cup, where do you think Thomas Tuchel's allegiances lie?
Germany.
Because if I'm coaching the Reggae Boys, if I'm coaching the United States national team and we're playing the Reggae Boys in the final, and I'm throwing the game. I'm saying it right now. Throwing the goddamn game. That's my illusion. Because Thomas Tuchel, if he wins that game, say he embarrasses Germany, they're gonna have to give him a British passport because he can't go back there.
No,
he can't.
And not only that, the amount of stick and bullshit that Tuchel had to deal with by even taking the English job. It's like, bro, World War II was 80 fucking years ago. It is what it is. Let it fucking go. Let it go. What are we doing here? It's 2020, whatever the fuck year it was when he got the job. You know what I mean? And see, the reason why I hear you with what you're saying with it, the reason why I look at England and the United States differently is because whether the English want to hear it or not, England is the closest replica of the United States as far as being a melting pot when you look at like London, for example. The melting pot that England turned into is why I don't have as much of a problem with it. Same thing with the United States. We're such a big we are a melting pot. We are the country of immigrants. So that's why I don't have that much of an issue with the United States. However, we have our own problems as a country when it comes to playing football because we have this stupid ideology of the pay-to-play system where majority of the best athletes and talents that we could have playing for our team are already pushed to the side by the time they're 10 years old.
Yeah.
Like I had shout out to Natster. I had this conversation with Natster. If football was pushed in the neighborhoods at an early age, and I'm talking urban neighborhoods across the board, doesn't matter what race you are, the United States puts out the best athletes. I don't care who you want, what country you want to choose. We put out the best athletes. If you had a football team where it wasn't a pay-to-play system and we had 11 LeBron James athlete style in fucking football over here, we'd be kicking the shit out of everybody. And they would hate it because we call it soccer over here rather than calling it football like the rest of the world. But
Yeah.
because we do everything ass backwards with this sport over here is the reason why we hinder ourselves from winning the World Cup. Because athletically, I'm sorry, there's no country on the planet that can fuck with the United States. There just isn't.
You know what? I had a big up to Suge. Suge said Suge loves him some Surge, you know.
I wouldn't be upset at Serge coming back to Arsenal and getting a title with us. It's just my only worry about Serge is the amount of injuries that he's picked up in the latter part of his career. If we were talking about getting Serge Gnabry to come back 3-4 years ago, I'm on board because he was hooping at Bayern at that time.
Yeah. You know, the thing with the United States pay to play system, like, I wish, because when I lived in Germany, man, I went to this Leipzig football academy, bro. And it's essentially they cast the net so wide, and it's all free, right? Mm-hmm. It's all free, and they look for talent. Now, if your kid meets the talent threshold, then you, the parent, sign an agreement with the academy, and the academy pays you, the parent, for the time that your kid is in their academy. And every 6 months to a year, they get evaluated, and they either get released from the program or they graduate. And these kids are 6 or 7 years old. By the time these kids are 13, they are so fundamentally sound. By the time they get to 14, 15, they know how to play football. Now you just have to teach them systems. You know, how do you fit into a system, formations, and all this stuff? I think the American Federation has enough money to do that. They can build a football university or a soccer academy, whatever they call it. You cast a wide net. Don't just pay to play, because kids who live in 3-car garages like my lazy ass son, he ain't gonna put in the work. You know what I'm saying? Because you remember the coach that coaches Michigan State, Tom Izzo. Is his name?
Yeah.
Tom Izzo. Like, when he was doing bits in college, they asked him what's his recruiting strategy. That's what the fuck he said. He said, I do not recruit kids from 3-car garages. They are lazy as fuck. Tom
Izzo goes with an armada to the hood to go fucking recruit his fucking players.
Yeah.
But bro, that's the same thing that's the same thing in the States with what you got to do with football.
Yeah.
If you were able to get the message across that you could potentially make through endorsements and everything else, the same amount of money that you would make in the NFL or basketball that you could make abroad in football to the urban communities, no matter where it is in the States. If you could get that message across, you're talking a whole different level of athletes that we would have at our disposal to be playing the sport here than what we're already dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just be honest. Giuseppe Rossi, in my opinion, is the greatest talent to ever come out of the United States. He was not a kid from a 3-car garage. His parents were 2 broke greaseball immigrants from Italy in Jersey, and the kid went back because his parents couldn't afford the crazy amount of money that they charge for these stupid club-level teams.
Yeah.
The amount of money. What was that old stupid program they had in the 90s and early 2000s? I think it was AYSO. I think that's what it was called, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
If you did that and went to the neighborhoods to get kids to try to play, and again conveyed what could potentially happen, you're talking a whole different caliber of team we would have.
Yeah. You know, urban legend reveals that if Neymar grew up in the United States, we probably wouldn't know who the fuck he is.
No, he would have went back to Brazil and still played for Brazil because he couldn't afford to do it.
Couldn't afford to play. Yeah, that's what it is. So essentially, what the American Soccer Federation or the youth program is that they eliminate, I don't want to say half, but probably more than half of their talent.
I would say 80%. I would say 80% of the potential talent that we could have for the United States gets alienated because of everything else. Bro, why are the best athletes playing basketball or football? Because it's cheap. It's for free. You got Pop Warner cost you $50 back in the day. That's why you had so many fucking great talents in the NFL all the time, because Pop Warner was nothing. All the pads and everything else was free. They provided it for free. They weren't coming out of pocket.
Yeah.
You want to play for a good club team in the United States, you're talking $10,000 a year. Start now. And the kid's 9 years old. Ain't nobody paying that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, like the kids that I used to see when I used to go to the Leipzig Academy and see these kids at 12 and 13 years old, so fundamentally sound, where they would take a corner with no run-up. The striking power of the ball, because they've done it over and over. They know what part of the foot to hit the ball with. They know where to hit the ball. No run-up, corner kick, boom on the 6-yard box every time. Technically sound at 13 years old. Like, fucking hell, man. And this is why when you look at where this country is, because, for example, if you look at England, and you got the guys who were playing for England, you got some playing in Germany, Harry Kane, you got some playing in La Liga, then Tuchel have to get him back and get him to play. The Spanish players play all over the world, but when they go back to play for Spain, they know what it is. They know how Spanish football is played, right? So that's why when we had when Spain had the overload of midfield, right? When they had Xavi Alonso, Busquets, Iniesta, and they also had
Iniesta, and the whole goon squad.
Yeah, Fabregas could barely get a kick.
Yeah, they had to play him at false nine because he couldn't start the.
You know what I'm saying? But now when we have Bellingham, Foden, and these men, they have to play because they play for a big club now. No,
nope,
that's not how it works. You know, there are guys who are better in that position. But yeah, I think Mosquera, I think he realized it because you're not gonna play over Kabasi, but he starts for Barcelona. He's gonna play for Spain every time. So I don't know. It might be too late because he already committed, right? He already capped. He's
already capped. He's done.
Yeah. This is something the England do all the time too. When they see a player with prospect, whether it's Irish or he could have played for Ireland, they give him a call up, play him,
go back. Yep.
So he's ineligible, and then they toss him to the side if he's not good enough. Because I think Declan could have played for Ireland as well. I think he could have.
Declan Grealish. Yeah. Declan Grealish, and there's one other one that should have played for Ireland.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like the word Rob. I hardly ever use it. I say football.
Yeah, I don't like the word
NFL. I usually say NFL when I'm talking about American football.
Yeah.
Just to make that distinction. Because I hate the fucking word. I hate it.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Quaja? Shout out to Quaja, and I think Natster was on there too, because I had a crazy rant one time because somebody asked me about Landon Donovan. I think Landon Donovan is one of the biggest hand jobs in the history of the fucking sport, in my opinion.
Landon.
Huh?
No, Landon. Big up Landon.
Fuck him. You remember that bullshit that he caused in 2014 where he was trying to go to war with because he didn't like the way Jurgen Klinsmann was trying to change? This is the other thing. For those that don't pay attention to the U.S. team, Landon Donovan thought he was bigger than the entire U.S. National team. When he was going to war with Jurgen Klinsmann and got pissed off that Klinsmann left him off the team because of the fact that he didn't like the way that Klinsmann was trying to play the game. Because Landon Donovan has this same bullshit mentality like that fat moron that was our coach, Bruce Arenas, where we got to do this the quote-unquote American way. Because for a lot of people, what people don't understand is there are so many American-born kids that are Army brats or just military brats that are born on bases across the world that those kids are not able to they weren't given opportunities in the early 2000s. Klinsmann changed all that. Jermaine Jones is better than 99% of the midfielders we ever had. He never got a call up because the kid grew up in Germany and they said he wasn't American enough, which is hilarious because the kid could have served in the military for us, still being born on a German military base.
Mm-hmm.
So, same thing with John Brooks, same thing with so many other kids. That everybody, we got to do this the quote-unquote American way. Landon Donovan is one of the biggest problems in American football as far as the country getting better. When you have stupid takes like, Christian Pulisic, instead of going to AC Milan, you should come back to the MLS. For what? For what? The MLS. You could put the whole men's national team in the MLS. They got no shot of winning. They got no shot of winning. Let's just be honest. This idiot's talking about, you should come back to the MLS because if Christian Pulisic comes back, we'll be able to attract players. Who the fuck you attracted? like Landon Donovan's so stupid with some of his takes. I honestly don't know how Tim Howard does a podcast with them. If I was Tim Howard, I'd want to reach through the screen and just beat the shit out of him. Because some of the shit is some of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah. I hear it, man. Big up to Sweet Sherry. Hey, take off your panty now. Big up to Sherry. Can you name anyone off the national team now? Or can you name me 5 players?
on the U.S. team?
I know more players from the 98 squad.
Oh, you got Tyler Adams, you got Anthony Robinson, you got Pulisic. I don't know how that one bum is still on the team, the right back that everybody said, Serginho Dest. Remember when they were all hyping up that Serginho Dest is about to be the best right back in the world like 3-4 years ago because he happened to get out of Barcelona? Yeah. Florian Balogun. Yeah. Now I will say this. I like that Malik Tillman. I do like him. The kid that's on Leverkusen. Okay. You got Weston McKennie, who I like Weston McKennie. He's at the center of some crazy shit, but it's not even what he said. And I want to say this. I met Alexi Lalas in a neighborhood. At a bar, super chill. Alexi Lalas is a super cool dude.
Yeah, he seems like it.
Super cool dude. The fact that you were trying to argue that Weston McKennie is a better player than Alexis McAllister, you are so foul. You are so foul for that, bro. 1 year does not make a player better than somebody else. They just had a better year than that player at that specific time. But you also got Weah. So the USA is a decent team, but I just first of all, I think you got the wrong coach because I'm not a believer in Pochettino whatsoever.
Pochettino.
Whatsoever.
No, this team,
I think we get out of the group. I think we get second place. I think we draw against Paraguay, but we're going to get dog walked against Turkey.
Yeah,
we're going to get dog walked against Turkey. That's going to be an ugly game.
Yeah, I remember the team from '98 more than I know this team because we were embedded, intertwined with them as the Reggae Boys. It was us, them, and Mexico fighting for that third spot. Because we only got 3 spots back then. But yeah, I remember them names, bro. I remember them man like Brad Fiedel and Tracy Keller. You know, they were fighting it out for goalie.
Claudio Reyna was a baller back in the day.
Yeah, they had Eddie Pope and Frankie Hayduck in defense. You know, Marcelo Balboa. I remember him.
Was it the Marcus Beasley or Morris Adu that was pissing on the sideline before they went into the game? You remember that bullshit?
Yeah. Marcelo Balboa and Alexi Lalas and them, man. Long hair don't care. You know, and then you had men like Kobe Jones. Remember Kobe Jones that played for the Galaxy? You know, Preki and
Taylor Twellman.
Taylor Twellman, and the guy that I hated the most, Eric Ronaldo, because he always seemed to score against us.
Yeah.
That motherfucker.
And you had who was the Chicago kid that was on it? Brian McBride.
Right. Yeah. They had Wedgley as well, Roy Wedgley, but he hardly played. They had Joe Max Moore.
Who was the I think he was Nigerian. His parents were from Nigeria. He was supposed to be the next biggest thing. He was a defender. He went to Milan and his career fell apart because he couldn't stop partying and he got in trouble and he couldn't stop getting injured after that.
Is that Brian Masuneve?
No. He had the cornrows. Uguchi Onyewu.
Oh, Jesus, that motherfucker!
You remember that?
He was on the '98 squad. He was the 2002 squad.
Yes.
I remember him. Yeah. Yes. He was so clumsy as shit,
bro. That dude couldn't find tits in a strip joint with how bad he was at football.
He's like, that was Upa Makano before Upa Makano.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Yesterday when I saw France's lineup, when I saw Upa Maguire and Kanate in the starting lineup, I said they're losing this shit. They're losing today. Once I started, I was like, yeah, there's. And if Didier Deschamps know what's good for him, you might want to start Saliba and Lacroix in the games.
Yeah, definitely Lacroix.
Yeah, because that man ain't it, man. If Mascara doesn't play a senior minutes, he can go back to Colombia. I know he
got called up by Spain already.
But he did. But if that opportunity is still there, it would behoove him to take it.
Yeah, go back to Colombia, dude. Yeah. Come on, you're fucking Yerry Mina's at Cagliari and he's still getting a call up to Colombia.
Yeah,
come on, bro.
Yeah, come on. And Jefferson Lermer and shit, right?
Yeah,
that man. Now, the World Cup in the backyard, that surely Pulisic, because they flushed out of the last one, right? Or was that 2018?
No, that was 2018.
2018.
That was the Trinidad Tobago second B team. The only guy that was a starter on that team was that old man Kenwin Jones that knocked us out.
So in his backyard, Captain America gonna do something. He's gonna have a big showing, yeah. Quarters. If the United States team got to a quarters, I would consider that a success.
I would.
Yeah,
that's the farthest we've ever gotten is the quarters.
I think they got further back in the 50s. Huh?
When?
I think in the 50s, like the first 2 or 3 World Cups they finished.
Quarters when the farthest we ever got was when we lost to Germany in the quarters in 2002.
Oh shit! Let me make sure.
That's what I thought. The 50s. I know in the 50s we knocked out England in the first World Cup that England took part in, but I thought we got knocked out in like the round of 16 or some shit. Oh no, you know what? You may be right. We might have went there, but that was also at the time frame where it wasn't a full 32 teams. It was like
1930 they placed third in I think 1930 Uruguay. That might have been the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the first World Cup.
First one.
Yeah.
Quarters in the modern era. Quarters. Yeah, South Korea and Japan. But yeah, I don't expect the U.S. to do nothing, man. Even with the home court.
No.
I don't expect nothing at all. Now, the other day on TJ's channel, he had on the American Idiot Show, he had a segment where he called the way too early predictions. It was funny as hell, right? We talk about who's finishing where next season, even though the transfer window ain't happening yet. And there were a couple of Man United fans in the chat, right? That's saying a lot. And I've said to the United faithful that they have convinced themselves that they had a good season, to the point where they're talking about winning the league next year. Now, question I have is, right, are we in a space now in the Premier League where, as a team, as a football club, do you have to challenge for the league title before you go for it, or you're just going to see teams go straight for it now? Because the last 3 winners of the Premier League have been there or thereabouts, winning titles or challenging for titles. So United and Chelsea, like, chat, unless I'm having a blank, United and Chelsea haven't challenged for the league in 10 or 14 years, respectively. They haven't challenged. Like, what?
Last time I remember United challenging for the title was when they lost the league to City by like 11 points when Jose Mourinho was the manager. So last time I remember United finishing second. Oh no, Solskjaer, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer got them to finish second as well, as far as that. But this team, no, I'm not. Bro, here's the biggest problem that I have with United fans. They keep forgetting they only played 1 game a fucking week this year.
Yeah.
You got to play. Europe throws the whole, unless United and Carrick are okay with throwing away Champions League football, which they're not. Unless Michael Carrick says, you know what, we're going to do the 8 league phase games, cash in on the money we make, and we're going to go right to not qualifying for the knockouts. And we're going to play 1 game a week so we can challenge. That's the only way United's challenging for me. Because I got guys telling me there's a $300 million war chest for Manchester United. I'm sorry. $300 million is not going to get you to win. It's just not. First of all, I don't trust Carrick. Mm-hmm. Yes, Carrick did well. Again, it's 1 game a week. We need to see what he does now that European football is coming into play. Yeah. To me, that's the big – I think United has a 2-year waiting curve before we can say that they're in the running for the title.
I remember that year when United finished second, but I don't think they challenged because they finished like 19 points off, because I think that's the year City put 100 on the board.
And I think the 100-point season was that year when Mourinho got it.
They finished on 81 or 83 points. So I wouldn't even call that shit a challenge. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even call last year's 10 points behind Liverpool a challenge. The other 2, fair. So I'm interested to know what the masses think about the teams that don't challenge, that think they're just going to go straight for the league title. Because no one was there are people who are fairer than we are, who are less harsh, who saw Arsenal hanging out, hovering in second, and got the first issue. They were like, okay, they were coming, they were there. Yeah. Liverpool were challenging on the clock. They put 90-something points on the board. They've been there. City. They would challenge or they win. United and Chelsea have not challenged since they won the damn shit in 2017, bro. Like that man finished 12th and 6th and 4th and shit. United have finished 15th and 3rd and 4th and 5th. They haven't put a proper challenge together. So, but because they don't want it, because they dogged us out for the project and the process and the phases, their fan bases are just saying we're gonna go straight to challenge or just straight to winning it. Mm-hmm. And I'm here to tell them, like, nah, motherfucker, you're in a phase where you need to challenge or compete first before you're gonna leapfrog us, Liverpool or City to a title. But they ain't trying to hear it. So I'm just curious to know what your thoughts was on.
Here's the thing with Chelsea. When was the last time Chelsea cracked 80 points?
Shit, 2017 when they won it. Yeah,
I think when Sadi took over from Conte, they got 72.
Mm-hmm.
The year after they won under Conte, I think it was only like 75 points because they landed 5th. They went from 1st to 5th, but they won the FA Cup the second year with Conte. Sadi, I think, was 72 points. Tuchel, I think, at the most, the year when he came in, when he took over for Lampard, I think was 74. And then the year afterwards, I want to say is maybe 78. I don't remember the last time Chelsea cracked 80 points outside of when they won the league with Conte. Yeah. So, like, if you can't crack 80 points, you're not winning the league unless the league goes to complete shit.
Yeah.
So, like, that's already out of the woodwork. United, what did United finish on? Did United crack 75 points this year, or were they below 75?
I think they were below. I think they were on 72 points or something like that. They didn't crack 80 points. No way.
They got 71 points. So you're telling me you got 71 points where majority of the points came off the new manager bounce with Carrick.
Mm-hmm.
You got 71 points where majority of them came in the second half of the season because they were dog shit with Amared. You're telling me 71 points last year off of maybe 4 or 5 month run with Carrick in charge, and now you got to throw European football in. They ain't running for a title, man. I think if United got 4th or 3rd, that would be very impressive. For them to get 4th or 3rd with European football, that would be impressive and in a step to where you could say that maybe 2-3 years down the line, United's challenging or possibly winning a Premier League title again. But if you can't crack 80 points in the Premier League, you're not in contention for the title. You're just not.
Yeah, can't crack 80 points playing one game a week at that. It's mad.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But like Chelsea last finishes, so they won 2017. They won it, right? 10 years ago.
Right.
Next year, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 12th, 6th, 10th, 4th, 10th, and the 12th. You see that 6th place finish in 2024. These men spent most of the year in 10th.
Yes.
And the last 5 games of the season, they had won.
Got hot in the last 10 games or so.
So that's what I'm on. But it's not salty grapes and not sour grapes because I'm talking to you from a position of first. And I'm telling you, man, that you are going to have to challenge before you leapfrog 3 teams who have been consistently putting in good numbers over the years. Now, they wanted to
spend nearly $2 billion. Them boys have spent nearly $2 billion, and you still got to get 10 new players on their fucking team for you to hope to win. That's how fucking bad it is over there.
You know what's wild is that Liverpool finishing 5th. Liverpool finishing 5th are getting more corn than Chelsea were finishing 10th. I'm seeing that in the spaces. I'm like, do people just not care about Chelsea, or the fact that Liverpool did have a wicked transfer window and were expected to do better? But 10th after $2 billion, like you said, is still nasty work.
Bullshit.
Yeah, nasty
work.
Nasty work. Now, if we move it to the because I'm very got to ask you this. We move it to the Champions League because last week we were here saying we were going to win it. This is our first time talking since we almost won the Champions League. Yeah. The process, because the Arsenal fans were sensitive to that word, the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for Champions League glory, there is a process, and the process is pain. There is some pain that we have to go through, but I'm seeing a lot of people saying we were right there, which is true. We were right there, But there is a process to win this goddamn Champions League, and that was part of it, getting your heart broken.
Yep.
Because we just talked about Chelsea. They had penalty heartbreaks in 2008 when they lost, right? And they did back-to-back Premier Leagues going into that 1 year off, and then they won the Premier League in 2010, going into that 2012 final. It seems as though because we are good now as Arsenal, it seems like there are a couple of Arsenal fans who aren't being objective, who want to cheat the process, so to speak. Because even the great Pep with better players, it took it 5 fucking years to get to a final with that Man City team, and they lost the first one that they got to. Jurgen Klopp had some Champions League heartbreak. Now, because it's tougher for English clubs, because most of the teams in their domestic league are either fighting themselves or against one team. Yep. We're fighting off 5-6 teams to win the Premier League, right?
Plus extra games.
Right. Plus extra games and extra competition. Now, the question I really want to ask you is, it's a 2-part question. For us to win the Champions League, not that we're in the process of the pain and we're good enough to get back there, do we need to damn near prioritize the Champions League in order to win it? That's number one. Part 2 of the question is, do you think the fan base has the appetite to sacrifice the Premier League and prioritize a Champions League? Because I want the back-to-back.
If we're going off evidence, right? I'll give you 3 different teams to look at. I'll give you Inter, I'll give you Chelsea, and I'll give you City. Inter dumped a shit ton of money in it from the 90s into 2000s, leading up to that treble. They had Champions League heartbreak where they had to learn at different stages where to go before they eventually won. Chelsea and City are in the same bracket to where they had to win multiple titles to build the winning mentality of what it took to win before they finally got over the hump for the Champions League. For me, I personally think Arsenal is a 2 to 3 year project to win the Champions League, but you have to continue winning trophies.
Yes.
To continue to build the winning foundation for you to go forward. Again, if we Chelsea won the back-to-back Premier League titles. They won cups before you had the double. The first team in England, I think, to score 100 goals in a season was Carlo Ancelotti's Chelsea with a double in the 2009-2010. With the different managers and winning different cups, what would you call it? The spine, the leadership, the leaders of that Chelsea locker room had to continue developing the winning mentality with all those different trophies before they got up to the level of winning the Champions League. Same thing with City. Because when you talk about Pep took over a treble-winning side from Japankis at Bayern Munich and never won. And shout out to Zier. Zier will tell you he's one of the biggest Bayern fans out there. Pep Guardiola is looked at as a failure at Bayern Munich because he did not win the Champions League.
Yeah, that's the reason he went there.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly. So you have to look at it from a perspective of do you sacrifice a Premier League to win? Maybe not, because there's sometimes look at how many times Real Madrid knew we're not winning the league this year, but we're going to focus on the Champions League. Sometimes it happens. Other times you could be like Liverpool, where you run City all the way till the end of the season, you don't win, but you win the Champions League. So for me, it's more so about the mentality of what you're doing. Now, the difference of Liverpool compared to City and Chelsea is Liverpool is a legacy club in England. The 3 original legacy clubs of England is Arsenal, Liverpool, and Man United. Chelsea and City are the new 2 kids on the block that in the last 20 years have won so many titles that they've put themselves into the category to where they're now borderline legacy club. Arsenal, Man U, and Liverpool are the 3 historical teams of England. The problem with us is, and I've said this, even if we don't win, if we can't go back-to-back because of how difficult it is to go back-to-back in the Premier League, I'm still requiring for you to go for a domestic double next year and still be in the fight for the Premier League. Because at least then it shows me the mentality is there.
we're still winning trophies, and we're building more of a foundation for a period where we rack in trophies, and you could consider it a quote-unquote Arsenal dynasty, if you will. For me, I think we need to do 2 more years of picking up trophies, whether it's a domestic double this year and finishing second and maybe semifinals again in Champions League, and then next year we go 2 Premier Leagues in 3 years, maybe another domestic cup on top of it. And then on the 4th year, now you hit the Champions League because you've set that foundation of 3 of constantly winning. I don't see us just immediately leapfrogging into the Champions League. Now, as far as your question about the fan base, I think the fan base would be more than happy to give up a Premier League to win the Champions League now that we finally got over the hump. But the flip side of that is I don't know if they're going to be okay with that if it means we go for a Champions League and lose and we win no other trophies. That's where my question comes in with that, because, again, this is about building the foundation, not only for the club, but for the players. It's a mentality foundation that you have to build of constantly winning trophies.
Now, I fully hear that. But when I see League completely wipe their schedule clean for PSG to do bits, when they got the second leg against Liverpool got a midweek game against Fulham. PSG said, no, we're taking the entire week off, reschedule this game so we can go bust Liverpool ass at Anfield. And so said, so done, right? 4-0 aggregate, easy work. Put 8 past Chelsea, easy work. When I see the other leagues, because PSG, they had a title race, if you will, this year with Lens. Or was that Lyon? Someone was close.
No, RC Lens. It was RC Lens. Yep.
Most years that shit is done by March. Yeah. Yep. Bundesliga, same. I think Juventus won Serie A 10 years in a row between like
9 years in a row. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll never have that. That's one thing. We'll never have that luxury. And 2, we have 5 or 6 teams that we have to fight off. So I really think unless we're either out of the Premier League race completely and we can focus on but if we are fighting on 2 fronts, I think it's going to be very difficult. But I do hear your shot that we have to keep winning something. Now, as I look forward to the next 3 years in the Premier League and I see Arsenal, I think Arsenal can win 2 of the next 3 Premier Leagues. I can't say that for the champs because that competition can go either way. But I'll just quickly though. If I ask you, okay, Arsenal are back in the final next year, bam, 2027 June, whenever the Champions League finals been played. Arsenal is in it, but these are your 2 opponents that you have to pick from: PSG or Real Madrid. Who do you want?
Fuck, neither.
No, you have it's this version of PSG that just did a back-to-back.
PSG.
Real Madrid.
PSG. PSG.
I'll take my chances with Real Madrid, because the thing with PSG is they're the current champions, and there's something about a current champion. That's why they don't want the damn Thunder in this series.
But at the same time, though, bro, you also have to look at it as you always say that somebody's due. PSG's due to lose. The problem is this is Real Madrid's tournament. They may not show up one tournament like they did this year where they got knocked out at an earlier stage than they like. But when you look at the quote-unquote football gods and everything else that goes into this tournament, you don't want them boys because them boys do not lose when it comes to the finals. Look at against Dortmund. Dortmund should have won 3. Should have been up 3-0 in the first half of that last Champions League title. Same thing with Liverpool. Liverpool should have been up 3-0 at the half. What happens? Real Madrid finds a fucking way because this is Real Madrid's tournament. I'm taking PSG all day. Don't care. You got a better shot of Kvaratskhelia or Dembele blowing an ACL in a freaking final against Arsenal than you do Real Madrid doing anything of the sort. Bro, who's that fucking bum that was on a second division team? The striker when Neuer dropped the damn ball in the matchup where Real Madrid went on and knocked them out in the dying minutes when I think it was the semifinal before they went and beat Dortmund. I don't even remember the kid's name. He went to Saudi right after it was over because they knew he wasn't good enough for Real Madrid. That crest, that kit does something different to people when it comes to Champions League. I'm taking PSG all day. I am not tempted fate with Bayern Munich.
Listen, not the Real Madrid of old with the Modric's and the Casemiros and the Benzemas. Yeah, this version of these fuckers with Bellingham and Vinny, you know, I'll take my. I
don't know with Jose. I don't know with Jose.
I think Jose is gone by Christmas. I think he's gone by Christmas, bro. And you know, with Jose, it ends badly. I think the way it ended with Carlo and Zizou is the nicest way it's going to end at Madrid. And those weren't. They made it amicable publicly, but we know that Zizou walked, and Carlo was pushed out.
Yeah.
Now I guarantee you they regret pushing Carlo out because it's 2 years no trophies now, and that's unheard of for them, man.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I think Real Madrid was towing the line a little bit, and they were getting off a little cheap with Carlo than what they're doing right now with Jose. And I'm only saying this because you look at the defenders that they're trying to give Jose, and Jose ain't going to take no shit from Vinny or Mbappe. Yes, it ends bad with Jose, but I honestly think you need a stern voice for that locker room to straighten them two out. Because I think those two are the two biggest problems with that team. Because if you took Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. out and you replace them with a top-level winger and a top-level striker, I think that Real Madrid team gives Barcelona a run for their money.
I agree.
I think the problem of those two players, of the fame going to their head and everything else that's gone on. Now, the only thing I'm interested is with Real Madrid is I'm interested to see how this Vinicius Jr. and Jose Mourinho relationship is going to work after this debacle at Benfica. Because that's going to be, that to your point, that could be what pushes Jose Mourinho out, is that scenario. Because I thought Jose Mourinho handled that entire situation absolutely horrible. I thought he lost the plot from the beginning, from that whole scenario with the Benfica and that Prestiani kid and Vinicius Jr. For me, I think that'll be the biggest problem for Jose Mourinho walking into that locker room with that shit. So we'll see how that goes. But I think some of them kids need a kick in the ass from a guy like Jose Mourinho at Real Madrid. That's just my opinion. Now,
that's the intent. I think that's the intent from Perez. But
what do you think about this other guy, though? Because this Riquelme is talking about if he wins the election over Perez, he's hiring Klopp. And I'd be worried about Real Madrid getting Jurgen Klopp.
Well, the fact that he is saying that publicly tells me that he knows that there's part of the Real Madrid fan base who ain't happy about this Jose, and he's appealing to them to vote for him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, but the fact that Klopp could have went to Man United and went to Liverpool instead, the fact that Klopp could have gotten Bayern but chose Dortmund instead, tells me that Klopp is a David. He doesn't want to be the Goliath. He wants to slay Goliath.
I honestly think he's the next manager for Atletico.
Yeah, I think he would love that project. That fits him perfectly.
Yep.
And then go slay both of them, because that's his niche. You know, I'm the coach who takes the big job, but not the biggest one, and I slay the big boys. Because he did what? He did back-to-backs, didn't he? With Dortmund?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's massive. That is massive. I'm not gonna lie, because you know that, and that's the Bayern. That's not this version of Bayern. We're talking about Ribéry's Bayern, yeah? That man in their prime.
That was Miroslav Klose, Lucas Podolski, Ribéry, Bayern back. That was Bayern. Jurgen Klopp is the biggest responsibility guy to Bayern's banter era. If there was ever a banter era for Bayern, was that run from 2007 to 2011 where they never won. Yeah. You had Stuttgart winning, Wolfsburg, Werder Bremen, back-to-back Dortmund.
Yeah. Now, if Klopp, I don't think it's zero possibility that he takes it, because it is a very attractive job. And the way that Barcelona are tooling up right now, if they get Alvarez, say Real Madrid stays the same with Jose, and Barcelona gets Alvarez in their front line, and they have Rafinha, Lamine Yamal with Pedri, Gavi, and I think Barcelona wins the next 3, maybe even 4 La Liga titles.
I think Barcelona does a treble.
Yeah, you can.
They
Real Madrid,
with that team. They're my clear favorite to win the Champions League next year because I don't know how you beat them.
And even if Jose goes well and challenges and competes and is trophyless, he's gone.
Yeah, I agree.
He's gone. So, I don't know. Barcelona is setting up and no one would argue you down if you said Barcelona are hands-on favorites or one of the favorites to win the Champions League next year. Because like you talk about one is due 2015, they're due for a championship like the New York Yankees are due for a championship. We talk about Aaron Judge later, but
we ain't winning until that bum Aaron Boone's gone. Until he gets fired, we ain't winning.
Yeah, all Mourinho has to do is win the Clásico, Atletico, and he'll win the league, especially the one at the Bernabeu. He can draw the one at the Nou Camp, but they cannot not win one of those next year. Or as much as Mourinho is revered and respected, he will be out of a job.
Yeah, Jose's got to win La Liga next year at all costs. He's got to win La Liga next year. You can't pull that bullshit no more. The only way you hold on to your job if you win the Copa del Rey is if you go on to win the Champions League. Yeah. Other than that ain't happening.
Now, you think Riquelme has spoken to Klopp, or he just name dropped him just out the blue? Like, is that something that people do at this high level of football, to throw people's names out there without talking to them or their agent?
I think Riquelme has actually talked to Klopp. I think Riquelme is smart enough that he had to get his ducks in order before he even tried to make the run to try to start these elections.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's dumb enough to just start throwing names. Now, I do think the Holland shout was him just saying shit. Yeah. I think the Holland shout is him just saying shit. Because if I'm honest, I think Barcelona is absolutely nuts for spending that much money on Anthony Gordon. If you're looking for a Lewandowski replacement, you should have said, fuck Anthony Gordon. We're saving this and adding another fucking $100 million on top of it. We're going to get Holland because of Pep leaving, if you had the balls to do it.
Yeah. I hear that shout. Haaland.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah. Just fucking Haaland on the receiving end of Lamine Yamal and Rafinha and Xavi and Pedri and Dani Olmo midfield. That's Galactico-esque type shit. You know what I mean? That's actually a shout. And fucking hell. Let's just say Real Madrid unfuck themselves, yeah? And actually win this next league title. Say Real Madrid does a double next year, which is not crazy. They can win Champions League, like you all just said. It's their competition. And they can win La Liga, right? It's theirs to win, them and Barca. Say Real Madrid does that, and then Barcelona has to respond to it. I can see them actually going for the Haaland thing. Because let's be completely honest, the Man City thing is dead. That phone doesn't ring as heavy. Now, I see Man City fans across the spaces talking about, yeah, we won before Pep. Yeah, you did, but you didn't dominate.
No,
you won with Mancini and Pellegrini, and those titles were split over the course of 3 years. You won 4 in a row. With players didn't go to Manchester. Oh, I want to play with Rodri. No, I want to play for Pep.
Yep.
That's why they went to City. He is gone. That phone don't ring as heavy anymore.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Now, when Berta calls someone as a Premier League champion, and if Man City goes next year without winning another title, I can actually see Barcelona making that move for Haaland, especially if Real Madrid wins La Liga next year.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, the Clásico has meaning again. Heavy meaning. And I think that would be massive for Spanish football.
TKA is hilarious. That is so fucking true. If it wasn't for the amount of money they were giving Robinho, he wasn't going to City, man.
Yeah. Man just said, I heard Manchester, and I went, you know what I mean? It's one of them ones. But yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, we got the NBA Finals in the background, right? And I remember I know a lot of people from the Virgin Islands, right? Because they're island people like the Jamaicans and shit. Every single U.S. Virgin Island person I know is a Spurs fan because of one Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
When Tim Duncan retired in 2016, it was funny as hell watching these motherfuckers pretend like they like San Antonio. Like there was nothing there because the Spurs were ass. Oh, how ass were they? They were so bad they got the number 1 pick in this damn praying mantis that we're watching on the screen right now. That's how bad they were. I'm seeing the same shit with Man City fans who Pep leave who are trying to distance over here. The glory hunters of the Man City fans over here in these United States are already distancing themselves from their clubs because they expected to go pear-shaped without Pep, especially those 1-1-5s screw them over. So it's not a crazy shot to think, say City don't win another trophy next year or they don't win the League or Champions League. Barcelona come calling when you're going to have Lamine Yamal and Rafinha creating for you in La Liga going up against the Galacticos of Mbappe, Rodrigo, and all these men. It's a very attractive proposition. I can't lie.
Well, Barcelona and Real Madrid, I don't care how much money these other teams have. Those are the 2 biggest destinations for footballers. Let's be honest. If you could play for whatever club you want. It could be your favorite club. If Real Madrid or Barcelona is calling, everybody on the planet knows you have to take that call. Just to don one of those jerseys is a goal for any player. Unless you are just such a deluded fucking fan of whatever team you are, those are the 2 teams that are the meccas of football. So you want to play that, you know? So especially like you said, if you look at the fact of Pep is gone, like you said, the phone call isn't as big. It's not as heavy or as important anymore because Pep's gone. And that's not a slight at City. It's because of the greatness of Pep. Really, in actuality, you could say that because look at how the phone calls from United have gotten less and less because Sir Alex Ferguson left.
Yeah.
You went from the likes of Paul Scholes and Roy Keane to having that fucking bum, Marouane Fellaini, going to Manchester United because the phone calls got not as heavy as what they used to be. So it's bound to happen like that. Again, look at AC Milan. When AC Milan fell off of what they were, them phone calls ain't the same thing. It happens to all the teams, whether they like it or not. So it is Social Joins is right. Without Pep, Man City's going to have a crazy amount of salaries being paid out for you to go there. Now, I've said this. I personally think on the City, I think Maresca's a stopgap manager. I think Maresca's there for 2 years tops. I think if Vincent Kompany wins a Champions League with Bayern Munich, he is the next in line to take over the Manchester City job for like a long-term manager style at City to try to replicate what they did with Pep. I do not see Enzo Maresca staying at City longer than 2 years, in my personal opinion. I just don't. I personally think now with the hiring of Iraola, if they get 2 or 3 decent signings, I think Liverpool's the bigger threat to us to win the league next year than City is. I think City's going to have a little bit of a fall off.
Speaking of Iraola, that appointment, I rate Iraola. I think what he did at Brighton was great. But I look at these things through a different lens once you take that extra step, right? Because if you are Iraola, when you are preparing for a game of football at Bournemouth or as manager at Bournemouth, you're kind of like given the luxury of, I'm going to go try to win this game of football. And I'm going to go out here and try. At Liverpool, you don't get that luxury. You have to win this game of football. At Bournemouth, they went on a 13-game winless streak this year. Draws and losses. That gets you sacked at Liverpool.
Yep.
People who weren't following the Premier League religiously don't even know that. The same people who don't even know that Graham Potter had lost 7 games in a row at Brighton, but because he had other good spats, Chelsea went and scooped him up and made him, and he ain't seen the good side of a club since. The man couldn't even make it at West Ham.
Yep.
I think he's managing Sweden now. Now,
he's Sweden.
When I look at Iraola, not saying he's going to be a Thomas Frank or a Graham Potter, but I don't think he's going to be a Jurgen Klopp either. I think there will be some drop-off there because he's never had that pressure, right? Vitality Stadiums hold 9,000 people, right? He's going to have 9,000 scousers following him around the country for away games. He's going to have 60,000 of them with that crazy ass accent singing and making a whole bunch of noise at Anfield if you draw 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
So he's never had that. He's never had to operate under duress. So I'm going to pause for a second and see how he responds to that before I say they can mount a serious title charge. You know what I mean? Fair enough.
You know what it is, bro? I think the reason why I'm saying Liverpool is because the players, while it was a bad season, the players have gotten together. They're starting to learn one another. But the biggest thing is I think Slot destabilized that locker room. When you look at the wording and the verbiage used by Salah in that letter towards the end, I think Salah was biting the bullet for a lot of those players because he was leaving and he didn't want to screw over some of his boys in the locker room because they were staying. I think it's the reason why that there's a freshness in the air in the locker room with Slot leaving is the reason why I'm saying Liverpool. For me, City needs a different defense. Mark Gahey, I think, is a good center back. I don't think that Kushanoff is good for you to try to win a league title for a full 38 games. I think you need to improve on him. The kid's young. He'll learn his trade. He may get better, this, that, and the third. But I just think that you need to improve on him. I think you still need to improve at Mateus Nunes at right back. Even though I think he had a good year, I still think there's better right back options for you to be better in the defensive side with that. I also think if Rodri does go to Real Madrid, replacing Rodri and Bernardo Silva is going to be a tall order for that team to get players in the midfield that are going to be up to snuff for them to be able to try to run it back. That's why I'm saying, for me, I think Liverpool is the biggest threat to Arsenal this year. Now, Konate leaving on a free is horrible for them because they didn't recoup any money. And they just dumped £500 million in one transfer window. So I don't know how much money they're going to give Iraola. So I honestly, I don't know with that. I'm just thinking that because the locker room is not going to be as chaotic and toxic like it was at the tail end with Slot, I think that's going to improve a lot of things for Liverpool going forward next year. That's my personal opinion on that, which is why I'm looking at them. Chelsea, I have no confidence in. I think Xabi Alonso gets them to a top 5 finish, but I think at best it's 3 to 5 where he finishes with that squad. Because I can't picture him playing a 3-4-3 with that team. I just can't picture it. And Xabi Alonso is going to need to pull a rabbit out of his ass to get Cole Palmer back in form for them to start playing ball. Because when you look at, if Cole Palmer is not on form, that team's relying on João Pedro. And as good as he was this year, I don't know if he's going to go back to back. If he does, kudos to him, and I'll hold my hands up and say I got it wrong. But there's a lot of players that have been out of form for over a year at Chelsea to why I'm not too sure if Xabi Alonso is going to get the job done this season. Do I think they can make Champions League? Yeah, I think they get Champions League if England hold on to the 5th, which is another interesting part of this conversation. Mm-hmm. It's Crystal Palace without Oliver Glasner. It's Bournemouth without Iraola. And it's Sunderland are the 3 teams in the Europa League. Even with the fire sale that some of those teams are going to do, this may be a season where England doesn't get that 5th spot for the coefficient unless somebody steps up and wins the Champions League or Brighton win the Conference League. I don't think this is a year where an English team wins the Europa League to where you could have that extra spot for the coefficient may get taken away from them. So if that's the case, it makes it even more interesting how this season's going to go coming forward when you look at it that now it's solid top 4 again and not top 5.
Yeah, that's a great point. Jordan said it's not the pressure, it's the schedule. You don't have fresh players for a week to prep for one team. I hear that, but here's why I see there's pressure. Iraola has never been booed off the pitch at Bournemouth. Never. Let him draw 3 games in a row at Anfield. Or not even just draw 3 games and the third one is at Anfield. Or let him play shit for 45 minutes. This is uncharted territory for him. He's going to realize that this English media, because Slot found this out. Because remember, 24-25, the media loves Slot.
Yep.
They loved how he elaborated on his answers, how he smiled in the press conference. They hated how snobby Arteta was. He ran out of press
With
conference.
them big ass fake teeth.
Yep. But this year, you see how they crashed it on him. He thought they were his friends.
Yep.
Raiola, the same thing. All I see, he is smiling like a gay dude with a bag full of dicks. Every time I look at Sky Sports, he's just smiling, and it's all sunshine and rainbows. But next year, let him draw 3 games on the bounce, brother, and it's going to be
let him lose to Manchester United at Anfield and see where that fucking pressure gets up over there.
Yeah, let him do that dumb shit, and then the pressure is gonna come. Absolutely, pressure is gonna come. Now, that's an interesting point you made there with the Europa League teams, because it's those teams in Europa, because it's not a God given. Because if I remember the Conference League. This is how Unai Emery is king of Europa, yeah? You remember the 2022 season, 23 season? You know, Villa qualified for Conference League that year, and they didn't win it. Unai, he can't win the Conference League. He can't win the champs. But you put him in that goddamn Europa.
Unless it's Arsenal, it's money in the bag he's winning.
And the one team that he didn't win, he took to a final. I don't know how the hell. Like, that team went to Napoli. I know you remember this shit.
Hell yeah, I remember it.
Brother, we had no business beating Napoli. That was when Koulibaly was good or supposedly could defend. And Aubameyang and Lacazette was out there doing.
Brother, not only that, they went and took it to Valencia when Valencia had just won the fucking Copa del Rey the previous year against Barcelona and was a good team in the Champions League when they dropped out. And if you remember, the Napoli team they beat, that was Napoli when we dropped out of the group of death, because we had Liverpool and PSG. We beat Liverpool and Napoli, and we tied. PSG couldn't beat us in 90 minutes. Both games was last-minute tying goals by Di Maria against us. Yeah. So that's the reason why I think it's going to be very interesting how this plays out.
Yeah. Yeah, the issue with this league, the fresh players will be the sharpest. The table is going to be upside. And now, if that's the case, then Chelsea's going to. And this is the thing, Chelsea might do a surge. You know, Chelsea might do a Man United and finish like 1 game a week. Surely you have to finish in the.
I'm telling you right now, if Aston Villa gets this, you know, Aston Villa is linked to that striker from Dortmund, that Guirassy, to replace Ollie Watkins.
I don't like him.
Guirassy's a better finisher than Watkins.
Yeah,
he's a better finisher than Watkins is.
If
Guirassy, if I think Rodgers is pretty much gone. The question is who else do they sell? If Rodgers is the only sacrificial lamb, and they could get if Rodgers and Watkins are the 2 sacrificial lambs, and let's say they get Guirassy and 2 very good players to replace them, I think Aston Villa might be in a title race longer than what they were this past season, because
they can just keep Tammy Abraham, can't they? He's a loan. They can just keep him or no?
Tammy Abraham, I think, is a permanent signing now.
Yeah, so they got if they replace Watkins with Guirassy, that's their strike force. Abraham and
the question is who you go out and get to replace Rodgers. Because if you get 80 million pounds from Rodgers, you could get three good players to add some depth to it as well. I mean, Harvey Elliott was a lost cause on a fucking loan. He was dog shit the whole year. And you got the other bum is off your books as well with his crazy contract. Jadon Sancho's gone. So between Jadon Sancho and Harvey Elliott's salaries being gone and big money coming in from Rodgers, you may be able to put together a decent little team for Villa to where Villa could maybe make this title race even more interesting. I'm not saying they're going to win, but they could definitely make it more interesting.
Yeah. So who did Sancho play for last season? Oh, Chelsea, didn't it? He was at Chelsea.
Sancho was with Chelsea the previous season on loan. He didn't do shit there either. So he needs to go back to Germany.
Yeah. So he picked up a Conference League with Chelsea. Now he picked up a Europa with Villa on loan. Who's he signing for? If he signs for a Champions League club next year,
I think he's a free agent.
Is he finally?
I think United's letting him walk for free. I think he's a free agent. Can you imagine spending $70 million on him the way they did? They spent crazy money on Sancho. He didn't do a fucking thing.
And you know what's crazy? The craziest thing about that whole Sancho deal is that they overpaid for him when no one else was chasing him. I don't remember anybody else going in a bidding war like Ollie just was in love with this boy. 3 years a dud. I think one of those years he was mentally ill or something. Wasn't Ten Hag told him to go fuck off somewhere.
He was. I think he was on. I think he was on Dortmund the year they went to the Champions League final. He went back to Dortmund.
Yeah, he was. Him and Madsen.
Yeah,
him and Madsen was. Yeah, so bro went on loan to a Champions League final, on loan won Conference League, on loan won a Euro. Man, shit, he might be a bigger loan hole than Felix.
No, he is, because Felix ain't got no trophies. Because I don't think Felix won when he went to Barcelona on loan. I think that was Unite. I think that was Real that won.
Yeah, you know who else was a loan hole that won? Was it Coutinho? Didn't Barcelona loan Coutinho to Bayern and they?
He was on loan to Aston Villa.
Yeah, but he was on loan with Bayern when Bayern beat PSG in the Champions League. Because in the Champions League, the cup tie shit don't work. It's only in the Premier League, so your team can play against you.
Coutinho was on loan at Bayern Munich and scored against Barcelona when they beat them 8-2.
Yeah,
in the COVID run for the Champions League when they won that treble.
Yeah. Yep. The coefficient is too high. 2 Euro winners, 1 finalist. All teams will make quarterfinals. Yeah, but I'm not sure Bournemouth can navigate that because they're going to lose players, aren't they?
If Bournemouth loses Krupi, Scott, and Truffert, they ain't making no fucking quarterfinals. I'm sorry, they're not.
Yeah, but you know what though? Remember last year we said that they lost Huijsen, they lost Semenyo and Kirkes, and still found these fucking Truffert.
Yeah. True, but you know what it is, man? Those teams, when they have that run of scouting good talent, it only lasts for so long.
Yeah.
It can there's gonna be 1 or 2 guys where they look fantastic and they're gonna scout them and these guys look great, and then they come to the Premier League and it's gonna be not happening.
So that's what I think is gonna happen to Guirassy in the Premier League. It's something about that German league in general. But I like to pick on RB Leipzig because they just be out here fleecing Premier League teams. And I see Liverpool getting ready to be the latest team that they're about to fleece.
100 million for that Diamande.
Yeah,
boy, you crazy as hell giving them 100 million for that guy.
They're getting fleeced.
Sorry, man.
Getting fleeced.
That RB Leipzig is the biggest fleece job there is. Not only are they money laundering for Red Bull, but them boys are money laundering, selling players that don't deserve the amount. Honestly,
them.
The only 3 good players that they've sold that have shown up for teams when they've sold them is that Sabitzer,
and Szoboszlai.
Well, actually, that's 4 then because I had completely forgot about him. Mm. Sabitzer, Szoboszlai. Who's the he's the midfielder that plays right back for Bayern Munich.
Limer.
Yeah.
But this is the thing; these are midfielders.
Yeah.
My problem with that is the attackers that they sell. So the names that I use are Werner and Kunku. Now
Openda,
this guy,
Openda.
Openda.
Openda cost Juventus 40 million. That scumbag only scored 4 goals the whole season.
Xavi Simons. There's a list of them from that one team. For that one team, the league as a whole, I can tell you other guys because people will have you thinking Ekitike fall off of the injury. Now he started to tailor off way before that injury. He started off hot. Marmoush started off hot. Now he was tearing up Frankfurt. So many guys, the attacking players that come from that league in general, that fucking club, RB Leipzig in particular, are trash. Yeah. So this is why I look at Guirassy and I'm like, brother, I don't know about him. Because that
you know why I'm trying. I definitely hear what you're saying. My thing is this: Ollie Watkins, you could make the argument should have been the highest goal scorer in England this year with how many sitters he missed in different games. Yeah. Like the guy finished with 16 goals. If we just go back to the second game where we played Villa at home in the Emirates, if he had his shooting boots on, we're losing 3-0 at halftime with the amount of chances they had in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Yeah. Forster, David, that's a good shout. Vardiol may be the only other one that you could add to that list of guys that were good. that came out of Leipzig because he's actually played. But
defenders and midfielders 4-star day. That's what I wish that we're saying. Attackers from that league end up more in the category of Nkunku, Openda, Xavi Simons, Timo Werner, Kai Havertz. That league, bro. I don't know what goes on over there, but man, come to the Prem and they
same with what's his name? Who's fallen off a fucking cliff?
Who's that?
Who's the Jamaican kid?
Oh, Bailey.
They were saying Leon Bailey was going to be the hottest shit smoking when he came out of Leverkusen. That dude had one good year at Aston Villa and went to shit.
Yeah. So, matter of fact, I was shocked when I saw him back at Villa. I thought he was at Roma loan still. Then I checked.
They had to cancel the loan.
Yeah, I looked at their lineup one day, and the lineup had Bailey. I was like, wait a minute, I thought this brother was in Roma.
No, he was. They canceled it because they went and got Daniel Malen. You look at what Malen scored 14 goals in half a fucking season. Shows you the state of City A.
Now, how much sense does that make? So they loaned out Malen to loan in Tammy Abraham?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on at Villa? You know what I'm saying? This might be why Hugo said you can't take listen, I have my opinions about Unai Emery. I think he's really good in that Europa League. In the league, what he will do is he will give you some great runs of form that would lead to nothing. Yeah. Like at Arsenal, when he came, he had a 22-game unbeaten run. I think he was 17 wins, 4 draws.
Yep.
22 games. Last year, this very last season, he won. Villa has the longest win streak last season. 11 games.
Wins?
11 games on the bounce, they won. So they put 33 points on the board consecutively and never saw first place once. You know why? Because they started the first 5 game winless, scoreless.
Yep.
That's the Unai Emery tax, and he was doing that in Europa. This year, he's got Champions League. It's going to be tricky for him. So this is why I think Morgan.
Who would you, if you were to like say an NBA coach, who would you say Unai Emery is like the equivalent of an NBA coach? Because Emery for me is Emery is a good coach for a team that you're not expecting to do well. Villarreal was never expected to do well. Villarreal's the little brother in the region to Valencia. He was good with Valencia, but Valencia had already fallen from grace from where they were in the 2000s. He had them punching above their weight limit. He had PSG. I think PSG was a good spot for him to go to. Unfortunately, he took over PSG when the inmates were running the fucking the club because of all the nonsense he had to deal with Kylian Mbappe and Neymar. I honestly think if Kylian Mbappe and Neymar weren't the prima donnas at the time over there at PSG, there might be a little bit more leeway for Unai, because Unai, it almost comes out that Unai needs to go to a team that's not your big name team for the league, and he'll succeed. He'll be above expectations with those teams, but when he goes to a big team, it's super sus.
It's a great question, man. Like the first name that popped in my head was Doc Rivers.
That's actually a shout. That's actually a shout. That's
the first name. Like he will win you something, right? Like, because Doc Rivers is still living off his 2008 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
But when you throw 2-3-1 series leads in a bottle, that kind of reminds me of that Barcelona performance when he was up 4 fucking goals and lost.
Yep.
Yeah, but you give him the Sixers, you give him the Clippers, you give him Milwaukee, he'll win you a bunch of games, a bunch of meaningless games that will take you nowhere. So yeah, I would say because he has won an NBA title, and because Unai Emery wins the Europa Leagues and did win Ligue 1 that one time. I will say him. But the thing with Emery is, if you look at the first Sevilla team that he won it with, and you look at their league finish around 7th, then the following year they won Europa League again, but then he finished 4th. So if you want to finish 4th through 7th and win Europa, he is your man.
Yeah.
But anything above that expectation, it's a huge risk with him.
Yep.
But I do hear the shout that I think it was Jones who said earlier that next year a lot of teams are going to take points off each other, because I do think Villa will take a couple of points off the big teams. I don't think a lot of the teams last year who were strong for example, Bournemouth. I don't think Bournemouth will be as strong this year where they can help us
No.
clinch the league title on the night we
I
didn't play.
agree. Yeah. Same with Brentford. Brentford's not going to be as strong, I think. I think that's why I'm saying I think when you look at it, all the teams that are in the Europa League, I mean, Palace finished what? Palace won the
15th.
Conference League and they still finished 15th.
15.
There's a legitimate argument that Palace, with Glasner gone and depending who they sell, Palace may be in a relegation fight next year.
Yeah.
Like remember Leicester. They won the league, they got the Champions League, and they were battling relegation. That's why they sacked Ranieri the next year.
Forgot him. I forgot him on the list of Germans that come here and
Cream of the crop bum.
Yeah. Leipzig, Benfica, Dortmund are the biggest money launderers in the transfer market. Yeah, Dortmund have sold some. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dortmund have sold well. They sold what? Dembele, Aubameyang, Gundogan, Haaland.
I would say Aubameyang and Gundogan were the only two that panned out from that old team that they sold off.
Yeah. Yeah, look at
Shirley, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Openda. I think you must say Openda there, Simmons and Nkunku. Yeah, the Nkunku and Clunky. You know what I'm saying? Bro had balloons in his socks to blow when he scored goals. You know how many unblown balloons had to come out them shin guards? What grown man blows balloons for a celebration any goddamn way? Like, come on, right? Sesko's been decent now, man. He's not.
He's mid. He's mid at best, man. I'm sorry. He's mid at best. Again, we'll see what happens when you got European football at United. If United finish top 4 next year with European football, I'll hold my hands up and say I got it wrong with Carrick and all that. But I think they're in for a rude awakening with European ball.
Yeah, you got Son and Bobby Firmino. I think you meant Firmino there. Success. Yeah. Firmino was at Hoffenheim, wasn't he?
Firmino was at Hoffenheim. Son was at Leverkusen, if I'm not mistaken.
Leverkusen. Yeah, he was at Leverkusen. Yeah. Nah, they had the longest unbeaten streak.
Yeah, unbeaten.
Yeah, there about 7 draws mixed in that motherfucker. That's why you got to be careful with these top gooners when they publish these unbeatens and wins. If it was wins, you could just say wins. Yeah, Villa had 11 wins, put 33 points on the board, bang. But that unbeaten run that Bournemouth went on would have had him in hot water at Liverpool.
Yeah,
hot water. Yeah, Terry Stotts was a good shot for the wins, but he never quite won. So I was thinking of a coach who had gotten it.
Yeah, it's the same with Billy Donovan. He never won nothing.
Yeah. Bournemouth, Brighton, and Sunderland was.
Oh, you know who else? Rick Carlisle.
Yeah.
Rick Carlisle and Doc Rivers. I think you're right with that one too. Could be your Unai Emery comparison.
Yeah, especially because they coach different teams, isn't it?
Yeah.
The reason why I defaulted to Rivers is because I think he coached more teams. I remember Carlisle going from Dallas to Indiana, but
Detroit, Rivers, Dallas, and Indiana are his 3 teams.
Yeah, Doc Rivers went from Boston to LA to TV to the Sixers to TV.
Plus, he was with Orlando. He blew those 2 back-to-back 3-1s. I think isn't it 7 or 8 series he blew a 3-1 lead in, Doc Rivers?
Too many. If you want to lose a 3-1 lead, he is your guy.
Hire him.
Yeah, because he was that Orlando stint that I completely forgot. He had won Coach of the Year in 2000.
Yeah,
because he had that team at 41-41 turned into a 500 team that year. Which Lewandowski, but he is world-class generational talent. So he is the exception. Those other men that we named are the norms because it's so many of them coming out of Germany and just shit the bed. That league is just mad. The coach in the NBA that's equal to Emery is Billy Donovan. But Billy
hasn't won nothing.
Yeah,
Billy hasn't won anything. I give it to Doc and Rick Carlisle. Yeah. Doc Rivers for me is the most overrated fucking coach in NBA history.
Doc Rivers, should have did more.
You and me could have fucking been over there screaming our brains out every other game with that fucking roster that the Celtics had in that 07-08 season, man. That team was stupid stacked.
And you know what? If we put a microscope over that playoff running, wasn't great, because they went to 7. The first round, they went to 7 games with Atlanta.
First round was us.
Well,
It was
yeah,
the Bulls.
I know they went to 7 with Atlanta, so they played a couple of 7
They
games.
went 2 7-game. They went 2 7-game series. They went 7 games with the Bulls, and they went 7 games with Atlanta. And then I don't remember who they beat in the Eastern Conference Finals that year.
It was Miami, wasn't it? That made LeBron.
No, because that's
No,
08. He hadn't left yet. He was still with Cleveland.
I think it may have been could have been Orlando, because Orlando got back to the NBA Finals the next year.
Was it? No. Didn't Orlando go to the NBA Finals and they lost to the Celtics when the Celtics lost to the Lakers in the rematch?
Orlando went to the NBA Finals in 09 when they lost to Kobe.
Right.
Kobe's first back.
And then the Magic went back the next year and lost in the finals, lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Celtics. Because the Celtics went back in 2010. And I think the Magic went back in the Eastern Conference Finals. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they pick up? I wonder if that was the year they picked up Vince Carter and then he got hurt.
It was the Pistons.
Okay.
Yeah, the 08 Eastern Conference Final was the Pistons.
Okay. Yeah. That's right. Because I think that's the last year the Pistons were a part of that run where they consistently went back to the they consistently went back.
Yeah. Good shout. Doc Rivers is unfair. Rivers was just known to bottle it. Unai never bottles anything.
Unai's bottled a lot of shit this year, bro.
Did you not watch the biggest bottle in Champions League history?
Not only that, there was a lot of times where he bottled league positions in Spain. Remember, I think Villarreal, the year they went to the semifinals of the Champions League, Villarreal, I don't think finished top 10 in Spain, or they were at mid-table that year.
TK, they were up 4 goals.
Yeah.
4. They had one job.
Yeah.
You can't be up 4 goals and blow a tie, bro.
And had a good team.
Let's not forget his first year. We missed out on Champions League by 1 point because he shit the bed against Crystal Palace.
Yep. No, longer than that. Remember, he had I think it was the last 5 games of the season he fucked up because we were ahead of Spurs, and the year that was when Sadi was at Chelsea. Remember, Sadi almost got sacked by Chelsea because he had that 3-game run where the 2 games back-to-back with Bournemouth and Chelsea gave up 11 goals. Bournemouth beat Chelsea 5-0 when Eddie Howe was the manager at Bournemouth, and then he got smoked 6-1 by City, and then it was the League Cup final afterwards. That was when the whole madness with Kepa happened, and then he had a players-only meeting with just him, and they figured out their differences just to get through the end. Chelsea had dropped to 5th, and they eventually jumped over us in the last 2 games of the year. He bottled 4th 6 weeks out that year when that happened. And it wasn't, people were trying, we missed Champions League because we didn't win the Europa League. No. We didn't make Champions League because Unai bottled the league with 6 or 7 games to go that year. He's a bottler. He has bottled shit before.
Yeah, he bottled shit, bro. He definitely does. Listen, Unai Emery,
the Villarreal matchup against Liverpool. They were up by 2 goals with only 15 minutes left. Villarreal was going to make the Champions League final, and they bottled that.
Were they? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't remember that one. Listen, Unai Emery has gone on to do great things and big him up. He came back to the Emirates and knocked us out the Europa League and went on to win it. I hear it. But what I will not do is the revisionism and act like, because he had fully deserved to be sacked. What I'm saying? He was. We do agree that if he had stayed here for 6 years and was back the way Arteta was back, maybe he don't go 0-3 in the Europa Leagues. He would have won at least one of those. But at the time that he was here, he was doing dumb shit as well. I remember a couple of games he was playing Shaka at left back.
Bro, he had Lucas Torreira as a number 10. What the fuck are you doing there?
Man had Xhaka, Xhaka, who can't run in the midfield, period, is supposed to be chasing. Nah, right. Unai did some madness, man. That Watford game on the Emery will be one of the ones that will haunt his legacy.
The 3-3 where we gave up 30 shots to fucking Watford.
Delafeu. Man, Delafeu was running through our team we had no idea.
That motherfucker ain't even playing no more.
Oh my God, man. I remember that same year they went to the FA Cup or the League Cup final against City and held 5 at Wembley. That Watford side. That man had us at we we had some tough times on the Emery. I'm not gonna lie,
Mhm.
some mad ones. Most games 7 losses for NBA coach. Yeah, right. And that was a good Rockets team. I mean, a good Clippers team. You know, they had some players there. You know, and it's just I don't know what was on.
That motherfucker Blake Griffin got smoked by a halfway out of the league Josh Smith in that bottle job that year. They shit the bed so hard against the Rockets, it was glorious.
Josh Smith. My God.
That was my guy back in the day, too. I don't even want to throw shade at Josh Smith because I liked him, but
you know what, with him,
his career went to shit fast when he went to Detroit.
Yeah, you know what, because Josh Smith had everything to be a top because he was a big guy who could dribble and shoot, and he was a lefty. I think he was a lefty.
Yeah.
Yeah, them lefties always. That's one of the reasons why Jalen Brunson give people hell, because I hate guarding left-handed players.
And he was defensive.
Yeah.
You know, people listen, one of LeBron James' staple moves are all those chase down blocks. Josh Smith was doing the same thing with Atlanta. That Atlanta team, once you got past the starting lineup and Jamal Crawford, that Atlanta team was nothing to write home about. How they kept getting into the playoffs was ridiculous. That showed you how weak the Eastern Conference was back then.
Yeah.
It was Joe Johnson, Josh Smith, Al Horford and Jamal Crawford, and then you had that bum Kirk Heinrich on that team that was just there to play defense. Atlanta was nothing special with that. Yeah. Josh Smith, what screwed him up was Detroit trying to make him be a small forward.
I forgot that.
That's what screwed him up.
I even forgot that Al Horford did time in Atlanta.
That's his original team.
Yeah, I completely forget. When I think of him, I'm just thinking Boston, Philly, Golden State. I don't even remember his Atlanta.
Him and Josh Smith was the big man combination down there, and then they left because they got who was the coach of Atlanta at the time? I think it was Larry Drew.
Larry Drew, yep.
Because then Larry Drew went to Milwaukee, and he got Milwaukee to the playoffs when it was the Brandon Jennings and Monte Ellis show for a year. In Milwaukee. But Josh Smith, remember, Detroit was so stupid. They tried putting Josh Smith at small forward. They had 3 big guys on the court at the same time. It was Josh Smith, and then they had Andre Drummond, and then that fucking bum, Greg Monroe, was the power forward with him as the small forward. And then they thought Jody Meeks and Brandon Jennings was going to carry them to a playoff with that team. They were trash.
Jody Meeks. Is that Jody Meeks from Michigan State?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Jody Meeks.
And another bum. Remember Ish Smith? Ish Smith was supposed to be,
how could I forget?
Ish Smith was supposed to be the fucking 6th man for that team. They were
I can't forget Ish Smith, man. It was either Larry Drew or Mike Woodson that was the coach of the Atlanta that time. I think
it was Larry Drew. Because I actually liked Larry Drew. Look at the Knicks coming back. Let's go,
man. I'm watching. Watching the.
I'm watching too.
The thing is, right? That the Spurs, like, bro, you have to learn by now. If you want to beat these, you better create some separation. Do not let us be close in the 4th quarter. You're gonna get nervous, and don't let these New York Knicks believe that they can win this thing in the 4th quarter.
Jalen Brunson plays Chicago ball. Not with the way the Spurs play defense. You let Jalen Brunson play that Southside Chicago ball, it ain't gonna be good for you.
Yeah. So it's coming up on halftime. But yeah, man, let me ask you a NFL question, man. We're around the league show. We got to show the NFL some justice.
Oh, are you gonna ask about what I sent you earlier? Because I'm on fire with that. I've pissed so many people off.
I even seen it because I ain't even checked my Instagram. What I was gonna ask you about,
Bears announced that we are moving forward with the Indiana move.
Oh yeah, go on. I was gonna ask you about the AJ to the Patriots, but yeah, go on with the Bears thing.
It's a shit show with the Chicago Bears. It's nothing different. It's an absolute shit show. What I like about the Chicago Bears is it shows how many people are absolute liars and walking contradictions with this whole thing. The Chicago Bears, one thing that I cannot stand about people are people who are so vocal about an opinion, but then move the goalpost for it to fit a narrative in another situation. I really, Rachel Nichols for me needs to go back to blowing NBA players like she was during the COVID era when her and Jimmy Butler were fucking around when we were supposed to have separation and everything. Like Rachel Nichols and all these people need to shut the fuck up. If you're not from Chicago and you're not going to tell the truth of what's going on with the Bears, just shut up. Tell it for what it is.
Rachel Nichols is blowing an NBA player as we speak, as we're doing this podcast right now, bro.
Rachel Nichols is probably getting gangbanged and getting plowed through by about 10 different NBA players with how she gets down. But
what's she saying about this story? She said, what's she saying? Fake news?
no, Rachel, my biggest problem with this whole thing, if you look at it from outside, is Rachel Nichols and a lot of these other people get political when they talk about, oh, billionaires need to pay their fair share and all that shit. But once it comes time to stand on business and stand on what you're talking about, so you are a part of the group think, you walk away.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest problem of this whole thing is the Chicago Bears are worth over $9 billion, and their board of directors will not allow a loan to be taken out against the team to build this new stadium. They want the taxpayers of the state of Illinois to flip the bill for a stadium. And it's bullshit. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that your team is worth $9.5 billion and you're trying to find a way to force taxpayers to flip a $3 billion cost for you to build a stadium and then want tax breaks on the property taxes. I'm sorry. I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it. My taxes should not be going up because these guys want to cry broke. That's not my problem. If you don't know how to run a $9.5 billion franchise, sell the fucking team. You're about 20 years overdue of selling the team because the McCaskies are the cheapest freaking owners in all of the NFL. They're the only NFL owners where all their money is strictly on football. They do not come from money.
Yeah. You know what? These owners, because this is not the first time I hear an owner or a franchise in a city come to a standstill or a deadlock over a new stadium. Because the people and the mayor, the city hall and the local leaders are saying, no, you're worth this, what you just said. And then the team is saying, well, we only use this thing. This is under the old 16-game schedule. The team is saying, I know Jacksonville was trying to build a new stadium. They'll say, hey, we only use this stadium for 8 games.
Yep. So
the other time it's going to actually benefit the city. So y'all should help us fit the bill. Now, I don't know if they're saying help or they're saying that the city of Chicago should just fund this outright.
No, it's not the city. They want the entire state of Illinois to flip the bill.
How? Over a state tax, or they're putting it to a vote in a referendum or something?
No, they're trying. So basically what they're trying to do so right now, the current lease agreement with the Chicago Bears is the Chicago Park District owns Soldier Field. The Bears do not own Soldier Field.
Yeah, I know that part.
The Bears rent is the Bears give the Chicago Park District 32.5% of every dollar they make on game day is their rent. So every dollar they make, and it's not just ticket sales, booze sales, merchandise sales, food sales, everything they get, the Chicago Park District gets 32.5% of every dollar they make at the home games. That's their rent. Now, what they want is they want the same thing that Reinsdorf has, because the White Sox, unless they get 2 million people in the stadium, Reinsdorf does not pay rent. The White Sox do not own Comiskey Park. The state owns it. So what the Bears want is the Bears are claiming they don't have enough on-hand cash to build a stadium. So what they want is the taxpayers of the state of Illinois to get their taxes raised to come up with an extra $3 billion to put down to build the stadium. And then they have a similar situation where it's a profit sharing situation between the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, and the Chicago Bears. It makes absolutely no sense. If you're worth $9.5 billion, take the fucking loan out, man up, don't spend your money like idiots like you've had for the last couple of years, and learn how to be financially literate and do it on your own. Yeah. Besides that, I'm sorry. No, the billionaires should not be asking the common person to flip the bill for that like them at all. I'm sorry. You're worth $9.5 billion.
But that's what they do.
I'm not hearing none of this.
That's what they do, man. You remember after COVID shut down the airports, Like, oh, like the airlines came out after people were starting to fly again, talking about we're in this together. Like, nah, motherfucker, my bag was 2 pounds over. I was in this shit by my goddamn self.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have to pay you.
The first year in America, if you were a pound over, they would charge you an extra $100 than what it usually was. And then people wonder why everybody was going to Frontier or Spirit to freaking fly, so you wouldn't get killed by United or American.
Yeah, but we're in this together now. No, we're not in this together. I was on my own with my overweight bag.
Here's the other thing for me, which is why I have a problem with it with the Bears. The other flip side of this is the Chicago Bears fan base is also the problem, because you can track back the Bears to the fucking, here's a shout out. I don't know if you remember this guy. You can track back to the Jim Miller days when Jim Miller was the fucking quarterback of the Bears, and it was Thomas Jones as the running back, and it was that bum Dick Duran as the coach. From them days till now, it's the same shit. The Bears have a 5 to 6 year project. We may be good for 2 years. You may get lucky, big up Jaguars. But you may have a 6 year project with the Bears at best, where you get a couple good guys on the defense that last long, like how we had with Urlacher, Briggs, and all them guys, where we went from Rex Grossman to the Jay Cutler period. But it's the same shit. Every 5 years, the Bears have a good year. Oh, we can do this. Then the Bears go to shit. Then they're shit again the next year. And then the year after that, if you don't do good, oh, we got to start over from scratch again. It's been the same shit for 40 years since we won the Super Bowl in 85, 86. It's been the same shit. And the fans will sell that stadium out like nothing. And the biggest problem is this is the track record of all Chicago owners when it comes to sports teams. The Cubs didn't win a World Series for 109 fucking years. The Cubs, the joke in Chicago is we call Wrigley Field the largest outdoor bar, because before the Cubs got serious for winning, you went to the Cubs game to go holler at some ass, look at some ass, get drunk, and then go out drinking in Wrigleyville to go chase down chicks. That's all you did, because the Cubs weren't worth shit. The Cubs had one good year in 03. Besides that, they were a trash organization for 30 years. The Cubs weren't worth a damn thing.
What was the Cubs' records in 98 when Sosa was on the home run chase with him and McGuire?
They were still a 70-loss team.
Oh, shit. I thought
they were still a 70-loss team. They weren't really making the playoffs like that. The Cubs. Here's the amazing thing about the Cubs. The Cubs were on track to. The Cubs, I think, lost over 90 games for 5 straight seasons, and for three of those years, they were breaking attendance records. That's why. That's where the joke comes of Wrigley Field being the largest outdoor bar, and why the Cubs were also known as the lovable losers, because the Cubs could travel anywhere in the States. You're getting Cub fans at a ball game. It doesn't matter where you put it. Cub fans are showing up. When the next generation said we're not going to the games, when they had the back-to-back 100-loss year, when the Ricketts money got affected, within 2 years, the Ricketts won the World Series. The Blackhawks are an original 6 hockey team. The Blackhawks, when grandfather Wirtz owned the team, were ranked the worst sports franchise in North America across all sports. They nearly left Chicago. The fans stopped going to the game because he was an idiot. Within 3 years, Rocky Wirtz took over the team. They won 3 Stanley Cups in 5 years. Should have been 4, but they won 3 in 5. No hockey team has been able to do that in the salary cap era. So they made a dynasty. The White Sox in the 2000s had a very good team in the 90s. You can argue that if it wasn't for the strike in 94, the White Sox were going to win the World Series that year with the team they had. Their fans would not go to a game unless they were winning. They won in 05. So the history in Chicago is the fans have to affect the owners' pockets for the owners to take the fans seriously to go on and win. The Bears are the worst out of all of them, because you still got 90% of these idiots dressing up like Dicka, like it was 85, still holding on to, every year the 1985 Bears is voted the greatest NFL team of all time, but magically these dickheads ain't winning shit. So I can blame the McCaskies to a point, But at the same time, if the fans are going to go out and continue to sell out a stadium, then I can't get mad at the McCaskies for making good business, because why should you invest more if the fans are that stupid?
Yeah. My problem with their proposition is when they're asking the entire state.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with, but I could understand them asking the city of Chicago, hey, Soldier Field is your place, blah, blah, blah. We're building the new Soldier Field, the new, what they call this shit that Tom Cranky built out in LA? SoFi. The new SoFi,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Wow. So what's the proposition? Are they gonna like okay, the match going fans, or they put a sales tax on the beer that's already $12 fucking, sell it for 14 and generate the revenue for the new stadium from the stadium? Because the whole state of Illinois building a new stadium for a bunch of billion in this economy will not run.
No, and that's the whole reason why they're talking about going to Indiana, because the governor of Indiana is trying to put together $2 to $2.5 billion up front to aid the Bears in building a stadium. They want the stadium completely flipped by all the taxpayers of Illinois. They don't want to pay for the stadium. And then on top of it, they want limited property tax. So they not only basically want a free stadium to be built, but they also want limited taxes on the properties on the stadium side for them not to pay property taxes so they can make out like bandits. That's what they're trying to do. The problem at the end of the day is the Bears, if you try to, let's say SoFi is $5 billion in total, but it's also LA. So the property value is inflated because it's LA. So let's say because it's Chicago, it's maybe $3.5 to $4 billion for your total overall project as far as cost when you look at where you're at in Chicago. They want that. They want 80 to 90% of it paid by the taxpayers.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you lower the high tax rates in the Bay Area, the Chicago Bears are the most expensive team to see. If San Francisco didn't have the high taxes, like when you go to a 49ers game, the Bears would be the next most expensive. You're getting double to triple taxed every time you spend at Soldier Field. In Chicago, so if you buy it, say you and your wife want to go see Seattle, you want to go see the Giants versus the Bears at Soldier Field, right?
Mm-hmm.
You not only pay the Illinois sales tax, you also pay what's called in Chicago the entertainment tax. So if you go to any concert, any sporting event, any comedy club, or anything else, you not only pay a sales tax, it's also called an entertainment tax. So you get double taxed on that just for the ticket. Now, you walk into the game, say you and your lady want to go get food and booze. You're getting hit with sales tax, alcohol tax, and entertainment tax on every purchase you do in Chicago at the game. That's why we're the second most expensive team to see in the NFL on a one-off game. That's why for me as a fan, why do I want my taxes to go up when they've tried selling bullshit in the past in Illinois and in Chicago to raise taxes where that's never worked? And you're expecting me to be okay with that when I know the McCaskies do not care about winning?
They damn sure don't. Now, I'm thinking of Indiana. Does Indiana even have the capacity to service two NFL teams?
Yeah, they do.
Are they going to put in Indianapolis or on the other side of the state?
No, they'll be in Northwest Indiana. They'll be in Hammond. Hammond's a 20-minute drive from Chicago.
Oh, so this is going to be like a Redskins stadium. It's in Landover, Maryland, but it's still servicing
DC,
Washington. Yeah.
Yes.
So they have thought this out. They have thoroughly thought this out.
So
on the Indiana side, like they know that we'll bring them across the state line, and we can generate jobs and revenue for my state or my town or my municipality, but give a giant middle finger to the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago.
Well, here's what happened. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, overplayed his hand because the property that they bought in Arlington Heights in the western suburbs used to be the Arlington racetrack. It was a huge horse racing joint for like not your Belmont Stakes or the Preakness or the other big one, the Kentucky Derby.
Kentucky Derby, yeah.
2 levels down, but had a lot of action when it was going. They bought the entire property because majority of the Chicago Bears season ticket holders live in the west suburbs. So as a courtesy to the season ticket holders currently, it would be closer to majority of the season ticket holders, which is their core that they need to appease, because that's where most of the income is generated from, is season ticket holders. What the state did, which screwed them, was as soon as the Bears bought it, Pritzker and everybody involved increased their property taxes by like 10% overnight. So it was a slap in the face to the Bears for buying it, and they instantly increased the property taxes when the Bears didn't even put anything there. It's just a huge vacant lot. Picture three of the picture the area around the Seattle football stadium.
Yeah.
Picture three of those together as far as the total area, and it's just a vacant lot, but your property taxes went up by 10% immediately, and you didn't even do anything with it. Yeah. So that's where the initial problem came for why they're looking at Indiana. Indiana's looking at it long term, that when they look at the amount of taxes that the city of Chicago gets from the Bears, they're looking at it from the state like, fuck, we could make a super amount of money. So why not give them the tax breaks? Yeah. Again, I don't have a problem with tax breaks, but having somebody flip the complete bill is not even up for a negotiation, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's wild. Hey, this is when you need. What happened to your crooked governor, Blasamovich? What was his name?
Oh, Blagojevich?
Yeah, I call him Blasamovich.
Fuck him. He's a
the governor you got now is some billionaire bitch, ain't it? Some rich motherfucker.
His family owns all the Hyatts. Yeah, they own the entire Hyatt chain.
So I know I was reading about him, and they say he's the richest of all the governors. I'm like, what does this motherfucker do?
No, like, his family owns all the Hyatts.
Yeah. So what the fuck is he doing as governor? Like all the power is it a power thing or a stepping stone to the presidency or what? What's
it's a stepping stone to the presidency, but here's the bigger problem: the last Republican governor we had in Rauner made a very bad decision to try to go against the unions, the workers' unions in Chicago. So basically, Rauner's crippling thing when he was the governor of Illinois was, if you're whatever trade, let's say you're a plumber, right? But you're from downstate Illinois is more right to work than it is unionized. Okay. If you say you get 3 jobs a year in Chicago, that's maybe 32 months at the most, let's say, on and off. So in total, you get 6 months of work a year in Chicago, and the other 6 months you're back in downstate Illinois. The unions in Chicago wanted you to pay union dues the whole year because of the fact that you were there on their territory. They want you to pay union dues for the full year, even though you're not a unionized plumber. So you're going to be paying union dues, but you're never going to get the benefit of a pension from the plumbers union. That's how it's basically a mob racket that was being ran on that side. And Rauner was saying the racket needs to stop. And everybody came together and said, we're not keeping this guy in here. How dare you try to go against the rackets that were running in Chicago? And to be honest with you, it ain't even him. I'd rather have the Dailies back in office again, because at least the Dailies were gangsters, but they had the city running the right way. The Bears would never be leaving Chicago if the Dailies were here. And again, the Dailies would tell them, we're not flipping the bill for you. We may rig something behind the scenes to help you out because we know how to do that. But we're not going to force the taxpayers of the state of Illinois to flip the bill for you, which that's the problem at the end of the day. Again, imagine if Seattle tells all you guys, we want all your taxes to go up by 20% so we don't have to pay $4 billion to build a stadium. The whole state would be in an uproar.
Yeah, they try it all the time, bro. Like we have what we call the RSA tax to register your vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, we got the same shit. We got the same shit.
Man. That piece of shit outside, every time I go to renew it, they want $316. I was like, shit.
Is that for like your tags?
Yeah. So they have this, your regular tax. If you live in certain counties, because here's the thing about here, there are no state taxes here in the state.
Oh, well, that's actually good.
Right. There's no, so they have to get
probably make it up through sales taxes and other shit else. So it's okay.
Yeah. So there's a sales tax. So if you live in certain counties, so where I live, some of the biggest companies in America, in the world, are headquarters. Amazon, Boeing, Expedia, they're all here, right? So there's some money in the county. So the counties when they send you your tax bill for your house to register your tags, it's massive. But your gut feeling though, 5 years from now, even with these fuckers in charge, you can't get back Rod Blasamovich. What was his name?
Blagojevich.
Yeah. Your gut feeling 3 to 5 years from now, are the Bears still playing at Soldier Field, or they're in?
No, they're going to Indiana.
Going to Indy?
They're going. The tax breaks going to Indiana pay for the stadium.
That is crazy,
The tax breaks in Indiana pay for the stadium. It is big up, Jim. It is what it is with that, man. It's the problem is at the end of the day is all this stems from. Do you remember when Chicago was the host of the NFL draft back-to-back years?
Yeah.
Goodell was basically the voice that made the light turn on for the McCaskies and trying to show them how much real business potential is there for the Bears in Chicago. Because you look at some of these places where they want to host the NFL draft and shit, if it's not New York, Chicago, or LA, or maybe a Houston, these other small cities cannot hold the traveling fan bases of the NFL to be able to host something like that. Yeah. And then outside of the NFL, look at all the big stadiums that get the college basketball Elite Eight or Final Four, where they get all the games played in that one specific stadium. The smaller cities like a Kansas City, all that, they can't handle it. Chicago can handle it because of how big the metropolitan area is in Chicago. You can handle all of that. And the money potential to own a domed stadium in Chicago would be ridiculous, because now Chicago can host a Super Bowl. Chicago can host the March Madness. Chicago can host an NCAA major bowl. They could potentially host a national championship game. When you start adding all those up, that's hundreds of millions of dollars of extra money you're making that has nothing to do with your football team. It's just extra cash that you're making, which is why this whole thing started.
Yeah, bro. I just can't imagine the NFL without the Bears playing anywhere other than Soldier Field. Would be weird for me to look at. Like even the LA Rams and the LA, it's still weird to me. Like I still look at, I'm like, bro, you felt more organic in St. Louis with Marshall Faulk and
I still call them the St. Louis Rams because I forget that they go to LA.
You know what I mean? That the greatest show on turf. No matter what they do, like I know they've won a Super Bowl since but if they had done that in St. Louis,
oh yeah, it would have been way more organic than LA.
Because right now, what we got? 3 teams in LA.
You got the Chargers, you got the Rams.
Well, the Raiders left. That's why.
Yeah, the Raiders are in Vegas.
Yeah, they went to Vegas. So yeah, but it's weird, man. But the original NFL question, AJ Brown to the Patriots, big time receiver going to. This ain't a Randy this ain't Randy to Tom Brady, but this is big. This is big deal, man. This is a top receiver going to what's his name, Drake. May. Like, this will definitely help with his development. How do you view it?
I think it's fantastic for the Patriots.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic for the Patriots. However, what I will say is I'm more impressed that the Cronkies pulled off the Myles Garrett trade to get him to the Rams.
Yeah. I kind of saw that happening still. I'm not going to lie.
I saw it happening, but what's interesting about it is now all of a sudden you got what's his name making waves that he may come out of retirement to get one more year and to try to win another Super Bowl. That Aaron Donald is talking about coming back to the Rams out of retirement to sign like a 1 year like mid-level exception so that him and Myles Garrett could play on the same front line to try to get the Rams to win another Super Bowl.
He's 35 years old. What's he? Yeah,
hey man, he's one of. That dude is a fucking physical specimen, is one of the greatest nose tackles we've ever seen in the game.
Is he?
I think he is.
I think he's really good, but at 35, and he hasn't played football in 18 months, 2 years.
That's the flip side of it, yeah. It's the flip side.
Because if you're looking back at Tom
good,
Brady.
but he ain't no Warren Sapp. He ain't no fucking Warren Sapp.
Killer.
Let's be honest right now. He ain't no
No.
Warren Sapp. There's a lot of other nose tackles that we grew up with that were fucking killers over Donald. Yes, I know the guy is a physical specimen. For those that don't know, if you guys like all the new NFL, go back and watch that old school Tampa Bay defense in the 2000s. Them boys were killers.
Yeah, there was killers, man. I'm not gonna lie. And then they had good coverage on the ends too with Randy Barber and the other guy. So they had you couldn't get rid of the ball quickly, but you had to get rid of the ball quickly because the rush was coming. Yeah.
Who was the
Go on.
Who was the linebacker was really good on that team too. He's a Hall of Famer too.
Which one?
Derek Brooks.
Oh, Derek Brooks, man.
Killer.
Yeah, that was a monster. You know?
And you had what was the other one that was really good? You had Anthony McFarland, who was the other defensive tackle with Sapp. I forget that there was the light-skinned brother. There was the one defensive end, and then the other one, I'm forgetting his name, but he was a killer too. What was his
Brooks? Name? I think Brooks was the linchpin of that Tampa Bay. That second,
him and John Lynch.
Yeah, I call it the secondary, but you know what I'm saying.
John Lynch John Lynch couldn't play in the NFL, boy. He'd get suspended every game with the way he was cracking motherfuckers back in the day, man.
You know, so AJ gets tagged with the diva receivers thing, right? We've been watching the NFL for a long time, so we know a couple of diva receivers. So out of these receivers, who was the bigger diva? AJ Brown. Did I write the names down? Fuck, did I put it? I didn't write the names down, but fuck, I'll remember him. AJ Brown, T.O., Antonio Brown. Who was another diva? I don't want to call Randy a diva because Randy was different.
Yeah, Randy's not a diva.
But T.O. was a I'll give you Keyshawn. Keyshawn was a diva.
Keyshawn Johnson's the biggest diva.
Yeah. So Keyshawn, Antonio Brown, AJ Brown, T.O. Who was the bigger diva?
Keyshawn. Not even close. Here, T.O. was a diva, but T.O. could back it the fuck up. If there was no such thing as a Jerry Rice or Randy Moss, we're having a conversation that Terrell Owens is the greatest wide receiver in NFL history, in my opinion. I think Randy Moss and Jerry Rice are the only two receivers better than him. Now, is there a conversation for the likes of Larry Fitzgerald and Megatron in that? Yes. But for me personally, I think T.O. is better than them two. But I love Megatron and I love Larry Fitzgerald. Now, A.J. Brown has won a Super Bowl and showed up when needed to. Keyshawn Johnson did not show up when needed to. I think we talked about it. When the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, it was that damn Joe Juravicious that was their go-to wide receiver when they needed to over Keyshawn Johnson. Plus, I don't know how you feel about the whole situation, but I thought Keyshawn Johnson, when that whole madness came out with Gruden, he was the only guy from that Tampa Bay team that was talking wild about Gruden. And when you started seeing more of the guys that you knew that were the locker room leaders, like Derek Brooks, Barber, and Warren Sapp, they all came to Gruden's defense and were all treating the shit out of Keyshawn Johnson about that. For me, I think Keyshawn Johnson is one of the biggest prima donnas in NFL history in my book.
Yeah, and it showed once he left Tampa, because when he left Tampa, he went to the Jets, Cowboys. Yeah, he kind of he was shit. Yeah, he was shit.
That bum Terry Glenn and Joey Galloway were better receivers for the Cowboys than Keyshawn Johnson, and them two were scrubs too.
Yeah, Terry Glenn had some diva in him without the explosive play. Like he was when he was in New England, like he used to act like Drew Bledsoe. That he used to blame Drew Bledsoe a lot for his shortcomings.
Yeah, except Terry Glenn could get hit right here in the numbers and drop it because he was scared of getting hit.
Yeah, so Terry Glenn was. But let me do this, man. Let me do this. I ain't did this in a while. So I'm gonna name the divisions, and you tell me who's winning the divisions this year. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. AFC East.
Patriots.
For the Bills.
I think the Patriots win it again.
Is it close?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
AFC North. It's a toss-up between two of them, unless you expect Joe Burrows to come back and do bits.
Even if Joe Burrows comes back, I don't know. I honestly think it's like a last day. I think it's like a last day in the regular season. It's decided between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. I don't think Joe Burrows is going to do it with the Bengals.
I'm going Pittsburgh. We just snatched the Ravens coach. I don't think Lamar Jackson is going to do shit.
I agree. I think Lamar Jackson, this is going to be the year he gets exposed.
Yeah, I think he's already exposed, bro. Like, people don't like when I talk about him. I think that boy dumb as hell. I just think he's a supreme athlete.
Yes.
But when he goes into a huddle, I just don't think he's. Can you imagine that motherfucker walk into a huddle in a high pressure game, just saying all that dumb shit? You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
You got to be quarterback. You got to be in command, bro.
You know what the other thing is for me too with that is I don't care how much they try to change the sport. A scramble first quarterback is never going to lead you to victory. I don't care how much they try to change the sport and say you need to be able to do this and this. Jalen Hurts won that Super Bowl because Hurts knows when to scramble and knows when to, and majority knows when to be a passing quarterback.
Even Mahomes knows when to scramble.
Exactly.
He can
Same
scramble
with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have the explosive speed that Mahomes or these other guys have, he knew when to scramble as well. Now, for me, I think another guy who struggles, but he is a decent passer, is there Josh Allen. Josh Allen gets himself into trouble. And I'm not the biggest fan of Josh Allen. I think he's a decent quarterback. I don't put him at the same level as some other guys. I think Josh Allen's a little overrated in my opinion. But
I rate him still.
But Lamar Jackson, for me, you may disagree. I think Lamar Jackson is a poor man's version of what Vic used to be. I ain't going no 17-0. We're gonna lose a game.
Hey, the Miami Dolphins gonna call your phone here in a second. Yeah, you gonna hear your phone ringing.
Don Shula used to be rigging some NFL games to make sure the Dolphins' record is not touched.
Don Shula, Mercury Morris, all them man about to text your phone right now. AFC South.
Jacksonville won the division last year by a lot.
No, it was by one game.
No, it was one game. No, you know what? I'm going to ride with Houston. I think Houston gets over on Jacksonville this year.
Yeah, it's about time CJ Stroud take that next step, isn't it?
Yeah.
The West, one of the toughest divisions.
The biggest question in that is what's going to be the health status of Kansas City?
Yeah, ACL, MCL. I think he'll come back. I don't think he's going to come back and do Mahomes things right away. But I don't think. I
think Kansas City's a wild card. I think I might give the nod to Denver again to win the division.
Yeah, I go Denver
because I like that Knicks. That Knicks is a good quarterback. I like him.
Yeah, I go Denver.
I don't trust Harbaugh at the Chargers. I do not trust Harbaugh.
Yeah. NFC East, my favorite division.
I think it's got to be the Eagles again. No, I think the Giants. You guys got Harbaugh now as the coach, right?
Yeah, but we won 4 games last year. I think Harbaugh will give us like a +5, maybe.
I think Harbaugh gets you guys to maybe an 8 or 9 win season next year.
I think we get more. I think we go like 10-7. I don't know if that's enough for a wild card, but it should be.
It should be enough. That should be enough.
So I'm gonna go Eagles as well. The North, the Battle of the North, your division.
Begrudgingly, I'm gonna say the Bears, but again, track record of the Bears. You have a good year, and we shit the bed the next year. So I don't know. I think it's a toss up between the Bears and the Packers. I think the biggest key is if the draft picks pan out for the Bears the way they should, then we win the division. If they don't, I think Jordan Love comes back and wins the division by 1 game. I think it's going to be a very close race between us and the Packers.
Man. Okay. This is probably the most wide open division next year.
The South?
Yeah.
That's got to be the shittiest division in
So
football.
no one won double-digit games last year. You know, everyone was 8 or 9 or worse. Yeah.
I honestly can't remember when was the last time that division had somebody win outright, where it wasn't going down to like the last 2 games of the season and they were barely 500 teams. I honestly don't remember.
When Matt Ryan was at Atlanta.
Yeah, it's got to be Matt Ryan or Cam Newton at Carolina. That's got to be it.
Yeah.
Man,
it is the shittiest division.
The shittiest division.
It is ass.
The Saints ain't gonna be worth a fuck.
Yeah.
The Falcons made it interesting towards the end because I think the Falcons ended the year on like a 4-game win streak or something like that. I'm gonna say Carolina because Carolina, I think, lost the last 2 games where they actually should have won and had a winning division. So I'll say Carolina takes it.
And the West. Tough division. We got 3 teams that won 12 games or more.
I think the Rams will take it because the Rams and Seattle have kind of been sharing the division for who wins it and then who doesn't. I think the Rams may edge Seattle, but I would not be surprised if Seattle went back-to-back of winning the division. Seattle's got such a good freaking team, man.
Yeah, but then,
their defense is next level.
And that's why the Rams just did what they did. And that's why you got Aaron Donald trying to, they know what they're competing against.
Yeah, because that Seattle defense is crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Legion of Boom 2.0, isn't it?
Yeah.
So with the NFC South being so shit, say it continues. Say they continue to be shit. If you are Roger Goodell, do you look at changing the playoff format where the division winner don't automatically get a bid where you like, because you can't have San Francisco winning 12 games, not getting a home game and have to travel to a shit division team winner for a road playoff game. You know what I mean?
Honestly, for me, I would make it just the 6 best teams. I wouldn't even give the division winners a straight run in. It's 6 best records in either conference make the playoffs. If that means a whole division doesn't make it, it is what the fuck it is.
But you would still do the bye for the top 2?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that would be a great idea because then, you incentivize. Because right now, if you're Atlanta, man, you can be a shit stinkhouse your way to 8 wins. And 8 wins shouldn't win you a division, not in a 17-game season. You know what I'm saying? No,
that's why I'm saying that like it should just go the best 6 teams.
The conference,
the best 6 teams in the conference. And here's the other thing: I'd get rid of the not playing ability within your division in the first round. So if it comes down to it to where the Rams and the 49ers are, 2-6, they're playing each other, or 3-6, they're playing one another in the first round. We're not doing this whole, you can't play somebody in the same division nonsense. No. If it matches up that way, it matches up that way. Because it adds, for me, I think it adds to the overall rivalries as well. Because it's also a benefit for the rivalries and overall ratings. I mean, here, can you imagine a first round knockout and it's Pittsburgh and Baltimore?
Oh yeah,
it's going to be fucking massive.
Double jeopardy. I would love to. Yeah, that's a draw. I'm here for that.
Imagine if everything turned around, but let's say if they were able to turn it around, let's just say 2-3 years time, you got a Giants and Cowboys first round playoff matchup because you changed everything. Bro, you know how many fucking people are going to be watching that game for Giants and Cowboys? It's going to be the biggest game. It'd be the biggest game of the freaking playoffs in the first round if them two matched up one another. Or if you got a Giants and Eagles.
Yeah.
I think it's better for the NFL overall if you do something like that.
It's definitely better than an 8-9 goddamn Falcons team or a Panthers team in the playoffs. I'll definitely change that. It's a high score, man. I don't like that.
That division is trash. How many years did the Saints win that division just off a canter because everybody else was dog shit?
Yeah.
I think Drew Brees won 6-7 straight divisions with that team.
Yeah. I mean, Tom Brady's dominance in the AFC East was kind of the same. He was really good, and Belichick were really good, but
Yeah.
the rest of that division was ass. Like Miami, Buffalo, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, Miami had maybe 2 good years in that whole run.
Yeah.
Who was the backup quarterback for Brady? He still won the division because the Dolphins fucked it off.
Matt Castle.
Yeah, Matt Castle. Who was the Miami had the greaseball coach, Tony Sperano.
Yeah,
that was
Tony. So
like again, shit. You remember it, especially being a New York fan. The Bills were god awful for like 15 freaking years.
Yeah,
the only player that was worth the shit at that team was that Eric Moulds. That was and Willis McGahee. That was
Eric Moulds, Willis McGahee, and I think they drafted Marshawn Lynch, the Bills, before he ended up.
And they traded him away.
Because of it, he was having off the field issues. They traded him to Seattle, and then the rest is history.
Well, and then remember they traded Willis McGahee to Baltimore.
They sure did, didn't they?
He went because remember that was when Baltimore. That was that super team when Baltimore was supposed to win the Super Bowl when McNair got killed by his girlfriend. Because remember, Baltimore had all the ex-killers from Tennessee. They got that Samari Roll, the cornerback. They got Derek Mason, and they got Steve McNair all added to the team. And then they had Willis McGahee, and they had rookie Ray Rice on that team altogether. And then McNair's girlfriend freaking killed him, unfortunately. And I think they still had what's his name on the team too. They still had Todd Heap.
Yeah, the tight end.
The tight end.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember Derek Mason. When I hear Derek Mason was the most number one receiver I've ever seen in my life. That guy. He was just like he lined up over there, but he was like, this guy's meant to be the number one receiver. It reminded me of the San Diego Chargers days when Phillip Rivers was there, when they had
Vincent Jackson and freaking
before Vincent Jackson. Vincent Jackson actually emerged and done well.
Yeah.
But before him, they had Keenan McCardell and Riche. What's his name? Riche something.
They also had when we were talking about the greatest show on turf, who was the wide receiver that got tackled 1 yard short in the Super Bowl that they beat Tennessee? He went to San Diego too. What is it? Kevin Dyson.
Yep. Kevin Dyson got.
And then the bald white boy from Iowa, Tim Dwight, was on that team too.
Yeah. Because I think about that Chargers team, and I think they actually underachieved. That Chargers team with Gates and Rivers and LT and Sean Merriman on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, and they had Junior Seau back in the day.
Yeah, had Junior Seau, got Lorenzo Neal. Had some players, man.
Darren Sproles.
Yeah. And Qualcomm Stadium used to be rocking with 80,000. I don't know why they left San Diego.
The safety, the real good safety that they had back then, too. You know what the problem was?
Quentin Jammer. Quentin Jammer.
Yep. And I think Kwame Lassiter, too.
Yep. We had Marlon McCree, Quentin Jammer.
Marlon McCree was a bad dude.
Marlon McCree, Quentin Jammer. Fuck, that was like 2001, 2004, 2005.
Kwame Lassiter was one.
Yeah.
And then who was there was a badass cornerback on that team that they let go early too.
Yeah, they had some good players, man.
No, not him. Dexter Jackson.
Okay. Dexter
Jackson.
Okay. Yeah. Chargers, man.
The Chargers, the problem with the Chargers was they could never hold on to their defensive players. They always thought that they were just going to outscore everybody and go far with it. The only time they did that was, you remember that big upset they pulled when they knocked out Peyton Manning in the first round? I think LT was hurt and Sproles started, and they beat the shit out of them.
Yeah. Wow, man. Looking at some of these names from that roster. Okay, yeah, there it is. These fucking guys, man. But yeah, Antonio Gates and Ryan Krause and Brandon Malinoema. Remember him?
Yeah.
But yeah, the receiving core wasn't that great, man. But yeah, I'm hoping we can get an extra 5 wins this year and then sign some good talents and then see what John Harbaugh can do. Raheem
I hope the Giants come back because I always like the Giants. Yeah. Never had a problem with the New York Giants. And the Giants are another team for me. The football's not the same when they're shit.
Yeah. The Rams are gonna go for 17-0, 15-2, one of those records. They're not gonna go 17, even if they, because whichever one locks up the division and the bye, then they arrest players, and
Yeah.
because the NFL don't play 17 competitive games. If you got your division locked up in that, man, listen, you can't get these men to play in the Pro Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So these men ain't gonna try to play no meaningless football game. You know what I'm saying?
I got a fair or foul for you.
Go on.
The NFL should move the Pro Bowl to the beginning of the season before where it's at now.
Ooh, shit. I like that,
You
I
vote
like
for
that.
the Pro Bowl at the end of the previous season, and then
Yeah.
leading into the season, you play the game as like the kickoff for the NFL season.
That's fair. And how many preseason games they play now? 3 or is it still 4?
It's still 4. They haven't moved it down to 3. I would not preseason down to 3. Have the Pro Bowl as the first major official game, and then you start the regular season.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going with it. I'll play the first 3 preseason. You get to do your team, and then the game to kick, like the Community Shield, the curtain raiser.
Yeah,
the Pro Bowl kicks off the season. You know what? It might be something that they would do. They just haven't thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember one year,
it's the only All-Star game that's well, the NBA All-Star game is turned to shit now, but yeah,
on LeBron's watch, I blame LeBron's, not LeBron. I blame his generation for it.
Yeah,
and now I see Wemby trying to bring it back, where guys are actually trying to play now. Because guys used to actually play. Now, do you think the NBA needs to go back to that East versus West thing? Because now they're trying all kinds of shit. I don't even know how they pick the players anymore.
You know what? I would be interested for 1 year to see them do like what hockey did, where hockey picked the 4 biggest countries, and they paired up with their countries for 4 games to see how they would play. Like USA played Canada, Russia played Sweden, and that type of shit. I would be interested to see a USA versus World game for All-Star.
But they said they were going to do that this year, but they did everything but that.
Yeah. I don't want to see the pickup game anymore, where guys are like, "Oh, I'm going to pick my team," and that whole thing to me is what started ruining the All-Star game for me.
Yeah. I really think, I would love to see. But this is the thing now. Who you got in a Team World versus Team USA right now? It looks Team World.
Team World.
Yeah,
Team World.
Right, because you're starting 5, Team World.
Luka, Giannis,
SGA.
Wemby, SGA.
Giannis.
Yeah.
So those are your 5 MVPs.
Yeah.
Those are the past 5 MVPs in the league. You know what I'm saying? And now we ain't even talk about OG Jamal Murray and Siakam and all these other men. You can even but Team USA now, who are we talking about? Like
it's still LeBron.
LeBron,
it's all the old guard.
Yeah,
it's LeBron, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant,
Jason Tatum,
or Brown.
Yeah, Tatum or Brown.
I'm trying to think of a big man.
A big man. It's Cat. There aren't any big men. Who are the big men? Chet. He's tall.
Yeah.
He doesn't play big.
He might be shaving points in the All-Star game.
Oh my days. Yeah, but Team World would whoop that ass, man. Team World would bust, and they need to do that. I think they really need to don't just say the name, but the practical application of it.
Yeah.
Team World. Team World versus Team USA, and keep the same coaches, the top coach in the East, top coach in the West, and you play a proper game of basketball. I'd love to see that. I think the fans would like to see that as well, man.
I think the fans would see it, but you know why I would like to see it? Is because I think if you had 3 or 4 straight All-Star games where Team World's kicking the shit out of Team USA, it's going to force the rule change to go back to make the NBA a little bit more rugged.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
The NBA is crying out for.
Yeah.
You know what the biggest problem, fair or foul, the biggest problem with NBA is AAU. And the reason why I say this is because, one, like football, you don't have the Mavericks anymore in basketball. You don't have I'm going to go to the hole and slam this down your fucking throat, and I'm going to barrel through 5 guys to do it. You ain't got that anymore. That's That's basketball. Like what we were saying with New York and Rucker Park, you go up against some of them street dudes. Them street dudes were still trying to dunk on you. The NBA players that played there wanted to go and dunk on the street dudes because that's what everybody was coming to see. Yeah. That's the shit that everybody misses from the NBA. I think the NBA is too polished. It's too this. There's not no. I hate the way to use this, but Kevin Garnett said it best on All the Smoke. The reason why the 80s and 90s and early 2000s was the best because them boys came from the trenches of the crack era, the gangbanging era. That's what made basketball back in the day.
You saw it on the court. You saw it on the court.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't seen it too much this series in this NBA Finals, but I've seen it in the playoffs. And not so much in the playoffs, but leading up to this goddamn playoffs. Some of the shit that they stopped the game for review.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I'm like, come on, bro.
That ain't no. How many flagrant fouls did Rasheed Wallace used to catch a season, and he was doing flagrant fouls?
It a flagrant foul just to come back and be like, there was no wind up. Man, fuck all that. You just slow the game down for 3 to 5 minutes for nothing.
For nothing.
Completely fair that AAU, because the thing with AAU, and it's not their fault per se, because I just think it's an unintended consequence of organized basketball. And now, if you look at AAU, they're not teaching the old school way. You know what they're doing? Come across halfway line, let it fly.
Yep.
It's the Steph Curry effect.
Yep.
Like, it's Steph, and I know Steph, unintended consequence of your greatness, but you have effectively made every single kid don't want to develop footwork fundamentals back to the basket. None of that shit. Not for the next 5 to 10 years. Most of the guys, even the big guys that look like Wemby, or be 7 feet tall, but they're coming into the league with guard skills.
Yep.
And they're playing like guards when you have the height advantage over anyone. Well, I think
that was the reason why we all liked C-Web back in the day, because he was an anomaly. He was really one. And same thing with Shaq at Orlando before he put all the weight on when he went to LA. Those were the only two big guys I remember being able to dribble up a court.
Yeah.
Olajuwon wasn't dribbling up the court. Now his footwork is for me the best of all time. And NBA history. Nobody will ever touch Hakeem when it comes to footwork on the court. But I think for me, man, I think NBA got way too damn soft.
Yeah.
Way too. Football is a different story because these guys nowadays are so damn athletic. You do have to change some of the rules because these guys would literally be getting carted off the field to a graveyard. If these guys now, with how fast and agile they are across the board, were able to hit like it was in the 90s and the 2000s, this CTE problem would be out of control in the NFL.
Yeah.
So the NFL, I understand, because like I said, you can't have nobody hit like John Lynch nowadays. These guys would be dying on the field.
Who's the hardest hitter? Did you see, like, who was one guy that you like? I can't wait to see him hit somebody, any position, linebacker, anybody.
Oh man, Lynch is one of them.
Safety, and he used to put the hurt on people.
So our era of football, the safeties used to crack the shit out of you. You you know what? My guy, Brian Dawkins, he would murder your ass if you. That little motherfucker made that big boy Algie Crumpler think about coming back over and Crumpler was a unit.
Yeah, Crumpler was a unit. Algie was a big boy, man. You know what was his name? The guy that he played, I think he was a defensive end that played for Pittsburgh. James, is it James Harrison?
Yeah, 92.
Yeah, 92.
Boy,
that brother could make your it looked like people organs used to move. Like they didn't get up right away.
Bro, that was real. That was the for real Debo.
Yeah. He used to hit people. They used to lay on the ground and be like, did someone call a timeout? Nah, he just need a minute for his lungs to reinflate.
James Harrison was the who got something on my 40, homie.
Yeah. He used to hit the shit out of people. He used to hit hard as shit. Navarro Bowman from the San Francisco 49ers used to hit hard as shit.
Terrell Suggs.
Terrell Suggs used to hit hard as shit. Remember that safety that played for the Rams, the greatest show on turf? Adam Archuleta.
Oh, Archuleta, he'd kill you too.
Yeah, he used to hit. Bob Sanders used to hit motherfuckers really hard.
Bob Sanders was the human torso. He had skinny legs. But was
he used to injure himself hitting people. You know,
who was the light skinned bald brother? He played for Miami and New Orleans. He used to hit hard too back in the day.
What's his name?
Sammy Knight. Sammy Knight would crack the shit out of you too.
Hit. Yeah, when you were allowed to hit, man. But now, it's
Rodney Harrison. He was good for it, and my boy Lawyer Malloy. Lawyer Malloy will crack the hell out of you too.
Yeah, a different era of football, man. Even the one that used to play for the Redskins, or they had killed him in Miami.
Yeah.
Sean Taylor, what's his name?
Sean Taylor. Oh, yeah. Sean Taylor would have been one of the greatest safeties of all time if he played a full career.
Yeah, he could hit.
No, who was your guy? When you guys went to the Super Bowl, the white boy, he was cracking the shit out of people.
Oh, Seahorn.
Seahorn was a bad dude, too.
Yeah, Seahorn. They fighting. Come on.
Seahorn looked like a Subaru driver before we had Subaru drivers back in the day. You'd have never thought he'd have hit the shit out of the way he did.
Yeah, he was my guy, man. Seahorn was my guy. But it seems like all those names that it looked like John Lynch was the only one that stayed in football, right? Or in the NFL, right? And did GM things. Everyone else kind of went off and did.
You know who too, bro?
Who's that?
Ray Lewis was the scariest sumbitch of all time.
Yeah, that boy could hit. I'm trying to. Who the hell did I see him hit one time? I think Ocho ran into him one time and injured himself.
Yeah,
like he was trying to catch him on the blind side.
I think that's when Ocho Cinco had to get all the gold teeth put in over here because Ray tried hitting Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis cracked the hell out of him.
Oh god damn.
Him. You know who else? He was a nutcase. Was that Bill Romanowski? He legit looked like he wanted to kill you on the field when he was a linebacker.
Did he play for anyone but Oakland?
Yeah, Denver.
Yeah, Denver. I didn't want to fucking guess.
He was with that old Denver team when Elway won those back. I think Elway did Elway win back to back with that team?
97, 98?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Taylor Davis and them.
No, Romanowski was evil.
Yeah,
he was evil. And I will give him a shout. Brian Urlacher, in his own right, is in that conversation too when he was the captain of our team.
Brian Urlacher. He was. I think. What did he win MVP one year?
Yeah, the year we went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
The year we went to the Super Bowl, I believe he won MVP.
That was what? 06, 07?
06, 07.
06, 07.
With that scumbag Rex Grossman as a quarterback.
Rex Grossman. You had no option. Lovie Smith, Rex Grossman.
We did. The problem was the politics came in. What people forget is Kyle Orton was the quarterback for the last 5 games of the season because Grossman got hurt, and the first round of the playoffs was Orton, and Orton was much better than him. But because Grossman was sold as to be the next big thing for a Chicago Bears quarterback, like every quarterback we draft, that was the whole reason why they forced him back in, and the rest is history.
Yeah, man. Chicago.
Rex Grossman had to leave Chicago as soon as we lost.
It was what? Bears Colts?
Bears Colts.
We
dog walked the Saints. That was when Reggie Bush was with the Saints, when the Saints had Deuce McAllister and Reggie Bush. And I think it was Marquez Colston was the big wide receiver for the Saints at the time.
Yeah, Marquez Colston. I don't think Jimmy Graham was there yet. It was
no. Graham came the year. I think Graham came after we traded Kyle Orton to Denver, and we got Jay Cutler's bum ass.
Yeah.
Only good thing about Jay Cutler was his wife.
Jay Cutler was a talented kid, but you can he didn't love football. It was like I'm here, I'm good, I got a big arm, but he wasn't gonna stay for extra film session. You know, that wasn't his DNA. He
scammed that big contract from Denver, and he didn't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, but that's because Jay Plummer was ass, though. It lined up kind of perfectly for him.
Yeah,
the fans were turning on Jake Plummer, and they had drafted this guy high, and they know he had a big arm. And I think they had Brandon Marshall there at the time with no one to get him the ball. So I
think they drafted Marshall and Cutler within the same draft, or it was a year apart, because they played together at Vanderbilt, which is why they were together. The thing, you know what the thing is? Plummer gets a bad rap because everybody forgets that offensive line that the Broncos had for a while went to shit. And Rod Smith and McCaffrey, I think, both retired. So he didn't really have the targets to throw to. He went in when Denver went into that slump, and then they pivoted when Cutler came back. Because I thought Jake Plummer was an okay quarterback. I just think, at that time, the Arizona Cardinals was the armpit of the fucking NFL. Like, nobody wanted to be a quarterback there. Like, you had him and Jeff Blake across 10 years together. And Jeff Blake wasn't that bad of a quarterback, but again, Arizona just didn't care.
And that was 06, 07 time frame?
Yeah, it was before Leinart, Anquan Bolden, and Fitzgerald even got there.
And the crazy thing, if that's 06, 07, you see how quick football comes at you, because 2 years later they were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Against, you know what I'm saying?
Against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's when because Kurt Warner was backing up Eli at the Giants, then they released him. He went to Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they had Anquan Bolden, Larry. I don't remember anyone on that defense. I'm trying to remember anyone who was on that defense
either.
But somehow they made it to the goddamn, because they had beaten who did they beat Green Bay in that conference?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a shootout game. Yeah, Kurt Warner against Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, and
Green Bay went back-to-back NFC Championship because the year prior. Yeah, because the year prior the Bears they lost to Arizona. Then the Packers came back the year later and they beat the Bears, and then they went on to beat. I think they beat Pittsburgh in the Super Bowl when they won that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was mad times in the NFL, man. Where
those were the times where if you weren't going out chasing skirt with the boys might be playing $5 a game and drinking and playing Madden just to talk shit and stay in with the boys them nights. If you weren't out chasing ass, the boys were playing either 2K or freaking Madden for money. That's how
that Madden was my, because I deployed a lot during that time. Between 04 and 09, I deployed a lot, and those Madden games is what we used to play for money. Hey, you put down your watch out what we running. We're running 50, we're running 20, whatever. If it's $5, what you got.
If you go down by 21 points, pass the sticks.
That's over. Yeah. But I used to skunk the shit out of people with the Chargers, bro. I was serious. That Madden 06, when they brought out that truck stick.
That hit stick, you couldn't stop LaDainian Tomlinson. All you needed to do was the toss out. Yeah. And all you needed to do was get 2 hit sticks with LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah. Every time was an 80-yard run.
It wasn't the truck stick and the stiff arm. I would run, and as soon as they just tried to stop my run, play action to Antonio Gates, and I'm gone, bro. I used to kill people on Madden. I played in tournaments, but when the game got so advanced and you're playing online, that's when I kind of got lost, because some kids that play in their room all day, I couldn't fuck with these kids.
Well, the other thing was that was the start of all the kids trying to figure out how to do the cheat codes and freeze your team online so they could catch up, because somebody will try to play easy. You go up 14 points. Now, all of a sudden, you can't even make a 2-yard pass in every run. They're somehow fucking causing a fumble or some shit. Yeah, the online shit wasn't for me with Madden. For me, the last Madden that I bought was 2010, when I think it was Arizona and Pittsburgh on the cover of it. That was the last Madden that I actually bought. I ain't played Madden since then.
Oh my God!
I still got my PS2. me and the boys will have a retro night. We'll fire it up, and like my favorite Madden was Madden 04 with Vic on the cover. That was my favorite Madden. That one, or the one with the 06 with McNabb on the cover was good. And then 08 when they had Vince Young on the cover with Tennessee was a good one too.
Yeah. You remember the Madden curse back in the day, where if your favorite player was in the Madden cover, he was getting injured that season.
Hey, we're scared Caleb Williams just got the cover this year. If he gets hurt, the Bears are done.
Yeah. And it wasn't like an ankle biter. I'm talking about
it was season-ending injury. Yeah.
Season-ending. Madden curse was real, bro. It's mad. Brother, I'm looking at this. I think we're going to win this game of basketball.
I think you are too.
And if these men go down 2-0, bro,
it's over with.
I'm going to monitor the algorithms of flights to JFK Airport, my G.
That is my least favorite airport of all time.
I might have to tough it out. I might have to tough.
That is my least
I could
favorite.
fly into Newark or fly into Dulles and drive up. You know what I'm saying?
Dulles is DC?
Yeah.
How far of a drive is it from New York to DC? Like 3 hours, 4 hours?
Not even. Two and change.
Really?
Yeah.
So what's the drive to Philly? Like an hour and a half?
Yeah. If you take 195, it's much quicker. If you take 95 and cut over, but yeah, it's you can get to Philly in under 2 easily.
Okay.
The trick is just being able to get out the city.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Once you get out the city and you get on 95, it's and
once you get past Newark, Jersey's fucking farmland.
Yeah. What's it? What they call it? Is it Lincoln Financial Field? They call it.
Yeah.
It's right next to the road, man. It's right off 95, just like the M&T Bank Stadium. You damn near if you drive a semi and break the barrier, you'll land in that motherfucker. Like it's right underneath. It's right underneath the bridges. You know what I'm saying?
I used to make the trip to New York all the time because I had family in Fordham, but ever since they all packed up and moved back to Italy, I just haven't been out to New York like that anymore.
Yeah.
Plus, like I said, I remember going to New York when fucking Williamsburg was all industrial and nothing but crackheads around there, when Brooklyn was a completely different place. What you see in Williamsburg now ain't New York. That's suburban Disneyland that hit.
Yeah, Williamsburg is different now. Absolutely, man. I'm looking at the scoreline and the box scores, man. And I'm seeing Josh Hart. So this brother had 3 points in game 1. This brother got 0 points tonight. He ain't scored.
You don't need him to score. He's your fair or foul. Josh Hart's the best perimeter defender now in the league.
Definitely fair. Definitely fair. The problem is he has 5 fouls.
Yeah.
Yes. So the other night he had more fouls than points. Tonight he's definitely, unless he comes out and hit 2 threes, he's gonna have. But I look at San Antonio and I'm saying my small forward starting in game 1 had 3 points, and then Mikal Bridges had 9, and we still beat you by 10. And tonight we're up 12 with 6 minutes left. And Josh Hart ain't scored a point.
Mm-hmm.
So how good are these, man? How good are these Spurs? Like, something's going on, bro? Like, makes sense of this scoreline for me. How this box score?
De'Aaron Fox is the real shocker for me. The fact that he's shooting 60% and he's only on 15 points is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I don't get it. You look at it. What is it? Vassell and Castle both got what? 4 assists.
Mm-hmm.
And De'Aaron Fox has got 3. It's like, dude, if you're gonna be the point guard and you're only gonna get 3 assists, you better be bagging 20-something points.
Look at
Wemby at 8 for 14. I mean, the percentage is still there. That's good, but it's like that ain't it.
Yeah. Look at Champagne's numbers. You see Champagne's numbers?
Yeah.
He's shooting 33%. That's their problem there.
Yeah.
Because the other night his shots were falling.
Mm-hmm. But Castle as well. Castle being 5 for 14. I mean, how are you the one taking more shots than De'Aaron Fox? In my opinion, I don't get that.
I think Fox is carrying something. I think he's carrying a knock still.
Well, then that would make sense. The other thing is, why the hell is Dylan Harper taking 10 fucking shots off the bench? You're 4 for 10 and 0 for 3. What are you doing here?
Yeah, they died by the 3 tonight.
Do you fair or foul? That's also a part of the problem with the NBA. There's too many. I can't stand watching free lanes for you to just run and lay the ball in, and you have a wide open layup and you turn around and go like this for a 3-point. What the fuck we doing? Take the guaranteed points. It drives me insane.
You know what drives me insane? When there's a 3-on-2 break or a 2-on-1. And instead of going to the basket, homie runs to the corner. Run all the way to the corner on a 2-on-1. No, brothers, go to the basket and give me a layup. Man runs his ass to the corner and misses a 3. Like, come on, it's definitely foul. I don't know where they get off doing this shit. I say to the coaches, like Herm Edwards used to say, either you're coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. You know
it's a shout. Herm Edwards was a nut job.
Herm. Hello. You play to win the game. That was my guy, man. Her managed Jets, Chiefs. That's it.
I think just the Chiefs and Jets.
Yeah. I'm
Did he go
surprised
to
he hasn't-
Arizona for 1 year when they were shit?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember the coach of Arizona when they won when they went to the Super Bowl. I don't even remember.
Well, they had what's his name from
Was it
Minnesota.
Ken
The one-
Wisenhunt.
Is it
Was it-
Cousineau?
I don't know. I fucking guess it. I know he was involved with Arizona somehow, but the coach during 2009 when they went to the Super Bowl, right? I know they had Larry. I know they had Kurt Warner and Anquan Bolden. Was Anquan Bolden there, or did he go to Baltimore by then? I know he's Anquan.
No, Anquan Bolden was on that team, and then he went to Baltimore. Trying to think.
I thought Ken Wisenhunt was the damn coach.
Yeah, it is Wisenhunt.
Wisenhunt? Okay.
It was you know who he replaced?
Who?
Dennis Green. Remember
You
Dennis
let him off the
Green?
hook?
Remember Dennis
Yeah.
Green? The Bears are who with these
Oh, they were. And we let him off the hook. Then you want to crown them? You can crown their ass.
legendary. The only one that's better for football. Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs.
Oh my God. Playoffs. That was Jim Moore, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jim
Oh,
Morris Sr.
Guys.
Chike, I 100% biblically disagree with you. I'm sorry. JFK is the shittiest airport I have ever been in. I will never fly. If I ever go back to New York, I'm not flying through JFK. I will take my chances at LaGuardia or fucking Newark over JFK. Not dealing with JFK again.
If you're flying on Delta, you'll go to Terminal 4 and it's not bad. Now. If you're flying Frontier or American or another one, you go to a different terminal because they got 9 terminals now.
I know.
They're building a whole new one. So
JetBlue in JFK is the shittiest
Terminal
thing.
1. Yeah,
The shittiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, if I have to rank them, man, it's it's Miami International. Miami International is
It's up there.
bad.
Them
You know
old
what I'm
Cuban ladies are a pain in the
Yeah,
balls going into that damn
Yeah.
airport.
And I thought speaking Spanish to these old bitches would butter them up. Nah, they just as rude in Spanish as they are in English. I was like, God damn, mama. Like, I thought you're mad because there's a language barrier here where I'm responding in nah. You know, I was like, get
Nope.
together.
See, like
Get
if I go to
together.
Miami, if I'm going to Miami, I fly into Lauderdale because I don't
Ooh.
like
Yeah.
I don't like I
Yeah.
don't like Miami International either.
Yeah. I hear that OG. I hear the OG shout, but the thing is, OG can actually give you offense and attack. Josh Hart his game is predicated on defense. Anything he gives you on attack is a bonus. It's kind of like
Caruso. How Caruso
I
used to be.
I was going back a little bit for the guy that was to be in the grindhouse at Memphis.
Oh, Tony Allen?
Tony motherfucking Allen. If he gave you a bucket, if he gave you a free throw, was great. But he was there to lock down whoever and give you a couple of
And
fouls.
he would. And he
Mhm.
would. You remember that? You remember the year after the Thunder lost to the Heat when LeBron
Mhm.
got the first one. They met Memphis in that second round. Tony
Mhm.
Allen's little ass gave Kevin Durant all the smoke. Kevin Durant's 8 inches taller than this motherfucker and still wasn't hitting shots because
Yeah.
Tony Allen was that good defensively.
He's a monster, bro. He had hand. Now, Tony Allen or Bruce Bowen.
Tony Allen all day.
You know, I think I'm not saying Bruce Bowen was a bad player, but I think he's overrated as shit. I didn't even know that San Antonio retired his jersey. I'm like, for what?
Yeah, I don't get that. Bruce Bowen could never see. Here's the thing: Bruce Bowen would stop your if you were playing a mid-level team that had a decent scorer, Bruce Bowen could stop them. When it
Mhm.
came to that next level, Bruce Bowen wasn't stopping nobody.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, like, Bruce Bowen didn't play for San Antonio. I remember him having 3 or 4 years in Miami.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when I see his jersey retired next to Tim Duncan, Ginobili, I'm like, nah, brother, you don't belong in that company. I'm sorry.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Who was the tall, light-skinned guy from Detroit was a better defender than him? Tayshaun Prince was better than him.
Yeah, that fucking had a wingspan from hell, didn't he?
The motherfucker was a condor.
Yeah, man. And he could handle the basketball for a
Mhm.
big fucker. He had a massive wingspan. Oh shit, they're closing the loop here. They cut it to 5.
Nah, I don't think they're gonna see this out with 4 minutes left. I don't know.
If Josh Hart if we score 5 more buckets, this game is over. Give
Yeah.
me 5 more buckets, New York.
Did you see these bum ass Bulls are talking about bringing Scottie Pippen in to be the fucking coach?
I don't know about a coach, maybe as a consultant. Has Scotty ever coached anywhere?
Not that I remember.
Yeah,
Scottie Pippen's taking too many L's. You're worrying about coaching when you got young bucks banging your wife. I'm sorry, bro. This may not be the job for you, brother. Especially ever since this dude's tried growing dreads, he looks like the freaking Cheetos cat with that long ass nose.
I feel bad. I think Scotty is one of them guys who is making his run on spaces and is like kind of, I don't want to say ruined, but he's kind of chipping away at his own legacy. Some of the shit that he's out here saying.
Yeah, 100%.
Man, I'm glad Scotty. Like, if you never see another word from now till you are respected in these streets, we know that Mike couldn't have did it without you. No one has ever implied that Mike could have done it without you. But when I hear you out here talking about you could have done it with, stop it.
Yeah, no.
That's 100,000% cap.
You may disagree because this will actually be an interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
From a Bulls perspective, every Bulls fan to tell you the Bulls got robbed in that controversial Game 7 against the Knicks the first year that the Mike left in the second round in the Eastern Conference semifinals.
Oh, these fuckers are coming back. Yeah, go on.
A lot of Bulls fans that tell you that there were a lot of bad calls that went against the Bulls. These fuckers just tied the damn game up.
Yeah, man, they explosive. I knew a run was coming. I just wish it. That's what I'm saying. We need 5 baskets.
Yeah, but for me, I think it's a situation of with Scotty. It's just, bro, you're saying too much stupid shit, bro.
Yeah,
just shut up, please. Just shut up. You know, we get it. Okay, you didn't like how you were portrayed in The Last Dance and everything else. I get it. Okay. You didn't like the fact that Jordan was exposing that you guys were a traveling cocaine circus and all that other crap. I get it. Bro, your legacy is what it is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan and Scotty are the greatest duo in NBA history. There's no debating this. Jordan would have never done it if it wasn't for Scotty, right? And Scotty, to his own credit, because a lot of people just think about Scotty with the Bulls, old man Scottie Pippen was given like we said earlier in the stream, that fucking Portland Trailblazers team gave the Lakers everything they were looking for in that Western Conference final. And old man Scotty was giving young Kobe the business in that matchup. So don't tarnish your legacy over that, man.
Yeah, it's definitely. I'm just like, Scotty, yeah, just stop, bro. You're known as one of the best, if not the best, all-around players. You know, like the thing they talk about LeBron now, he can guard 1 through 5, which I don't believe. Scotty can guard 1 through 5, literally. He is so versatile. And then, you know, his offensive game developed being, you know, Mike's Robin. You know what I mean? Like, if you know those games that they play, right? When they say, stay quiet until you hear a better such and such. If I ask you to, hey, stay quiet until you hear another Robin, there is no, you're not gonna speak, because whoever I'm gonna name, you're not gonna find a better Robin. Not Dwayne Wade.
Nope.
Not who are some of the modern day Robins that have been good? Dwayne Wade to LeBron,
Kobe to Shaq.
Yeah, Kobe to Shaq. Clay, right? Clay was a good Robin.
Well, that goes for both. It goes Clay and Steph were Robin to Kevin Durant. It is what it is. When Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant took over the team, Steph Curry became Robin. Whether Steph fans or Golden State Warriors fans like it, that's just what it is.
Yeah. Kyrie, Robin?
Nah, because he's a decent Robin, but only one.
Jaylen Brown?
I honestly think Tatum was the Robin for that title.
Well, the NBA Finals MVP supports your argument.
Yeah.
He played well, but not a big name. But Chris Middleton,
He played. I agree with that. I think he played well. I don't know if he's up there. Pau Gasol was Robin.
Yeah,
Pau Gasol's a good Robin. Clyde Drexler was Robin for the second title with Hakeem.
yeah.
Who would be the Robin of San Antonio?
Yeah, I don't think Boston had one either because it was a trio.
Yeah.
Yeah, because KG's Paul Pierce, there wasn't really a Robin. That's a trio as well. So I don't think Dirk had a Robin either. I think he was Dirk and them.
He had a Robin. The problem was the Robin missed the entire playoffs because Caron Butler got hurt at the end of the year. Yeah. He was the Robin for the regular season. If anybody was going to be a Robin on that, it'd be Jason Terry, but Jason Terry's not in that conversation for me.
Yeah, Jason Terry. Jason Kidd was what?
Fuck, Jason Kidd was getting ready to retire.
36. Yeah, he was 36.
37. It wasn't like the old Mavericks where it was Michael Finley, Nash. I think wasn't even Avery Johnson with the Mavericks before he retired. I know he was the coach of them. I think he went to the Mavericks after his time with the Spurs.
Yeah, he coached them in that 06 final.
Yeah. And then he was the coach when they blew the series against Golden State in the first round the next year in the We Believe Golden State team.
Was it?
Yeah. They were the best team again. They won 66 games that year.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then he got fired.
Yeah.
And then he had a coaching stint in Brooklyn. Coaching in Brooklyn for a little bit.
That was a joke.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
No, that's not a Robin. That's tough, man. There's not really that. Oh, you know what? Will Chamberlain was Robin because he had to go pair up with Jerry West because fucking what's his name? Who's the Celtics center that's got 11 rings?
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell snapping the shit out of Will Chamberlain.
Did you call Clyde Drexler's name?
Yeah.
Already?
For the Rockets.
Yeah. Then we're going back to because the Pistons was it was Isaiah and
Dumars.
Yeah.
Well, it's a toss up between Dumars or Bill Laimbeer for that one.
Yeah, go Dumars. Before that, the Showtime, that was a trio, that Kareem.
No,
Magic.
I would say Magic was Robin.
Magic was Robin. Yeah.
Because Kareem was definitely Batman for that team. Because after Magic, I mean, you saw it when the Bulls came and Kareem was gone. James Worthy wasn't leading that team to win no fucking titles.
Yeah. Yeah, TK.
It was AC Green or fucking
AC Green, the Virgin.
who was the or Byron Scott. None of them were Robin.
Yeah, Byron Scott. None of them. Yeah. And then some pretty good Robins. And that's big up Scotty. Look how far we went back, Scott. We went back to the 80s, mid to early 80s.
Oh no. You know who's another good Robin? Moses Malone to Dr. J.
For the Sixers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good one. Yeah, Chike. We're I don't know about Barton. We did because they tied the game. Where the game is tied, the lead was gone. So we did blow it. But the NBA basketball, man, this is the NBA finals. They weren't gonna lay down easy. But over these next 90 seconds.
Do you think basketball changed with these big runs like around the LeBron era? Because I don't remember big runs like that in the early 2000s unless it was like a comeback. It was more stagnant and consistent in like the 80s and 90s. You would see a big run like out of nowhere, but it wasn't 3 big runs in a game win you a game like it was when the Heat got together or the Celtics got together. I think these big runs in basketball have been more so a newer thing.
Damn. They're leading. No, I think there was always runs, but I do think the modern day NBA runs are just as big, maybe a little bigger than the yesteryear's runs. They just disappear a hell of a lot quicker. And I'll tell you a story. I'm in OKC, season ticket holder, going to games and shit. The Thunder are down by like 17. So I'm like, all right, cool. Good time for me to go get a hot dog and some drinks and shit. I'll go get some hot dogs and some drinks and shit. While I'm ordering the hot dog and the drinks and shit, I peeked my head in just to look at the scoreboard. I couldn't been gone for more than 2.5 minutes, and the lead was gone. You know, I was like, God damn, I might as well have sat in this seat because I missed the run. It was just a flurry of threes from KD and a guy who I didn't even know could shoot the basketball back then. A guy was on the team named Thabo Cephalosha. I'm like, Cephalosha out here in threes, you know. And this brother shouldn't even be allowed to shoot threes. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the Josh Hart of that team because he wasn't allowed.
That's a throwback. I remember him when he was with the Bulls. Oh my God, that was our shitty era. We had Thabo Cephalosha. You remember Andres Nocione's bum ass? We had him on that Bulls team too. Oh my God. Thabo Cephalosha. Was that when who was Crazy Shot? Was that when he was on the Thunder too?
Yeah, Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
So Kevin Martin came when James Harden. He was part of that James Harden trade.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
He was. You know what? He was. I actually liked Kevin Martin. I thought he was a decent. I thought he was a decent ball player when he was with Sacramento and Houston. He was with those teams when they were shit.
Yeah. I think the Thunder panicked a bit when James Harden left. They got Kevin Martin, man. Instead of stacking up, they kind of just let the team unravel and then losing all three of those guys. And all three of those guys actually went on to, well, KD won the MVP while he was in OKC, but Russ, went on to win the MVP, and James Harden went on. And all three of those guys were on the team at the same time. I think they could have,
the worst mistake. That's one of the worst basketball decisions of all time was to give Serge Ibaka that fat ass contract and let Harden walk. One of the worst decisions of all time. I think OKC would have. I don't know if OKC would have got over the Heat with the way the Heat were rotating and stacking the team up. Like you went from it was just the big three, and then you had bums like Joel Anthony and fucking other scrubs on that first year that when they lost to the Mavericks. But then like you added Shane Battier, you added Birdman. Then the next year you added Rashard Lewis. I don't know if they would have got over the Heat, but I definitely think like when Miami busted up, when LeBron left, if he doesn't go to Golden State, I think the Thunder would have won a title with them three together.
Yeah. The city was buzzing at the time, and they could do no wrong. But I don't remember what happened in the 2013 playoffs. They got to the finals in 2012. No, San Antonio got to the final in
2013. They lost to Memphis in the second round. That was when that was, I think, Westbrook tore his meniscus against the Rockets, because that was the Rockets when it was Jeremy Lin and James Harden were together.
Okay, that's when fucking agitator Patrick Beverly went for the basketball. The ball was going out of bounds, or there was a timeout. Yes. Patrick Beverly went for the damn ball, and Russ ended up fucking his knee up.
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, because then they got that freaking bum from the Bulls. I think was on that team with the Rockets. That Omer Ashik or whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah, Omer. That guy, Omer Ashik. Yeah, and then there's a domino effect of KD realized that team wasn't going to win, and man ran his contract down. But, while he was running his contract down and while James Harden wasn't there, him and Russ and a bunch of role players were up 3-1 on Golden State and blew it. And I thought they were going to do it.
And they beat the shit out of Golden State in them 3 games they won.
Yeah.
They had no business losing that series.
Yeah. That's a big, big knock on KD's legacy. And the fact that he went to Golden State right thereafter, I can understand why certain fans are like, shit, man.
He's not top 15 for me.
KD?
He's not top 15 all time for me. He may not even be top 20 if I'm being honest with you.
I think he's top 15 scoring-wise.
Oh, scoring-wise, yes. Yeah, overall player, no.
Overall as a player.
Nah.
Let me see if I can. I probably need pen and paper, but I'm sure if I put pen and paper, I could probably come up with 14 guys.
Mike, Kareem, LeBron, Duncan, Bird, Magic, Kobe, Shaq.
How many are you at now?
I'm trying to get number 8.
Hakeem?
Nine.
You counted Hakeem?
I haven't. I don't know if I'm wondering if there's other guys that I'm missing that I would put in over Hakeem Olajuwon. Dr. J. I think Dr. J is so slept on. I think he gets disrespected because you know what it is with him. They fuck him over with that whole merger shit. So they don't include his stats with the ABA, with the NBA to try to like downplay him. When again, this what you said, where we have to tell the young kids how shit was. You wouldn't have gotten Michael Jordan if it wasn't for Dr. J. I'm sorry. All the shit people love about Jordan sticking the tongue out, wearing the gold in his bag during the dunk contest. Bro, there was nothing cooler than seeing a guy come in with a big ass afro and a pick in his hair and just suited. And Dr. J was all business. He was suited and booted. There was no such thing as tracksuits. That man was in a 3-piece suit, showing up to every game, would turn out. It looked like he took a fresh liner to line up that freaking goatee that he had and give him a fresh, quick little fade before the game. And Dr. J would dunk all over anybody.
Yeah. Fucking KD, man. It wasn't even just the blowing the 3-1 lead and then going to Golden State. It's what's really happened to him after he's left Golden State. Mm-hmm. You know, he is the Brooklyn shit was a disaster. The Phoenix thing, bigger disaster. And then this Houston, this playoffs, is man didn't even bother. Man, dressed for game 2, they lost it anyway. Man said, fuck it, I ain't suiting up for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
You know, it's mad.
I would put that's 9. Hakeem a lot. Why are there other guys that I'm not?
Yeah, and this is why I said I probably need
to write it down. Yeah,
because if you really sit down and deep it, you're probably gonna end up with more than 14 names.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But hey, how did I forget this guy? You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah.
Well, here's small forwards alone. Obviously, LeBron and Bird are both better than KD. Yeah. But then the question is he the third best small forward of all time? And that's where
I can hear that show.
I could hear him as the third best small forward, but then it's like here. Personally, I'm taking Dwayne Wade over Kevin Durant. Maybe I'm biased because Wade's a Chicago kid, but I think Dwayne Wade overall in his career was, I think you won.
Oh, shit.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Oh, shit.
No. Cue that Ja Rule.
It's the Knicks about to do this shit. Man, I'm about to have to call my pops and ask him if it's okay. I might have to tell him, hey, you need to go inside, pops. I might have to call my dad and tell him to go inside, bro, because the city about to burn.
Where's my speaker at? I'm not even the New York fan, and I'm gonna cue this thing up.
Nah, man, I've been on stream so damn long. The shit done disconnected. I have to restart this damn shit. There it is. There it is.
100 guns, 100 clips. Nigga, I'm from next time if you talk.
Yes, sir.
100 clips. Nigga, I'm from New York. See me on the bank next time if you talk.
I can't believe it. We are 2 wins away from Gotham.
Bro,
my days.
New York's really gonna need Batman to come and save that damn city.
How the hell we just win a game of basketball with Josh Hart scoring 0 points away?
I tell you what, the bookmakers are spot on with these over-unders. This shit is incredible, these low-scoring games. I thought they were nuts when they put the over-under at 217 points.
This is wild, bro. This is back-to-back games, 105 points, 105 points.
Yeah.
Shit.
Bro, this might be the most memorable year for you for fucking sports. You finally see Arsenal get over the hump, and you finally see your New York Knicks win.
You know what I'm saying? And this is a year when we lost the Champions League final. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. I can't believe it.
The only thing that would top this is if the Yankees broke the freaking streak and went back to winning.
That was what, 17 years? Oh my God.
2009, yeah.
God damn. You know what? We talked
what
about
would be
20
bigger
years.
for New York if the Yankees won again or the Giants broke the streak and won?
Yankees. Yeah, because we never saw. We talk about 26 World Championship. We never saw 17. Like we can see 17 years or time going by with the Giants, but
not the Yankees.
Yeah,
not the Yankees.
Now, like Mr. George wouldn't allow this.
Oh, bro, that whole he'd have fired his own fucking kids if he was still alive.
Yeah, he would have.
When people talk about owners for a sports team, Steinbrenner is up there with the best of the best.
I think he's the best, bro. Like you can show me Roman, but yeah, talk to Mr. Steinbrenner over here, brother.
You got to get through 162 games, and I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I may be biased because I was a young kid coming up. I don't care how historic you want to get, ain't no better than that 3 straight Yankees team. They're lucky that the Diamondbacks beat them in 2001 because it really wouldn't be up for a debate if they went 4 straight.
Yeah.
That team was stupid.
Yeah, man, that team was mad.
With the captain Jeter, my favorite guy on that team was fucking Bernie Williams. That was my boy on that team.
Yeah, man, Bernie is that guy, man. He is so loved in the city, bro. So loved.
Isn't he from New York?
Hmm?
Isn't Bernie from New York?
Yeah, he's from Albany.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, he's loved, man. He is proper loved.
That's a little north for a Puerto Rican in New York.
Yeah, right. Yeah, man.
It might be a little
Puerto Rican, bro. I got my mofongo here that I'm about to fuck up. It's just I was eat this shit. You know what I'm saying? This is just shrimp mofongo too.
Hey, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Chicago's Puerto Rican Fest. I can't wait.
Yeah. So, yeah,
Can't wait.
I can't believe we fucking won this game. I had this shit on mute. I didn't even know what the commentary is going on. But we're 4.5 fucking hours, man. Let me apologize for taking up 4 hours of your damn time.
No, bro, this was fun. I'm cool with it.
I appreciate the chat that was rocking out with us for 4.5 hours in and out. Listen, I know it's late in the UK, and that man still stayed up for a while to fuck with us.
Yeah,
so
big up to
y'all for that, man. But yeah, man, big up that. You got what you got coming up tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Saturday. No, tomorrow I'm not streaming. I got my I got to take my car into the shop real quick, and then I got to go to my buddy's wedding, and then Sunday we got a family that mom's making homemade sauce, so I gotta do that. So we got a combination. My mother and my girl's mother are doing a co-mom Sunday cooking, so we have homemade mofongo and arroz con candules.
Oh yeah,
with homemade spaghetti and meatballs and homemade sauce.
Oh, bro, that shit.
So we're eating good Sunday. My ass might be about 20 pounds the next time.
Hey. I might have to share this because mofongo it's not a lot, but it's heavy. Yeah, it sits in your damn belly. So I might not even eat this all.
And then actually, wait, my buddy, my best friend Marlon's back up. I think his mom's having a big cooking, and that's down south. That's down south soul food right there. That is.
Yeah, man. Gotta
for
get
those,
it in.
For those who ain't from the States,
Yeah.
you need to try soul food. If you've never had it, you need to try soul food. But there are rules to this.
Yeah.
The woman that cooks, her arm fat needs to be about down here.
Yep.
Her blood type needs to be either blue cheese or ranch, and she better be called Big Mama.
Big Mama. Yep.
If it meets that trifecta, you are going to have some of the best food you've ever had in your life. Whether it's fucking homemade, and here, the fried chicken, they got to toss the chicken in a brown paper bag. Otherwise, it ain't no real fucking down south fried chicken.
Yeah, bro. Like when she does that, when she stops moving, his got to still be shaking. You know?
Yep. The only veggies you're gonna eat is gonna be either the greens or the stick of celery they're putting on the side. It's going with the homemade fried chicken. Other than that, you ain't eating no veggies, brother.
Oh God! And they wonder why we this size as a country. Oh Jesus! Yeah, everything. Listen, that's bad. Big up to Gianni every time, people. We will be back. Listen, I don't think we sweep these, man. So there will be some more NBA content. Either way, whether it's NBA content or not, whether the series are over, we will.
If they don't sweep, will they be back on next Friday?
Wednesday. So no. Game 5 is. Game 5 is the 13th. When is that? What day is the 13th? The 13th is next Saturday, yeah.
Oh, we'd be on the eve.
Yeah.
Everybody, you better hope. You better hope, because if it's on the eve, I don't know if we may have it. Taryn might have to be in New York for the
might be flying somewhere. But big up to Hugo, man. Big up Tone. Big up to Chike, who was in here earlier, people. Love for that, man. Big up every time. Yeah, we will be back next week for some more content. So, like I always say, people, take care of yourselves and each other. 4.5 hours later, until next time, we are gone.
I'm on that good cushion alcohol. Make this deal with all the ice on in the boat. She feel my mind the way I did.